series for 3 reasons. One, they're catering to pedophiles, so they de-age everyone. It's like a fucking George R.R. Martin book, except an entire genre. 2, it's an incredibly low effort, easy to do art style, easy to animate. Like, it's just, there's very little detail to the vast majority of anime looks like shit. Because it's very easy. It's like mass produced, because, you know, they make like 10, 15 fucking seasons of the same fucking thing, and they have to get it out on a schedule. You know, it's just easy to make. And third, because it's something that's really easy to make, what you get out of it is like these sorts of undercooked, like shitty treatments of supposedly serious themes, where you get ridiculous shit like the plot is like driven forward by fucking teenagers every single fucking time. All the women have like triangle faces, huge eyes, and of course they're like hopelessly, and all of them are hopelessly in love with whichever male protagonist who happens to be the male protagonist of whatever the anime is. And it just like you can't fucking take it seriously. If you showed it to anyone who was not already initiated as like a teenager, they would immediately be like, dude, what the fuck is this? Why are you? There is nothing that any anime has ever done that could not be, and that has not been, 1,000,000 times better done in another medium. That simple. Like, no, I'm not going to watch your animified version of whatever the fuck, okay? Watch this, watch that. No, I won't do that. I'm not a child like you. You need to grow the fuck up.
Team deathmatch.
It's time to stop fucking watching anime. It's time to stop watching animations. It's time to stop watching shit that is just an extension of a market that was originally created for children.
We've lost the advantage.
That's what anime is. The kids grew up, they were still obsessed with the animations. They started like trying to make animations that were more like acceptable for them and their sexual proclivities.
Adults.
Like, imagine if Pixar's target demographic, and this is very generous because obviously Pixar is way better than the vast majority of children's anime. Imagine if Pixar, in place of continuing to just make children's shows, like started making media that intended to keep the attention of like the original child audience for like 20 or 30 years. Like trying to tackle serious themes and more adult stuff, while trying to strike a balance between their original shit that was made for children and the fact that their audience is now 40 years old. That would be fucking weird. Anime is that. Anime is that, except done even worse. And for pedophiles.
Is an anime, right? It's not just for kids. He just says some bullshit that
it's for adult
really
children,
know about, right? And yeah, he's an idiot for that.
I'm just looking at some of the names of this, like Revolutionary Girl Utena. What kind of a fucking name is that? I have to Google that and like see how scantily clad the main character is. I am going to literally Google it first. Holy shit! Oh my god, what is wrong with her face? This is your serious war themed anime? It's the exact face that I said. The triangle face and her eye is so big that it doesn't fit on her head. It goes off the side of her head. Okay. I've had enough. I can't. Just these people live in a different world to me. I respectfully cannot discuss anything with someone who brings up that as a list of like serious adult themed things ever. I'm sorry, goodbye. But thank you for the free content. Anyway, be right back. I need water after that one. I lost myself into thirst.
What the fuck's going on out there? Catch up to Joseph's spine.
Shoot the fucker! Right between the eyes!
You fucking me? Activate catchback protocol. Get your asses back to base.
It's that's what's weird, you know.
Who are these people? They're actors, man. Okay, they're actors. Shameik Moore is the voice actor for Miles Morales. We already covered it. Okay, he already had a saga similar to this with Haley Steinfeld. All right. Damn. Also, yeah, he did the Travis Scott filter, which is pretty funny. He's like, oh, the Travis Scott. He went. Anyway, let's talk about Shameik Moore as well. This is a kind of a funny story. This dude is
Shameik Moore was supposed.
Miles Morales. He had this like a little bit of drama when all of the Spider-Man actors have historically dated one another, and with this one exception, Shameik Moore. Okay, more like Shameik less. Yeah. Let's see how this content creator explains the story, and then
Supposed to be my Spider-Man, dude. I love Miles Morales. For those who don't know, every single actor that has played Spider-Man has gone on to date their co-star, with one notable exception. Haley Steinfeld, who plays Gwen, is currently engaged to Josh Allen. And this wouldn't be that big of a deal, but Shameik Moore has very publicly flirted with Haley Steinfeld throughout the entirety of the Spider-Verse promotion cycle. Anytime they're together, he always talks about how it's so easy.
I use my Prime so I can send a link of our Jason picture, brother. Hi, chat. There it is. Yeah. The head to neck to body ratio is wild. What do you mean? It's not. It's normal. Kaya was in it too. She's the real star of the show. All right, let's continue.
Easy to play someone who's in love with Gwen because she's voiced by Haley Steinfeld, which made it particularly funny that on the day that Haley Steinfeld and Josh Allen got engaged, he posted this shit. There's still more people to meet.
Yeah, this was crazy. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if it was like cloud chasing or what. I don't know why he posted this, but that was crazy.
More opportunities to come and more chances to try, live, learn, apply. Like, come on, man. But everyone was clowning on him. He was getting absolutely flamed, and he was pissed about it. He made a bunch of tweets talking about, like, you guys don't care about me unless it's for the worst things, blah, 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 blah. But then a couple days later, he goes on and posts this. A video of him and Laura Harrier, who played Tom Holland's love interest in the first Spider-Man. So people were like, oh shit, he couldn't get his MJ, so he went and got another. Like, people went from clowning on him to being like, damn, this is a crazy move, we respect that. Until people are talking about it in Laura's comments, and she responds, I'm literally engaged. I don't know why that man is posting me, Lamau. But then she goes even further.
Yeah, this video was crazy, okay? This video is brutal, okay? I'm gonna keep it a $150 here. I'm gonna be radically honest. I I watched this video this morning and it shook me to my core. Okay, having a beautiful lady consume her ramen noodles while staring into her phone camera, ripping you apart in between slurps like this, okay, I would die. Like, I died a little bit watching it for Shamik Moore. Like, it was so ruthless, dude. But honestly, it's just like, you know, he posted this and he said, coming soon. Laura Harrier has explained that she's engaged and asked Shamik Moore to take down this post that included her. I asked him, hey, can you take this down? I don't know why you would post that. I'm getting married. I don't like this insinuation. It's still up. It's weird. It's just, I'm gonna issue a trigger warning. Like, this is not for the weak of heart, okay? If you're a little fragile about dudes getting cooked, especially by, like, you know, like, this is, it's like, it's going to bring back painful high school memories of, like, a popular girl that you had a crush on who just says, like, no, that's not what's going on. And she's not even in the wrong in this situation, okay? And maybe the popular girl in high school wasn't in the wrong either, if depending on how you carried yourself. But this hits me harder than systemic racism. As a black man, my soul cries out. It is just, all right, let's just watch.
Hey, so I know they're talking this thing, and I don't think I've ever actually like spoken to camera on this app. And I'm a really private person, so to talk about my relationships publicly or anything really personal publicly, to be honest. But I keep seeing all these videos that I'm being tagged in.
A fine woman calling you a was dark man, nothing hurts word. Yeah, no. It's just like, yeah, ramen is out. You know what I mean? Every time Shamik Moore, anytime Shamik Moore has ramen for the rest of his life, he's gonna think about this moment where he got brutalized. He had a response. Oh no. Oh hell no. Oh no. He needs to stop posting, dude.
With another actor and people speculating what that is. It's really annoying me because I'm literally engaged and that's important to me. And, you know, I'm in Hollywood, I get it, people do PR stunts, whatever. People like to get attention. But when he first posted that video, a friend sent it to me and was like, did you know that he put this up? And I was like, no, because that was taken a year ago at a party when somebody asked us to take photos together, and I guess somebody was filming it. And not sure why he would post that now. And so I texted him, we're not close, like I know him just from around. And I texted him, hey, can you take this down? I'm not sure why you would post that. Also, I'm literally getting married, and I don't like this insinuation that there's something going on between us, if that was your intention. And it's...
Queen, your ramen is getting cold, Queen. Keep slurping it.
Still up. You're just weird. Oh, I'm sorry.
She's like holding it. She's like, I need to get these out. I need to get these fucking words out. Okay? She's holding the fucking spoon. That's how serious this crisis is. Understand the severity. Okay? She's just holding up a spoonful of soup and can't even, takes it up to her mouth and then brings it back down to be like, nope, I got more.
So I'm literally getting married, and I don't like this insinuation that there's something going on between us, if that was your intention. And it's still up.
Enemy UAV inbound.
You're just weird.
We're losing Charlie.
I'm sorry. You're and I'm annoyed. So I just wanted to say something because I don't like that. I don't like that. And my publicist is probably gonna get mad at me because I probably just shouldn't even be talking about this and just let it go. But that's something that's important to me, and I don't like my marriage being disrespected. I don't like feeling disrespect to myself when I ask somebody to take something down that you're using my image to get attention with and not doing it. So yeah, it's weird. Anyways.
Why is she slurping the broth before the noodles? I'm lost. Okay. Eyes on the prize here. What is this? You're focusing on the wrong things here. All right, you're focusing on the wrong things.
That's my man. Thank you for watching.
Anyway, that's it. So basically, Shamik Moore apparently responded to this, literally, like last night, I guess, like early morning.
This is all a misunderstanding. Unfortunately, it's public. You know, it's really the fan fiction, man. It's the commentary. It's that's what's f***ing weird, you know.
Who are these people? They're actors, man. Okay, they're actors. Shameik Moore is the voice actor for Miles Morales. We already covered it, okay? He already had a saga similar to this with Haley Steinfeld, all right? Damn. Also, yeah, he did the Travis Scott filter, which is pretty funny. He's like, oh, the Travis Scott. He went, don't yell at us for not knowing this shit, Lamau. I know. And the other, she was also, she is also an actress. She is also an actress. And she was also, I believe, in one of the Spider-Man. Do you give her a better pause? Okay, here.
But I mean no harm. I mean no harm. I have no ill intent. You know, it's about art for me. You know, the video had the aesthetic of the song. You know, that's it. Wasn't insinuating no relationship. You know, I apologize for the misunderstanding. I do.
Why do you care about this? Not being a dick, I don't get why it's so interesting. Well, one, it's like social dynamics between celebrities. And two, sometimes it's okay to not just do hard type, straight line news content, okay? It's all right. You will be fine. Bro no longer sees color without the hope of a future where they're together. His world is now black and white. Oh, God. Monochromatic apology video is a 5D move. It really does feel less important. Yeah. So, thank you for doing more variety streams. My brain got kind of cooked by the last year. Yeah, don't worry. But it was just like, it's weird because, like, why did you keep it up? Why did you keep it up? You know what I mean? You can just like, well, one, why did you post it? Because you know what it looks like. And then why did you keep it up after she was like, yo, this is weird. Can you take this down, please? Like, what? That's crazy. Bruh, stop. You're digging yourself deeper. What do you mean? You don't understand that video from a year ago had a really good aesthetic and reminded me of the song. Especially when it's like, bro, this is like when content creators make the decision to become like, to become a villain in their own community. And then they just like feed into it. Maybe he wanted to be degraded by a baddie in some ways, ... I get it. I just don't, I don't understand it, okay? I don't understand it because like the Haley Steinfeld thing was already, kind of like an odd situation. And the timing of like how he was tweeting about it when it came out that she was, you know, getting married was like weird, but I don't know why he's going the sneako route of just like, I want everyone to humiliate me. Like, you're an actor, man. You're an actor. Like, why are you crafting your online social media footprint around people clowning on you because you just can't, you know, all these baddies that you've been around that just don't want to be around you, okay? It just comes across as like, oh shit. We should have seen it coming after his banger from 2020. Yeah, I saw this. Someone was posting this. We have to work on our community before blaming everything on racists and police. One, there's still black on black violence that needs to be addressed. And two, if we know that the wrong white person could change our whole life with a false accusation, Benjamin Dixon, shut your ass up and read a goddamn book. Haley x Shameik comp for context.
Miles flirting with Gwen when I'm looking at Haley.
You're looking at her, right?
I was very happy to work with Haley.
Yeah.
I gotta do this. I gotta make a movie.
I'm gonna watch Paper Moon just so I can,
So you know? Oh,
just so I can like be closer to Haley. It's easier looking at Haley trying to get to Gwen, you know what I mean? Not much, Daniel. How are you, Haley?
I am relatable. I am enjoy the Golden Globes.
I think you'd swing from some buildings and
You think so?
just hide on the top of a subway
Yeah.
to get to love, maybe.
Okay. Maybe if I had some security and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Okay, she's gonna love me back.
Right.
Shut up, bro.
Why am I so like jealous?
Damn. Wait, he told Rosa Parks she could have taken a cab? What?
Sorry.
And it's quite beautiful and it's amazing and strong and has all of these qualities that
are valuable.
Bro, this is literally, this is the new Vin Diesel clip. Back in the day, in this community, when chatters would get weird when I had like a female guest on, I have to punish them. The famous Vin Diesel clip from Brazil, where he's like, "Oh, you're so beautiful." This is much worse than that, I think, because it's extended over, it transcends over multiple years.
As a young man, but even before we worked together, like even in the first film, I feel like the chemistry was there, and it was. Too smooth. I'm like, imagine Haley. Jump through a portal across dimensions to be there, and quite frankly, I don't know if I know any.
Oh, she went. Oh my god.
Anybody, I'm willing to jump through a portal. Pied off.
Can you use it as
Maybe he's a method actor, you know? Maybe. I don't know. It's just like, I don't know what else to say about it. This is a Hollywood humiliation ritual? No, I think he's doing it all on his own.
I got pied off. Wait.
Oh no.
I got pied.
Oh dear God. Well, I hope my mind is just gone. It's not what you have to read out on this card next, because I got nothing for you. Pied off?
Pied off. I got pied last night.
Oh my God. What does that mean? Okay.
It means you've been rejected. I'm sorry.
There was a version of that in my brain. For sure. Okay, next. Bog roll. No, this is getting an absolute, this is the jet lag has fully taken over. Wait, here it is in a sentence. You ready?
Yeah.
This will really help you. Can you pick up some bog roll on the way home? It's something you use after the
Wait. It's good. Like,
The lead. Now hold it.
that's right.
Yeah, that's right.
Say it one more time.
The British
I think I
accent.
heard.
I think the real reason why this is cringe is because every single person, myself included, has been in a situation where your feelings for someone was not reciprocated. And considering that this was extended and it's so public, it's extended and it's so public and it's continuing and it doesn't stop, it hurts so much more, you know? Especially because the point is you're supposed to give up, you know? You're supposed to learn, understand that it's not being reciprocated, and just like move on. You know what I mean? Move on to bigger and better things. Move on to things that are more successful for you. And if you don't do that, you know, and especially because it's so public, it's so broadcasted, it's so on camera, it turns into, you know, somewhat of a harassment type situation, you know? But this is a more normal clip, I think.
No, shit.
That's absolutely poppy.
That's awful. Like, terrible. Yeah?
It's rubbish. Like,
Is it? Yeah.
Right? That's shit.
Something that doesn't make sense.
Sorry. Woo! Oh, dear God, that was...
It's like the Japanese soldier stationed on the island who doesn't know the war is over, but in this case you do, and you still won't believe it. Yeah. What is happening in this clip, dude?
It's like little babies or some kid at a ramen spot will hear my voice and then start talking about the movie, just subconsciously like, wow, I can't wait to see this next movie. Yeah.
It's incredible. It's very, very, very surreal. I think I had a moment recently where a commercial came on and I wasn't even paying attention, and I heard your voice and I heard another voice and I heard my own voice, and it was so wild. But it's
Tell people it's like if I was just hanging out with my friends or going by myself. For me, that would be like Stonecrest Mall in Latonia, Georgia, and seeing like people watch Dope.
You should be teaching your chat not to be horny, or this will happen. I mean, look, the point is, you're not a fucking animal, okay? If you have these feelings in your heart, you need to work to make sure that you keep them under control, okay? Because especially in a professional setting, you can never be like this. But even under normal circumstances, you should still not be like this. Because if your goal is to achieve success in the field of dating, for example, okay, openly and actively trying to keep prodding at it over and over and over again when it's not being reciprocated is just gonna, you know, go from haha, that's funny to like, it's kind of cringe. It's very cringe. And then very quickly it turns into, this is toxically cringe. Oh my God, please stop. To danger, danger, danger. Okay? Does that make sense? Lil Bear, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Yeah, it comes across as desperate. And not only does it come across as desperate, it also ruins your chances with other people in the future because now they saw this and they're like, they think less of you. Okay? That's it. So you could be famous, you could be rich, you could be successful, you could be a nice person in other circumstances. I'm sure he is. I've only seen these clips, obviously, so it doesn't present Shamik Moore in the best light. But when you're doing this, and when you basically present yourself as like, even just for the memes and the ha-has, if you present yourself as like constantly going after people who are not interested in you, who are unavailable for very valid reasons, you become a red flag machine.
It was insane. Wow. It was insane for me. This side note, this I have a whole story walking to school where it was my first like police encounter. And anyway, I'll skip past that. The dude was there.
That's the story.
Well, yeah, it was my first encounter, and because I had a reputation at the school, the security dude, we had to walk through metal detectors and stuff. So the security dude was like, no, not that one. He good. He
just
good.
let him pass.
This man had me in cuffs and stuff because my mom packed me a lunchbox and it had like a metal fork and whatever. And he was like, where you supposed to be? I'm walking to school. He didn't believe me. But anyway, we really can't skip past all this. But he was at the theater when I went with a couple of friends and whatever at Stonecrest. He was there, I guess, working at the theater, and I had looked.
Okay, whatever. I don't know what like some of these clips I don't understand. Like, I mean, I don't think this is him being creepy at all. This is just like a horrifying situation that he happened. I don't think he is.
At him, I was like, hold on, you're. Do you remember me?
Yeah.
Cause I remember you, and he's like looking at me. I was like, this poster right here, you put me in the back of your car, bro. You don't remember that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's one of those things that like that's something that came to mind when I think about one of the times I went to see my film.
Wow.
Right.
Yeah.
That's something we talked about earlier, is revenge isn't always doing something to somebody else, it's accomplishing it for yourself.
Yeah.
Anyway. The video from the actors from Homecoming about him, and if you want to see why he's gross. Also, not to be the friend who's too woke, but there's also an element of patriarchy that most people either know consciously or feel subconsciously, i.e. cringe. That's the role of women to pacify men's emotions. So I think this reminds people that the waiter is being polite, not flirting. The girl who smiled at you is being nice, not interested in you type shit. Yeah, there's definitely that element to it for sure. I think it's also, I mean, this is one aspect of that's not, you're not being the friend who's too woke. That's one aspect of the patriarchy that's like made interpersonal communications between men and women difficult. I guess he deleted all of his social media accounts and then restored them to promote his new song titled Clean Slate. He dropped the music after all of this. But also, you know, a lot of people make fun of me for not recognizing when like someone is flirting with me or whatever, okay? But I think I'd much rather be in that situation where I'm oblivious than be in a situation where I am actively over the top, overzealously horny. Okay? I think that's far better. That's all I'm saying, okay? I'd rather be oblivious and aloof than, you know, over the top and aggressive. What is this? Yeah, he deleted his social media accounts and then brought them back to promote this song.
So, I really want to see you again, but take your time for do your thing. And
I'm not even, for the record, I'm not even saying that you should never attempt to flirt with women. Like, that's fucking stupid, okay? I'm not saying that at all. Like, remember the FaZe Kason situation with Pokimane when he took a shot in the dark, right? And everybody clowned on him, and I defended him for doing that because he did it in a gentlemanlike manner, right? He didn't he wasn't over the top. I mean, it still was kind of cringe, and everybody fucking made fun of him at the end of the day, but he did it in a very clean way. He did not, he took a shot. He saw that he had an opportunity to strike. Okay. And he took a shot in the dark and he swung and he missed. And that will happen. Okay. That will happen sometimes. But I think that, the way he did it was was valid. You know what I mean? The way he did it was not to be aggressive, and annoying and over the top. It was classy, right? It was classy. He was just asking to go on a date. And yeah, he took the L graciously and kept it friendly. That's perfect.
We've claimed the advantage.
That's a perfect interaction, I would say. A perfect interaction that ended up in failure, but I think it's important to recognize that as well. Does that make sense? You're not supposed to keep, picking at it over and over again after that. It was a perfect phone call. Exactly. I'm not out here saying that you should undermine yourself and that you should assume that nobody's interested in you at all. It doesn't hurt to try, okay? It does not hurt. It does not hurt to try. It's not a problem. If you take a shot in the dark every now and then. Something that I always explain to people is just you gotta know when to move on. And, recognize that if someone doesn't want to talk to you, that they have a multitude of different reasons for it. And every single one is valid. You just move on to another person. You don't want to. At the end of the day, a thing that I also always used to repeat on chat vice segments back when I used to do them is you don't want someone who doesn't want you anyway. You don't want someone who just pities you at the end of the day and goes, all right, fuck it. Fine, I'll take a shot in the dark. And I think some of that comes from a sense of entitlement where you're
I get the last
I will be able to change her mind. If she gives me the time of day, I'll be able to change her mind. It's no. That's usually not the case. Okay? Now, this doesn't mean that someone might not be appropriate for you in that moment, but then they're more available in the next. That happens as well.
Engaging foot patrol.
But the reality is it's better to move on and let things. It's better to move on and let things organically come into its conclusions. I would even argue that shooting your shot in a gentlemanly way doesn't make that other party uncomfortable is the best way to avoid misinterpreting someone's friendliness and shit like that. Yeah. But like I said, I don't want to discourage people from shooting their shot in general, especially because you never know. You never know. But just always keep it to a gentleman-like manner when you're doing certain things like that. Like, be normal, keep it cool, be respectful, and move on when it's not working. Move on to the next person. There are a billion opportunities out there for you, and you always have to remember that. Some of these things that we talk about, like some of the old tropes, like there's always more fish in the sea. Like, it's real, there is. You know? Oh, you thought this person was your soulmate and it didn't work out. Well, what the fuck? There's a billion other people. You're out of your mind if you think that that was the only person that was going to be your soulmate. You're out of your mind. Elaborate on be normal. It's too vague. I already did in this process explaining it to you when I said, don't go overboard. Don't be too overzealous. Don't be too overeager. Okay? And if you recognize that this person is not interested in you, move on. But that shouldn't discourage you from shooting your shot in a, polite manner. God damn. Just don't take things too personally and get upset or offended when it doesn't work, when things don't work out in the way that you want it to. Fish in the sea narrative is hard for queer dating. No, it's not. The fuck? What do you mean? Why would it be hard for queer dating?
Like an image artifact or something. It's like he's like, okay, I'm gonna shave today, and he just leaves the rest of it. Okay. It looks wrong. Doesn't look right. Okay, so thank you, Cancro, for uploading the online drama news video, my friend. Oh, so what was this actually about?
So antagonistic to me, and it seems like it's because you're under the impression that my channel is about rehabilitating the image of people who you dislike.
Well, it's the same grift Sargon used to run 5 years ago. I used to be an SJW, and I come to Sargon to confess my sins.
Isn't that literally like this guy's like, I used to be a Nazi and now I'm a liberal, so it's wrong for you to bring up the fact that I called for genocide constantly. Like, Kraut really did call for genocide. And I don't want to show the tweets because last time I showed the tweets in a video where I like brought this up, Kraut got his fans, so like he asked his fans on Discord to report the video and he got it age restricted. So like, I'm not going to show the tweets, but if you like Google search, let me find a proper search term so that you guys can find them yourself. So if you search like Kraut Muslim genocide, oh no, I guess you can't search for just Kraut. Hold on.
Stim.
This shit doesn't show up on Google search anymore. Did he actually like manage to get the search listings deleted? That would be incredible.
Triggering scout pulse. Hostile appears KIA. Okay, practice is over.
Breaking out rocket launcher.
That's amazing. Like, this guy tries to hide his, like, who he was literally 5 years ago as, like, a literal fucking neo-Nazi who, like, openly called for the genocide of Muslims to the extent that he got Google to, like, unlist the search results of, like, the blog post that had archived those tweets. That's amazing, man. Like, the guy literally called for the genocide of all Muslims multiple times. Multiple times. And he thinks that he can just get out of that, not with like an apology, not with like a sincere retraction of it all, but just like quietly pivoting to being a liberal who is now justifies the same sort of racism, but with liberalism.
Dry. Get serious, Crimson.
He hates the same exact sort of people, just frames it differently. But yeah, like, it's fucking insane that someone like that would say something like that. Like, oh, you do this grift where these people come and they change side or whatever. He literally tried to do that, except he didn't actually change his beliefs at all. he just found a more socially acceptable way to launder them.
And now you run that grift.
The fake English accent is so fucking obnoxious, man.
It's pretty gross.
Okay, what is a grift?
This is not a natural way of speaking to anyone in the world. Not at all. He's trying so hard every single thing that he says.
Grift? Well, it's a modus of operation on the internet.
All units,
It's a modus of operation. Well, it's a modus of operation on the internet. God, the way that he talks, I've never seen anyone take themselves so seriously. A modus of operation.
We all run grifts. All of us here are grifters. Everyone who makes money on YouTube is a grifter in their own way. I am a grifter.
What's the point of accusing people of being grift? No, a grifter is when you say things
specifying what your grift is.
A grift is when you lie for some sort of personal benefit. So if you believe
that is rich.
You lie in some way, I can address
the entire thing that you do is a lie. You run a PR.
This guy's like proof that you can just say any dumb shit imaginable and like people will take it as like profound and deep just because you're saying it in a British sounding accent. It just has to sound mostly British to Americans, and that's enough. As long as it sounds British to Americans, that's good enough. I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, this is so dumb, of such little consequence. What about the other debate? It's like they're just talking about like petty interpersonal drama where, oh, you are friends with a person who I don't think you should be friends with. Like, holy fuck, man, who cares?
My friends. My beautiful friends, my comrades.
Okay, what did Kraut say about Muslims? Let's find out. Dude, what even happened here? Where's the video? The transcript is so fucking long.
That's something that happens in every country.
Well, here,
whenever you have an immigration push.
Yeah, I think, because I think we can get to that, I think, right now. So your videos have been critical of Islam. That's fine. I'm critical of Islam. But you're also made videos critical of Muslim immigration and...
This is something to, as I said this in my coverage of the Saudi ex-Muslim guy who did a terrorist attack in Germany. For Kraut and others like him, it's not about Islam. It's not about Islam. Islam is just a more acceptable way to launder their racism. They hate all third worlders. They hate all colonized people. They hate all non-white people. Their ultimate ideological goal is to keep the third world subservient to the West to enable their continued opulence, to enable their lifestyle. And Islamophobia is merely a convenient thing because a lot of the people who they target happen to be Muslim. That's why the direction of Kraut's ideology is Western supremacy. Everyone should be, everyone should be in the West sphere of influence. Western imperialism is good, actually.
Destroy the
That is
enemy.
why. It stems from the exact same thing that his Nazism stemmed from. Racism. He just figured out a more acceptable way to be racist. It's that simple.
Integration of migrants and what have you. And I'm sure, and I know, because we've talked about this. Huh?
I think that's an important point to differentiate with. What I dislike heavily is self-segregation and parallel society structures. It's when immigrant communities...
Yet you support Israel. You are a fervent Zionist. You love Israel. Israel is literally a bunch of settler colonists who moved somewhere and self-segregated and excluded the people who already live there and formed their own parallel society until eventually destroying almost entirely the previous society. And you love that. You support that.
Stay the fuck
Why?
out of my way.
Because it was white people doing it to brown people. Because it was people you conceive of
Enemy
as
start coming
Western
in.
aligned, doing it to people you conceive of as the colonized.
seal themselves off. It's not even an immigrant thing. It's when a community of people who differentiate themselves from the rest of society by some banal factor seal themselves off from the rest
He's literally
of society.
describing Israel. He's describing Israel. Oh man, I'm so glad I watched this. What a fucking hypocrite dumbass. This is just, he loves Israel. There's no better example. There's no better example of how this shit works.
Enemy scout post detected.
Like immigrants, like not even immigrants migrating somewhere to take over society or anything, like immigrants migrating somewhere and, like forming their own little communities amongst themselves. Not like trying to subvert the broader society, not like trying to get rid of the people who already live there or anything. No. He's against that. But Israel moves to like Israeli colonists moved to Palestine, literally got rid of all the Palestinians, took over their country and formed their own little parallel segregated society. And he is 100% for that. Why? He conceives of them as Western aligned. He conceives of their victims as not Western aligned. One of those parties is more proximate to whiteness. The other party is further away from it. That's how Kraut decides on who to support in any situation. That's how the West decides on who to support in any situation. It really is that simple, isn't it?
A parallel society, with their own social structure. And this is not necessarily an immigration thing. This is something that you will find also religious cults doing. I mean, evangelical communities in the United States, for example.
So basically, they do not integrate into the German guilt cult of support Israel no matter what. Therefore, they are bad. Like, I can't think of anything dumber that anyone could do than to integrate into German nationalism, into like the official state endorsed version of what a German should be. Anyone who doesn't do that is great and based. I mean, that's all I need to see to like spot an immediate contradiction in everything that he says. It's so easy to see the contradiction in anything this guy says because it's so it's just so banal. It's like he doesn't really have anything profound to say. All that he can do is plagiarize Francis Fukuyama, like 30 years after Fukuyama wrote the shitty pop books that have since been proven wrong by history itself, that is plagiarizing. And he can't even spot the contradictions in his own ideology. Like, this guy is a fervent pro-Israel, like genocidal Zionist who supports Israel unconditionally. And here he is telling you that it's wrong to do like a fraction of what the Israelis did to Palestine. Not even hurting anyone else in this case of the migrants. It's not comparable. It's just, but the things that he's saying easily denounce Israel, and Israel is like, what he's saying isn't even bad, by the way. But the things that he's saying, the Israelis did those, except they did them in a way that was exclusionary, that got rid of the people who already lived there beforehand. And he's fine with that. He supports it 100%. That's all you need to see. Kraut debunked forever. Now he's going to whine about this and claim that I am harassing him with a gang stalking campaign because I responded to him making an argument for his hatred of colonized people, of non-white people, people who he considers less close to whiteness, because I spotted a contradiction that lays bare what it's actually about for him, which is racism. Western imperialist racist. That's simple. Now give me all your money so that I can sue Kraut for defamation in an Austrian court. Give me your fucking money now. I'll ban all of you if you don't give me your money. Every single one with no money, ban. I keep a list, trust me.
We've taken control. Sentry turns live. Deploy care package. Ion authorizing Watchdog Kilo operations.
Target dropped.
Hold up, we got a couple of permanent bans to hand out. Particularly for not sending me money. You guys are about to feel the fury. You guys are about... I've talked about Australian politics. I don't care about Australian politics. Why should I? Fuck Australia. Should be taken over immediately by China. China, invade now. What do I think of liberals trying to say that Assam and these types of hated freedom around? I mean, I already made videos on that. I'm not going to respond to people who are just asking questions that I've already literally made videos on. I need at least $500. You could either donate to me or you could donate to the CEO Killer's legal fund. It's a rough choice, but I think I'm more important.
God damn, I love this.
Anyway,
Hotel Sierra.
I guess I'll see ya. Now remember, do not watch anime or you'll be permanently banned.
I think I'm the only person on the planet who gets his human.
They're speculating claims. nothing had happened. One of these times was in a tweet. She said, "Again, I can only say what I experience, hear, and see. Everyone on that trip was nothing but kind and wonderful to me. Over the top so. I have a vlog where I'm in tears over what a great time I had. I don't know what else to say." And many people began speculating that she was going so hard in defending him because she was scared of retaliation, which is literally what she said in that text response to Tab in the first place. So it's not hard to believe at all. However, despite her remaining loyal and covering for him, Jeffree promptly unfollowed her on Instagram and Twitter, which is something that she would bring up on episode 5 of Frenemies, which is an iconic episode, by the way. It ends in a fight with Uncle Fester.
Jeffree Star unfollowed me. I don't know why, but that's...
He unfollowed you?
Well, I think we had like a little issue earlier this summer where I didn't like defend him as hard as I defended Shane, so I feel like maybe there was an issue there. I don't know. Jeffree, I'm sorry. We had a little issue in Vegas.
But funnily enough, she says when she found out that he unfollowed her, she panicked and also unfollowed him and then felt guilty about it for some reason.
Because I saw the dramas like Jeffree Star unfollows Trisha, and I'm like, oh my god, should I unfollow him too? And I did, but now I feel bad.
But anyways, Trisha ended up making a vlog shortly after this at Arby's, where she briefly mentions her Vegas trip again. And I can't find this video for the freaking life of me. A ton of T pages from the time mention it, but don't link it or have any footage from it. So I guess just take my word of the Arby's lore. But in this video, she explains how she feels bad for having publicly commented on their beef, because in her words, Shane was in her ear telling her how sad and alone Jeffree was. So just give him some grace. I know he like told you to yourself, but just give him some grace. So basically, she was completely gaslighted into rationalizing his bullying, and the only truly negative thing that she has to say, it really sucked that his wig guy ripped me off. Wig guy, that was it. She didn't say his name and went into no further detail about that. But 1 week later, this hair guy in question, Hair by Jay, would catch wind of it and proceeded to go on a live stream reacting to it, losing his shit, crashing out, unleashing his demons. He starts off straight up denying claims that he was ever mean to her on the Vegas trip, saying he's always been nice to her. She's lying, blah, blah, blah. She's lying.
How did I charge you more, you dumb bitch, if I was actually the one that liked you?
And then he quickly spirals into calling her extremely vulgar and cruel names, like making fun of her weight.
Maybe she should go on a diet and get lipo on her motherfucking brain, because maybe all that fat is up her brain from thinking.
Calling her a walrus.
I was actually nice to the stupid looking.
Making fun of her skin, like saying she has warts, and like calling her poor. And he expected that to somehow disprove that he and Jeffree had ever called her those names. And it's just like, you clearly already had those insults in your roster. Like, that is so specific. A walrus. And to make matters even crazier, he then threatens her with physical violence, saying he's gonna beat her up. And by the time he's done with her, she's gonna look anorexic, whatever that means.
Bitch, I will destroy you, bitch. By the time I'm done with you, you're gonna look anorexic.
And he's saying all of this while giving the camera a 1,000-yard stare. And it's almost beautiful how effortlessly he corroborated Tab and Trisha's stories, simply by being a biatch.
I'm actually a nice person.
And listen, we all know that Trisha's problematic as hell, and we'll get into that more later, but it is simply sad to see someone treated like this regardless. Now, shortly after this live stream, Trisha posted a video titled "Why I'm Scared of Jeffree" and Hair by Jay. And in this, Trisha's reacting to Jay's live stream, she's crying, and she finally comes clean about everything that happened to Vegas, no holding back, and explains that she didn't say anything when it all went down because she was afraid Jeffree's stans would come after her. Valid as hell. But not only that, she also reveals that Jay allegedly doxed her house, her business name, and stood outside her house on 2 separate occasions taking pictures of her car. And she came with receipts. Like, she literally has text messages messages with her security guard about this.
This video was very threatening, so I told my security guard outside. That was his response. And then he said he thought he was with them, and then he was in a black Dodge sport car outside my house. I'm honestly like just so scared.
He's so fucking crazy. And in response to this video that literally made him look like such an asshole, a stalker, a literal criminal, he gets on another live stream wearing a Chucky shirt, doing Chucky behavior, okay, reacting to her video, starting to backpedal on everything he just said, probably because he's getting exposed and because Jeffree is scolding him behind the scenes.
There's no need to apologize for something that I knew I was saying, okay? When someone is upset, you don't say
you need to apologize.
Things to make that person feel bad.
But even as he's backpedaling, he's simultaneously trying to justify everything he said. Meanwhile, the entire comment section is spamming him with clown emojis. This dude is dumb as rocks. Go make wigs in Clown City and Clown Jail. After this live stream, though, Jeffree's fans would fly out in hordes to Twitter to finally call him out. But after this live stream, Jeffree's fans would fly out in hordes to finally call Jeffree out on Twitter. One of which said, if you support what was said to Trisha Paytas in that video, you are trash. I don't care what kind of money you have. That is mean girl behavior. You need to apologize and fire Hereby J. To which Jeffree replied, I have personally apologized to Trisha Paytas several times last year about Vegas, and she never responded, which is her right. I respected it, and what happened is between us. Don't drag me into new drama. Not interested. What someone else says does not represent me. But Jeffree didn't know he was actually fucked, because Trisha then replied like this: if you didn't want to be involved in the drama, why is he speaking your name in the video on your behalf, confirming all the horrid shit you guys said about me? I have been cool, but he is speaking on your behalf multiple times in all of his feeds. And then finally, after a lot more pressure from fans, he specifically condoned what Jay said. I've already said my piece to her, and if she wants to call or text me back, she will. What Jay said on live was effing disgusting and does not reflect how I've ever felt. I shouldn't have to say that, but I'm screaming it. But his fans were not gonna let up, and one of them wrote this tweet: why would you want that little shit working for you? You're a professional business owner. Don't have people like that in your life. What he said was so incredibly mean and wrong. He's a little bully, and you are better than that. To which Jeffree then claimed, I've been in Wyoming and had no idea what has been going on. Just catching up now, and I'm horrified by what he said. Let's not pretend I had any part in that. The fuck of it all, though, is that he's lying, because Jay live streamed his video on the 5th, and in the background of Jeffree's Kanye video, which was published on the 7th, Jay can be seen in Jeffree's house. Oh, and another thing, okay? Jay and Jeffree both did this. So for him to say, oh, I can't believe he said those things is fork found in kitchen, eyeshadow brush found in makeup bag. But alas, since Jay blew himself up and his 2 kids,
my brother Josh blew himself up and his 2 kids,
and made himself look like an asshole, Jeffree was able to use him as a human shield, Dramageddon 1 style. And so, of course, he went out of his way to let everyone know that he was unfollowing him on Instagram by posting this on Twitter. Good morning to everyone except that guy who used to do my hair. I always hold the people around me accountable. I know that's hard for some people to believe, but I'm a grown-ass man, and 2021 will only be full of good energy. 100 emoji. You could post as many 100 emojis as you'd like. That doesn't change the fact that just a few weeks later, February 14th, 2020, he literally followed Jay back on Instagram. And then Jay posted a thumbnail of Jeffree's new video captioned, wig colored and installed by me. And after that, their relationship would only continue. He even posted a photo with him on Maine later that same year.
He's like, good morning to everyone but that guy, that hair guy that said rude things to
And then
Trisha.
unfollowed him and
literally 5
5 days later, blocked you, followed him back.
Tagged him.
Well, hold on. Remember how Jeffrey made that tweet about saying sorry to Trisha Paytas? Like in his own words, I apologized for this, right? Well, more recently, okay, he did a TikTok live stream where he tries to completely rewrite history.
So awful to me on his Vegas trip a year ago.
Saying Trisha made up these horrible lies about him to ruin his career.
It was so crazy, y'all. This uploaded a vlog about our trip. It was so beautiful and amazing. 4 months later, deletes it, makes up all the lies.
Like, does this man just think no one remembers his public statements?
It was so horrible for my mental health. She's awful. She's an evil person.
Liar! I mean, shit. He even still follows Jay on Instagram and works with him to this very day in 2024. But okay, so let's get back to Tab David. What was the fate of this man? Because need I mention, he was visibly scared throughout this entire video. So it's probably not that much of a surprise that right after this upload, he deleted it. However, Sanders Kennedy, another T channel at the time, would later re-upload it with Tab's permission. Tab was simply scared to hard launch himself onto Jeffrey's shit list. And you know what? He was kind of right to be scared, because he would soon be receiving this voice message from Jeffrey.
Girl, how much did you smoke today? I told you to grow out your facial hair, and I checked on you after your breakup. This is actually the last thing me and you spoke about. That is the most craziest, manipulative, most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire life. I know you're upset. Your boyfriend left you. He stopped loving you. Your roommate moved out. You attacked Fenty. They didn't respond, and now people are coming for you for supporting me. So you trying to flip the script, make up a bunch of lies, and make me the devil is so boring. Girl.
Jeffree Star is like the most critical of insults, in the sense that he's always prepared to be mean in like a new and creative way. And by the way, January 2020 was when Jeffree announced that he had broken up with Nate. So him bringing up Tab getting dumped is just like an extra low blow on top of it, let alone the goatee. Oh my God, leave him alone.
By the way, cute goatee. Come back to Earth.
But later this same day, Cameron Lester, who is a beauty YouTuber and model that had worked with Jeffree for several photo shoots, posted a 20-minute IGTV video. By the way, throw back, I forgot about IGTV, and also Instagram Shop. No shade, by the way, he probably posted there because he was nervous about backlash, which makes sense considering this video was titled Fear and Manipulation in the Beauty Community. And in this video, which is no longer up, he says that he no longer supports Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson because there were several uncomfortable and aggressive interactions that he had with both of them. So firstly, Cameron says that at one point, Jeffree came up to him and he randomly asked him if he likes James Charles, which he says threw him off because it came out of absolute nowhere. And it wasn't just that, it was the way he said it that made Cameron feel like he had to like choose a side.
Remember, there was this instance where he was like asking me if I like James or not. And if you guys know me, James helped me with my career when I first got into the beauty space and tell my HIV story. Like, he's always been very supportive of me.
But Cameron was honest and told him that James had really helped him come into the beauty community and that he had always been supportive of him. And in response to that, Jeffree said, well, you don't owe him forever.
And he was like, well, you don't fucking owe him forever.
Like, jeez. And this interaction would soon turn even more ominous when Rich Lux,
oh, hi, Rich Lux, how are ya?
Triangle guy, told him that Jeffree said, I think Cam is pro James. And that Jeffree said that he thought Cam was talking to James at the Louis Vuitton store.
Rich Lux told me that Jeffree thought I was talking to James at the Louis Vuitton store. And from that, when I was in that car, I knew that he automatically just didn't trust me off the jump.
Okay, so weird, you know? Why is he keeping tabs on his interactions with James? Why does that matter? Also, I thought they were friends. But you know what? It gets even more ominous because Cameron says he saw Shane Dawson cursing out James Charles. During the conversation that Cameron overheard, afterward, Shane called James fake and mentioned how he needed to be humble.
Shane was going off and talking, cursing out names on FaceTime with Jeffrey.
And this is actually huge, okay? Big if true, because he's fake and he needs to be humble isn't exactly something you would say if you were trying to free the world of a child. Like, imagine if Chris Hansen were to pull up on a predator and the decoy and was like, you're surrounded and the cops say you're fake and that you need to be humble. Wouldn't it be funny if Jeffree Star and Chris Hansen were to sit down for an interview or something? Oh wait, that's a thing that already happened? But let's stay on track, okay? Cameron also says that Jeffree is, surprise, again, racist.
I was kind of like the token black kid.
Like, bro, how many people need to say this about you before people believe it? So at another point in their work relationship, Cameron had asked Jeffree about Jackie Ina because he was a huge fan of both of them, and it, you know, it bothered him that they had this crazy blow up. And Jeffree replied with this violence. So Cam said he kind of shut it down and said she doesn't deserve a spot on my platform. To which Cam, being way too nice, says it's understandable and it is his platform and he has all the rights to do whatever he wants with his platform. I just left it at that. I was definitely hurt as a black boy and as a black influencer who loves Jackie that he was not trying to grow or amend that disconnect or wrongdoing he has done. Jesus Christ, you could ask this guy, what time is it? And he'd be like, you don't deserve to know the fucking time. But another instance of like racism / like microaggressions was that he felt very tokenized by Jeffree. For example, Cam was actually only introduced on Jeffree's main channel to showcase a new Morphe foundation when it came out. And this particular foundation had received a lot of backlash due to a lack in shade ring. So it was him and another black influencer there trying it on to hypothetically kind of be like, see, we do have a lot of shades, guys, and this could work for a lot of people, guys. And if you think that's a stretch, like, oh, well, this isn't Jeffree's foundation that's lacking the shades that he's like trying to defend. No, okay? Jeffree, allegedly, I have to say alleged and I hate it, okay, had invested a lot of money into Morphe, okay? Like, allegedly, he is the co-owner, or was the, and he even says it on camera this one time, oh, I've invested a lot of money in Morphe, so...
Yeah, so it's called Morphe Brushes. So it's like a company that I've invested in, and I have my own brand in the store. So we have 75 stores opening this year by Christmas.
There's no... Point blank, he has a reason to try to defend this shadeless foundation. But Cam goes on to say, once he began questioning things too much, he was replaced in Jeffree's campaign with his ex-best friend, which to him felt like a way to get back at him or punish him for not just agreeing with whatever the hell Jeffree and Shane had to say. And he's been afraid to say literally any of this because Jeffree is so powerful and could potentially get him blacklisted from the beauty community. And again, you might totally think, oh, that ex-best friend thing is kind of a reach. I don't think so. I think Jeffree is that petty. But anyways, after Cam opened up about all this, drama channels hopped on this information like a fly on fruit. And the next day, Ashley Kyle, who ran a popular tea channel, made a statement confessing that Jeffree Star was feeding her exclusive information by sister. And it wasn't just her. She says that Dustin Daly, another tea channel, was getting fed that same information as well. Okay, and this gets really, really interesting because the next day, yet another channel called The Viewer's Choice corroborated Ashley's story, saying that him, Dustin Daly, and Ashley were all playing Dead by Daylight one night. By the way, that's my favorite multiplayer. I love that game. But they were playing before By Sister, BBS, and Ashley said, and I quote, something big is gonna happen. I don't know what exactly, but we need to prepare. Shane Dawson saying James Charles needs to be humbled. Jeffrey punishing Cam because he says he likes James. And now we find out he was feeding T channels information about Bi-Sister before it Bi-Sistered. What does this all add up to? And I really shouldn't have to say this, but I saw like one comment bring it up in the last video. I do not like James Charles. I do not support James Charles. I am not defending James Charles. If you want to learn more about James Charles, watch the James Charles video, okay? I am simply listing out Jeffrey's involvement and what he has done in the whole storyline. Please don't come for me. But this brings me to the Jeffree Star times Chris Hansen collab that I mentioned earlier. On April 22nd, Jeffree and Chris would make contact, with Jeffree tweeting out at Chris Hansen, "So good talking with you today. We'll speak more later this week." And just 4 days later, he would be interviewed by Chris about his involvement with Davi Vanity. Now, to give some background, 1 month prior to this, a detailed Business Insider article was published about Davi's crimes, as well as Damien Leonhardt's story, which led to a domino effect of T Mimi doing a series on her YouTube channel about not only Davi, but specifically Jeffree's involvement and lies, all of which caused some online discourse and backlash towards Jeffree. So in short, he definitely did this interview to try and save his own ass and his reputation regarding this situation, and most definitely not because he actually cares about Davi's victims, because I do not think he does at all. Let me give you a play-by-play, okay? It's April 26th. It's the day of this interview. Chris Hansen's tweet goes up about it, and people immediately click. They want to see how Jeffree could possibly defend himself. They start watching, and it is probably one of the craziest crossovers of all time. I truly had to take a moment to absorb what I was seeing here, because this was not even a normal interview. This was a live stream, and literally the entire time the chat is all yelling, "Jeffree, what about the tweets? Ask him about the tweets." And just to jog your memory, I am of course referencing the tweets where Jeffree accused Davi Vanity of being a predator and then still worked with him again. And just mentally prepare yourself, y'all, because this whole stream is littered with lies. In fact, one of Jeffree's first claims in the video is that he's never had a sip of alcohol, and he was never a party animal, so he was never really around blood on the dance floor.
People may know this or may not know this about me. I don't drink. I am not a partier. So they were very into partying, drinking, alcohol, and my crew was not into that. We didn't hang out a lot.
He's also constantly trying to distance himself from the situation, saying shit like this. Blood on the Dance Floor and Jeffree Star, the musician, did a lot of tours separately. Jeffree Star and Jeffree Star, the musician, are both still you. No? You are the same person? Anyways though, Chris really gets the convo going when he asks Jeffree the lore of how he felt about Davi in the past and in the present. And Jeffree says,
like, this kid almost like wouldn't go away as like a fan, and then he became kind of bigger on MySpace. It's almost like he went from being a fan to like a musician.
He truly paints Davi to be some sort of obsessed, annoying fan that he simply couldn't get rid of. He also is sure to say, he and Davi were never best friends.
Davi was never my brother. We were never best friends.
You sure about that? You sure about that's not why?
Which, all of this, given the context that came before us, as Kamala once said,
"You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you."
Too soon.
No sense. If this person was a brother to you, as you stated yourself, wouldn't this come as a surprise that he was a monster? Chris then asks him to specifically address the video that I mentioned earlier, you know, of Davi with him on stage while Jeffree was on the stage with him. And this girl in question that Davi was grinding with later was identified to be 13 years old. So yeah. But Jeffree's defense of himself is that at the time, shows were very vulgar and punk rock, and it was standard to bring anyone up on the stage and dance, regardless of their age. And he shouldn't be held responsible responsible for something Davi did on stage. To that I have to say, I have seen the clip in question, unfortunately, and the girl definitely 100% without a shadow of a doubt looked 13. I understand sometimes it might be hard to clock somebody's age, but I'm telling you there's no fucking way. So it is very weird to have been complicit in that and not feel any sort of guilt about it. Like, Jeffrey was 25 at the time, okay? His brain had finished cooking that. But this interview actually ended up surprising me because, shockingly, at one point, Jeffrey actually does bring up and elaborate on those tweets. You know, those. And his explanation for this was that although it was believable that Davi was a sex offender because he had witnessed him doing, air quotes, inappropriate behavior, he had never seen a crime, nor were there any formal charges against him.
Yeah, I've witnessed him be very appropriate with people that were underage. Have I witnessed an actual crime? No.
So therefore, Jeffrey gets to do his classic argument. Was it real? Yes. Did I tweet some things? Yes. But did I witness a crime? No, absolutely not. Do I think Jeffree Star is lying? Yes. Do I think that we should believe him? No, absolutely not. The fact that it was believable that somebody who you were publicly supporting was a like, that should literally be enough. If you think, hey, this guy might be a pedophile, that should be more than enough for you to stop talking to them. Like, are you kidding me? I don't understand this mentality. And he doesn't elaborate further on what he means by inappropriate behavior towards minors. As if that's not a fucking huge deal. Like, oh, I didn't see a crime. He was only inappropriate towards minors. Like, he only, like, said crazy things to them. Huh? And to make matters worse, Jeffrey says he was aware of the Denver, Colorado concert incident.
Were you around during the Colorado incident when he was questioned by authorities?
No, but I heard about it because obviously being in the same scene, it was like, whoa.
But that Davi was a mass manipulator.
He, being the master manipulator that he really tricked us all into thinking, hey, I'm actually not that person.
That convinced everyone that the victim had lied.
And he really buried it as like, oh, this girl didn't get what she wanted from me, or I don't know what was the actual context, but he lied and really made us all think that this girl was lying.
Jeffrey then attempts to explain why it makes sense that he decided to work with them again. So, according to him, directly after tweeting that Davi was a pet, Davi called him to beg him not to believe what everyone was saying.
He had reached out to me again, begging me to not believe what everyone had said.
And so Jeffrey took it into his own hands to investigate whether or not he should still perform with them.
So I did my own research.
Which to him meant asking like 3 likely very biased people if they'd seen Davi then Jeffrey first called Javon Monroe.
And I reached out to Jay. Never seen anything, Jeffrey. Davi's great.
Hey, guy who gets paid by Davi, have you seen him? Anyone? He took his word for it. Like, okay, Jay, I believe you, and you're smart and you're talented, and good job. Jeffrey then reached out to a woman named Brandy.
So I reached out to Brandy. Now, Brandy Wynn was a band member of Blood on the Dance Floor for years and years.
Who was the violinist for Blood on the Dance Floor? By the way, I don't know what songs they could possibly have that require a violin. This is what their music sounds like. But he asked her if she had ever seen anything illegal. Because if so, then he wasn't going to do the tour with them.
So I reached out to Brandy. Now, Brandy Wynn was a band member of Blood on the Dance Floor for years and years. I said, Brandy, have you ever seen anything illegal?
And in response, Brandy said she had seen some inappropriate things, but nothing illegal.
And she, as a mother, said, Jeffrey, I've seen inappropriate things, but nothing illegal. You know, Davi is offensive and crass and da-da-da-da. I took her word for it.
Again, shouldn't that be enough for y'all? Am I smoking crystallized blue Breaking Bad meth right now? Or does this not make sense? Or regardless of this being entirely irrational, Jeffrey continues.
She's older. She's 40 years old. And I took her word and I looked him on my last Sure.
And then he does yet another classic Jeffrey move because he begins deflecting any wrongdoings onto Javon Monroe.
So Jay, if you're watching this now, you need to do the right thing because you were there. You lived with this man for like a third of your life.
But Chris Hansen then changes the subject and asks Jeffrey about yet another controversial video of Jeffrey. And this is a video that had recently resurfaced from his MySpace era, in which he's kicking a drunk guy out of his bathroom. And I won't play you the clip because it just feels really weird and gross to show it here. But this poor guy is in Jeffrey's apartment, clearly struggling on the floor and vomiting profusely into the toilet. Like, he can't stand up and his pants are down. And it is quite clear that he is not in the state of mind to pull them up. But despite this guy being in like the most vulnerable position, Jeffrey and his friend decide to bully him as if that's gonna help the situation. And what's even more gross is that Jeffrey says he enjoyed underwhelming effort. And then he and his friend practically shove the guy down the stairs, with the last thing Jeffrey says being, "I'll kill you." And dude, even if all of this is jokes to them, it is so cruel and wildly inappropriate. If this person on the floor was a girl, people would surely have brought this up and said there was a huge chance of sexual superhero or something, especially with the disgusting comment that Jeffrey made. Like, the fact that this clip only came up recently is very shocking. And Chris actually picked up on how gross this really is and warns him that people might think Jeff is a predator himself. But Jeffrey claims that they called a cab for this guy and they pushed him in and sent him on his way home. And that clip of them was in the full-length version of that video. And that version used to be on his YouTube channel and people had seen it. So you know it's real because people out there have seen it. He tries to state this as a fact, like, yeah, people have seen this. They know that this is true. However, in every single clip that I find of this online, there is no cab getting hailed. It's just abusive. So this is probably just another lie. It even sort of reminds me of that one time in J-Star episode 1 when he says that JS inside of a star has always been a logo that's been on his merch. Just look it up. Yet when you look it up, you find nothing. Like, Jeffrey truly just banks on people not Googling anything about him. But Jeffrey goes on to say that nothing sexual happened between them and that the two of them talked the next day on MySpace and the guy just said that he felt embarrassed and that was that. Honestly, Chris is pretty dismissive of this situation, which blows chunks because it totally could have been a crime. And also, Chris never brings up Jeffrey's own allegations. We'll get to that in a second. It is a lot of information and it is all very bad. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, guys. But these aren't the only thing Chris flops at. He also fails to mention Damien, aka Jesse Slaughter, who literally said Jeffrey witnessed things. They said he saw Davi kiss them.
Actually had to do with Jeffree Star, where you talked about how both he and Jay knew the relationship between you and Davi and actually witnessed him kissing.
They witnessed many girls kissing him.
Yeah, I've witnessed him be very appropriate with people that were underage.
So, like, Chris, you are not seating the way you used to seat. What happened?
Have I witnessed an actual crime? No.
Honestly, I truly suspect Chris and Jeffrey might have come to some sort of agreement.
What did you witness?
Beforehand, because the chat is quite literally begging them to talk about Damien. Ultimately, Jeffrey says that people are using him as a scapegoat when they should be focusing on Davi. To which I say, criticizing your behavior and holding Davi accountable are not mutually exclusive. And right before this interview ends, Jeffrey says something absolutely rich. Okay, he says if it were up to him, he would punish Davi with the firing squad.
I don't care what anyone says about me. Davi vanity is disgusting. If I was the judge and I could give Davi a punishment, it would be the firing squad.
Bro, I say to this with the most offense intended. If that's your opinion, maybe consider the severity of the punishment you should have as well. Because you're on thin ice, man, very, very thin. You are a criminal in my opinion. Overall, this interview was mishandled. Chris Hansen, for shame. That's why you're on Cameo now, bro. Shaking my head. Just 2 days later, Jeffree would go on Keemstar's podcast called Mom's Basement, and in it, both the topic of blood on the dance floor and James Charles are brought up. And this interview becomes way more important than I originally expected. So in the beginning, Jeffree starts kind of using the same talking points as he did on Chris Hansen, just saying that Davi was a Jeffree Star wannabe. But for some reason, Jeffree acts really annoyed that people are bringing up his old tweets where he called Davi out. He just goes, "Oh, we're not doing this."
Oh, we're not doing this.
We're not doing what? You called someone a and then changed your mind. We are doing this. Jeffree also, again, downplays the experience of the 13-year-old that Davi molested on stage, saying he's grabbing someone and bringing them on stage, not like every rock show you've ever been to.
Jeffree and Davi grab people from the crowd and dance with them on stage. Is that not every rock show you've ever been to as a kid?
Like, so conveniently saying people rather than the actual thing we're talking about, which is a child. He then tries to Jeff-splain that while he was on Chris Hansen, he had said, and as you probably remember, he had seen some inappropriate things, but nothing illegal. But people are taking his words and twisting them around, because by inappropriate things, he only meant that Davi brought people up on stage and danced with them. But like, that conveniently leaves out the part where these people in question were actually children. Isn't it interesting how much he talks like a politician? But then we do end up treading new territory. Because shockingly, and this really surprised me, Jeffree actually brings up Damien here. And their whole claim that Jeffree had seen Davi kiss them. To which he gives the greatest explanation of all time.
One person has said that they saw me in an environment where they were alone with him and kissing me. Like, you guys, absolutely not.
You guys, absolutely not.
This person, their mother dropped them off at 11 years old to hang out with rock stars and partying. I wasn't around that environment. I don't party. I was always kept to myself.
They're taking C.
Really? Jeffree keeps on lying, and that is really cool and great for society. Let's keep this guy around, guys. This makes me want to start slamming my head into the cash register like Squidward that one time. Because I cannot believe the words that I am hearing. Legitimately, we are all so beyond gaslighted by this man. Please, 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 for the love of God, stop supporting him. I'm looking at you, Tim. Look, I'm looking at you. What really makes this interview so bizarre and truly interesting to me is that when the really hard questions come up, for example, why Jeffree made those accusatory tweets in the first place, Keemstar's friend, nicknamed Clown, actually genuinely does a better job of interrogating Jeffree than Chris Hansen.
I mean, that's such a misleading tweet, isn't it? That's so misleading.
He even asked Jeffree very skeptically if he feels it's a coincidence that he's come into contact with so many creeps over the years.
Jeffree, a bit of a harder question. Do you find it interesting, like in terms of coincidence, that you've been in contact with so many of these depraved criminals over the years, like the one you just mentioned?
And specifically goes in and asks him a question about this other guy, Ian Watkins, who Jeffree was mutual/friends with on Twitter.
And there's another one called Ian Watkins. He's now a convicted pedophile serving time in prison.
Now, if you already know who the Ian Watkins is, I'm so sorry. And if you don't know, I'm so sorry, because I'm about to tell you. Basically, he's the lead singer of a band called Lost Prophets. And he's presently, like right now, in jail for 35 years. Because he had some of the most heinous shit imaginable on his computer about little girls.
He's very open with the fact that he was just look at this excerpt. Look at one of the passwords he used for his computer.
He even attempted to do things that were so bad, they make Jared from Subway look like an angel.
And he's not remorseful about it either. Like, just read this quote here, where he said he did it for the Lego balls. talking about a
this guy, but he was stabbed in jail last year, so I mean he's alive, but I'm just saying. But in 2010/2011, Jeffrey and Ian tweeted back and forth to each other numerous times on Twitter, and all of these are like flirting and kind of insinuating or talking about hanging out in some way. And Jeffrey claims they never met in person or anything, which very much could be true, but like with Jeffrey, he just lies about everything, and flirting/being even loosely tied to yet another creepy is just not a good look. But to all of this, Clown goes on to say,
Ian did used to flirt with me, we never met.
It's just bizarre that you've had so much contact with these people. There's so many examples of them.
Listen.
Thank you. He's putting Jeffrey on blast so much that Keemstar and his other co-hosts have to step in and be like a mediator of sorts. It's actually so iconic.
Clown, you gotta understand the energy.
Is he attracted to that type of person? Or?
I have no idea who Clown is or what he's done or if he's problematic or anything, but kudos to him in this interview for actually having a f***ing backbone. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Chris Manson. But anyways, they get to the subject of James Charles, and all three of them actually bring up the fact that there is a direct parallel between Jeffrey doing a 180 on Davi and then doing the same thing, a complete 180 on accusing somebody of being on James. And then point blank, ask him if James is a predator. And if he is this another opportunity for him to do the right thing, like with Davi? To which Jeffrey replies with an insanely long pause.
Is James Charles a danger to society? Is he a predator?
That was a long pause.
And I can feel the energy in the room shift to being annoyed, because this is such a serious question, yet Jeffrey just remains laying coy, playing a little game of cat and mouse. But of course that silence alludes to the answer yes. And that prompts him to bring up the infamous voice memo again, stating that he can't share this information without the permission of the alleged victim. And clearly, Jeffrey forgot that he's not in a room surrounded completely with enablers, because he was definitely not expecting Clown to say this.
Yeah, it's similar, but it's people that are in our community that are saying things, and I don't know if they're true or not.
Well, this is exactly the same thing that happened before, right?
Jeffrey then goes radio silent. And it's so funny. More people need to talk shit to Jeffree Star, not Tana Mojo, who answers questions like this.
What did I do wrong? Like, to the core of it, what did people think that I did wrong? They just thought I was a shitty person?
I'll never know. We'll get to that bridge when we get there. But anyways, moving on to the question of whether or not
We're halfway through this 4 hour. Oh, let's go!
If Jeffrey truly believes this is legit, he says, we can pause and I'll let you listen to it.
We can pause and I can go in another room and play Banks, what I have on my phone, and he can determine if he would have sent the same tweet.
To which I have to say and bring up, even if I've already said it, imagine how tormenting this must be for the person who is actually assaulted. And Jeffrey concludes all of the answers to these questions by saying that he doesn't want to out this person or be disrespectful, no matter what he personally believes is true. And by respectful, he of course means dangling the carrot around all willy-nilly. Jeffree Star 0, Clown 100. So after this interview, the Jeffree Star universe went silent for 1 month, meaning he didn't post again on his channel until June 21st, with a video titled First Date Does My Makeup. And this video really isn't noteworthy at all. The guy seems nice, so congratulations, good job that he got away. However, on this same day, something curious began happening, because T-channels began piping up about some alleged insider information they had. Looks by Liam wrote, "Don't tell nobody, but I've heard that Tati will make a video defending James. This is her chance to redeem herself." Then Sebastian Williams wrote, "We were all manipulated. The truth will come out, no matter how hard you try to hide it." And it is possibly worth noting that Jeffrey's comments on that aforementioned video were turned off. I'm not really sure yet if it was because of these tweets, but let's put a pin on that theory. Because 2 days later, on June 23rd, Tati started posting cryptic ass tweets. I hate her. Many of which have now been deleted, but they all hinted about something soon being revealed. Example, you've waited there for me, keep waiting there for me. For someone who claims they are the purveyor of world peace and all things holy, she brings a lot of unnecessary drama onto the web about serious subjects. Anyways, the point is, people are already seeing this and going, what the f is going on? Why is everyone acting so darn outlandish? And then the next day, June 24th, things got even crazier because Blair White posted this on her Snapchat story. I was recently manipulated in a huge way by this man. I was told information by him that's been making my stomach turn for almost a month. Now I'm watching him around my friend Shane to be destroyed over some shit he caused. I'm scared to speak up, but I feel disgusting holding my tongue. Then on June 28th, she would elaborate on just what she meant by that by posting a video titled "By Jeffree Star, You're a Monster." And in this bombshell video, she tells the story of Jeffree manipulating and gaslighting her about both Dobby Vanity and James Charles. So 1 month earlier, after she had released that first Dobby video we talked about, she replied to a fan on Twitter saying that she was thinking about making a video about Jeffree and specifically his involvement with Dobby, and said verbatim, it's really shady. But right after she wrote this, okay, and keep in mind, she didn't at him, she didn't tag him, this was not on his page, okay? Jeffree flies into her DMs and asks if they can FaceTime and asks if he can try to explain himself before she goes on and makes that video. And so she agrees and she gets on this FaceTime and he manages to convince her to not to make that video because he told her so convincingly that a lot of these rumors were false and all the receipts against him were fabricated. However, to her surprise, a few days later when he went on Chris Hansen, his story was completely different than what he told her over the phone.
He said a lot of the things were fake and then went back and said they were real on Chris Hansen and basically showed himself to lie to me.
And like, that's already crazy as f, okay? But she goes on to say, that's not even really what this video is about.
This is not the point of this video. That's how we came into contact.
She says that at one point in their conversation about all this, Jeffree says,
so what's your opinion of James Charles?
And Blair, understandably, says if he's gonna call James a predator and claim that he has receipts, he needed to actually prove it instead of backing away.
I told him my honest view, which is one that I was public with a year ago when it happened. I felt like if you were going to call him a predator and promise that you had the receipts, you should have proven it and you should have provided those receipts and you shouldn't have tried to back out of it.
Jeffree was fine with that critique, but quickly moved on to say, do you want to know what really happened?
I didn't feel that was right. He said, okay, I respect it, but do you want to know the truth?
She then said yes, but would later regret that because that's when Jeffree sent her this infamous voice memo.
He then provided me with receipts of a voice memo. And this is the point where I wish I would have said no, in a way, but in a way not.
And after she listens to it, Jeffree tells her this.
Great, and then Jeffree proceeds to tell me, James will never attack me because I have this on him. I have shit on everyone.
Because I have dirt on everyone, and they know to keep their mouths shut.
I'd like to mention that this is Jeffree and Blair's first interaction, by the way. Like, this is crazy. Like, you just met her and you're gaslighting and you're lying and you're throwing around someone's traumatic voice memo again. But to make things worse, Blair claims that this voice memo is very credible.
From a YouTuber who was allegedly sexually molested by James Charles, and it's credible.
And that she already personally reached out to this YouTuber to ask them if they wanted to speak up or talk about it.
I have privately reached out to this YouTuber and said, hey, and I should never have been told this, but I want to let you know it's okay to go public with your story. It's okay to be heard. It is not my place to out this YouTuber's name at all.
Because she personally has been a victim of SA as well.
Or even just to talk to me if you need to, because I am a survivor myself.
But their response was that they did not want to get involved.
I don't view something like this as gossip that you hold over someone's head or whatever. This is something serious. This is a crime. And just the fact that he's blackmailing people with this is disgusting.
Jeffrey didn't just tell Blair about James, though. He also disclosed the name of another very famous YouTuber who allegedly someone. Blair says she believes that that is credible as well, but that she doesn't know all the details. And this whole thing is really like, what? Unfortunately, it really does seem like James assaulted someone, and just like knowing what we know now about James Charles, that maybe doesn't seem like such a far stretch, but back then he was still in the public's good graces, okay? Like we talked about in part 3, James debunked literally every claim in By Sister except the last one. And that really makes me think that because these idiots like Tati fabricated a bunch of stuff about him, it was easy for him to provide all those receipts for all the stuff that didn't happen, and therefore make people think, well, all of it didn't happen. It's not like there's gonna be one random thing in there that did happen. He disproved everything, right? Does this make sense? God, they're all such fuck-ups. But all this crazy, despicable shit that we've talked about that happened in the last 2 days here got somewhat glazed over, because 2 days later, Tati Westbrook would post, "Breaking my silence." So, since Tati's By Sister video, she had begun uploading on her channel again regularly, but had gone completely AFK on that whole situation. So aside from the people who saw her cryptic ass tweets, this video came as a complete surprise and would turn the already swelling tide of Carmageddon into a full-blown tsunami. In it, Tati claims that she did not make By Sister because of vitamins. She made it because
I did not make my video because of vitamins. I made it as a result of all of the poisonous lies that were fed to me by Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star.
None of which now she believed to actually be true, with the catalyst to all of this being Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson's jealousy of James's massive success.
Yes, I knew that Shane was friends with Jeffree and that they were working together, but I thought to myself, why would Shane Dawson, the king of truth on YouTube, be turning against James Charles unless these things he was saying were true? He told me that something needed to be done to stop him from hurting other people. He shared with me that he was an empath and that he could feel all of my pain. He told me that God had called me to be a beacon of light for the world so that it could be a better place.
So therefore, they manipulated her into creating By Sister so that they could bring down their biggest rival, said Scary Gum and Bear Woman.
It's an evil knife guy.
But she goes on to explain that in early 2019, Jeffree started talking a lot of shit about James in front of her, and that it had become his greatest obsession.
Over the course of the next few weeks, he and Jeffree fed me so much information that I felt sick. Almost every day, there was more information and new allegations. Eventually, I started believing what they were saying because they said they had evidence. By the time the drama around James Charles's promotion of Sugar Bear Hair reached its peak, I was beyond gaslit.
Like every chance he had, he was yapping behind James's back. And after months of escalating hatred and resentment, the cherry on top was that Jeffree told her that James was out of control and a monster. He said James Charles was a monster with many victims. And as we've seen in previous videos, Jeffree did in fact have many tweets alluding to James that were posted 1 month before By Sister was even posted. So it actually isn't that hard for me to believe that Jeffree was talking all this mad shit about him. For example, he had written, "Who else has a draft folder full of tweets they wish they could send out?" I want to keep it so real sometimes about the behind the scenes in the beauty community, ... crystal ball, but I'll let karma do its work like it always does. She then also claims, as the umpteenth person who has done so, that Jeffree shared a very convincing voice memo of one of James's victims, which, as she says, didn't scare her enough to go to the police, but scared her enough to make my sister?
Jeffrey sent me what he claimed was an audio file from an alleged victim. The audio was clearly a small portion of a larger conversation. It wasn't enough for me to contact the authorities. It was enough to scare me.
Interestingly, though, Tati says she believes none of these pieces of evidence were real anymore, but simply fabricated by Jeffrey and Shane. And that she thinks Shane and Jeffrey actually could have staged all of them. And she goes on to literally apologize directly to James. But like, girl, you are 37 years old in 2019 making serious allegations against a 19-year-old based on rumors and which you are not sure are true. Like, yeah, some of these probably are true, but at the time you're saying that you did not know.
I'm sorry that I bought into any of their lies. Believing those lies and allowing myself to be gaslit into making that video is one of the biggest regrets of my life.
That is not an apology. That is shifting blame. An apology is owning up to what you did. I would never accept this apology. Makes me so angry. I hate her so much.
But whether or not Tati actually believed these weren't real at this point, or if she was just trying to save her career and reputation, is still to be determined. Her involvement will forever be bizarre to I and everyone, really. But shortly after this, Shane Dawson would lose his f***ing mind. This is a f***ing lie, and I'm losing my mind. Me, when someone says I use Afterpay too much. Shane would then go on Instagram Live to have a very infamous live reaction to Tati's video.
So how is it that some individual outlets knew something was coming before I...
Because you message drama channels! Oh my god.
I can't even emphasize how bewildered this man is in this video.
I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. This is so fucked! This is taking the objective.
He looks like he's about to explode, and he's literally so flustered. He takes a little Roblox sip of water from the faucet before starting the video.
Oh my god. Okay. I'm live because I can't even process. I need to drink water. I fucking can't process it. This is insane.
Standing with Scout Charlie.
Yeah, that's not the sound effect, okay? That's the original audio. I love this so much. Making fun of Shane Dawson is a lifestyle, it's a hobby, it satisfies the entire food pyramid. Every time you make fun of Shane Dawson, a cat gets its kibbles. But Shane accuses Tati of fake crying.
You are so manipulative. You're fake crying. You are fake crying.
Shane then starts wojacking and unleashes a full-blown scream at the TV.
You are fake crying. That is not real. Oh my god.
And things quickly go downhill from here.
So how is it that so many editorial outlets knew that something was coming before I...
Because you message drama channels.
Directly after breaking my silence and Shane's little freak out, fans turned on both him and Jeffrey very quickly, with many people calling for Morphe to discontinue any sales of the Conspiracy collection. And there was also a resurgence of old problematic tweets and videos from both of them that were just exploding online. And unfortunately for Morphe, they made the worst decision possible and chose to only remove the Conspiracy palette out of the entire collection from their website. And then they just went radio silent, which then snowballed into people full-blown boycotting them, including Queen Jackie Aina, who then blessed Twitter with her grace and reiterated that she believed Jeffrey is a racist, which she has more than enough ammunition to say, by the way. For more information, please revisit Jeffree Star Part 2. But she wrote that she was discontinuing any affiliate codes with Morphe as well as any other brand that platforms racist, aka Jeffree. Then a full 10 days after Tati's video was uploaded, Morphe would drop and cease all commercial activity with Jeffree, making the following statement on their Twitter. Today we made the decision to cease all commercial activity related to Jeffree Star and affiliated products. We expect this to conclude within the coming weeks. As we look to the future, we will continue to share updates on what lies ahead for the Morphe brand. And this was a big statement, considering Jeffrey was one of Morphe's biggest partners. That's how much this boycott scared them. But they had simply acted too late. Like they had already pissed off every group of people. Not just the people who are already in on the boycott, but the people who love Jeffrey. With many of them writing underneath this post, unfollowing, never shopping again, only came for Jeffrey. The only reasons I go to the Morphe store is Jeffree Star Cosmetics. And so, like the fate of many other canceled individuals, Morphe shipped the remainder of the conspiracy collection out to stores like Ross and TJ Maxx, aka where makeup goes to die, which is just beautiful. It really brings a smile to my face, man. It's like Christmas came early because Jeffrey was hurt by this. People started posting pictures of Jeffree Star Cosmetics in these stores. He flipped out on Twitter and he wrote, "I think it's time to sit down and do a video update on how this happened and also how Morphe betrayed me by putting me in UK's TJ Maxx stores earlier this year. I'm done being shamed for these lies." Not only this, but people began to point out his hypocrisy because Jeffrey had previously made fun of his ex-bestie, Kat Von D, for having her makeup brand end up in stores like this.
TJ Maxx is where all my ex-friends go to. What's over here? I'll be over here.
So much so, he felt the need to make a video and address it, where he tries TJ Maxx makeup for the first time. And oh man, in it, he is so clearly trying his hardest to act unbothered, but you can tell he is. Anyways though, the JSC Instagram page finally uploaded a post being like, "We're so sad, I'm crying, what did Morphe do to me?" And that was that. Jeffrey did not make a single peep for 1 week before returning with an iconically bad apology video, doing what's right. A video so cringe, its comments were immediately turned off and has since been deleted. And the video begins with Jeffrey saying a very solemn, "What's up, everybody? How are ya?"
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to my channel.
And I gotta say, I love how committed he is to saying that, regardless of how serious the subject matter is. Like, even in his racism video.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, and that one time he revealed the last of his dark secrets.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to my channel. Hi, how are ya?
But he's like, "Listen, I know last year I said I was gonna stop participating in drama, and I meant that. But now I really, you should trust me."
A year ago, I did a video called Never Doing This Again, and I meant that. And 2020 has been really, really crazy. When I filmed my video called Never Doing It Again, I meant every word in the video.
Wink, 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 wink. But shockingly in this video, he does directly apologize to James for spreading the rumors about him.
I would like to personally apologize to James Charles for the words that I've said and for my actions. If I was really close to someone, I should have had the ability to just simply call them and ask and say, "Hey, these were the things that were being said to me."
Saying they were based on information others were feeding him.
I let people really gas me up, get me going behind the scenes, and I really fell for a lot of things and I got caught up in the hype.
So he's basically saying he got taughtied. Nice try, guys. Only one of you can have that story. But he's not a villain in a movie. He's not gonna release a million text messages.
I'm not a villain in a movie, and today I will not be sitting here showing a million text messages and all these things that allegedly are out there. That's not it. I will not be entertaining it.
Because he doesn't want to create any more drama.
Did I mix myself up in drama? Did I speak on things I shouldn't have speak on? Of course I did. Did I believe certain things instead of asking the source? Did I get caught up in the hype? Did I do dumb shit? 100%. And that is my fault.
Did I do caca? Yes. Did I poop out caca? Yes. Of course I did. Should I have shitted it out? Definitely not. And that is my fault.
Did I slip up? Am I human? Have I done some fucked up things? Of course I have. And that is my fault.
Jeffrey, all your apologies are the same. Please switch it up a little bit. Oh, and your lawyers are telling you to release this information?
And today I will not be sitting here showing a million text messages and all these things that allegedly are out there. That's not it. I will not be entertaining it. My lawyers are entertaining it behind the scenes, but I will not be.
Why would a lawyer ever tell you to do that? That's not their job. Saul Goodman, should I tell everyone this person's business? Should I out a victim online, Saul Goodman? But anyways, he then goes on to defend Shane Dawson because while Jeffrey had remained relatively unbothered by his cancellation, outside of the whole TJ Maxx thing, of course, Shane had remained on a long descent into madness. Like just 4 days before freaking out on that live stream, he had posted a 20-minute apology video going over the various ways in which he's discriminated against people. And I mean, if you haven't seen Shane's old videos, don't worry. We're gonna go over them in his deep dive. But just know that they are, how the f did this happen, racist. Anyways, from what I understand, this apology video was not received too well. I mean, he turned off the comments and there's memes about it, most likely because people felt like he was doing too little, too late. But Jeffrey says, although he doesn't agree with Shane's behavior from 10 years ago, he's one of his best friends, and that the two of them had just ended up in the drama somehow, like as if he has no idea how this could have possibly happened. And because Jeffrey's racism was also brought up at this time, he tries to defend himself and his makeup brand by saying he's always portrayed people of color in his advertising and made shades for every ethnic group.
From the very first ad of my company, I have always shown people of color.
He says this as if it's the ultimate proof that he is not racist and that he's never done anything racist for Jeffree Star Cosmetics, which we know is not true because he literally had Nikita Dragon doing blackface. Not only this, but the treatment of Cameron Lester is a little more than questionable. Regardless, most CEOs adhere to diversity standards. Does that mean they give a... No, of course not. They're only scared of public backlash, unless you're a brand like Ben & Jerry's, of course, which is incredibly base, but that's exceptionally rare. And what's actually crazy is that he's once again trying to divert attention from his whole thing that just went down with James Charles by saying we should be focusing more on important things like Black Lives Matter, as well as the murder of Breonna Taylor.
Now, Breonna Taylor still has no justice. Black trans women are being murdered every day and the news is silent.
And that is a lot to unpack, okay? Like, firstly, people are not crazy for asking you to speak on some crazy things that you said or question you about them, regardless of what else is happening outside of that, because that is not the purpose of the video you are presently making, okay? Secondly, to bring up murdered people of color to say, hey, don't look at what I'm doing is actually really fucked up and despicable. But even if you ignore that, the last thing he does in this video is plug one of his new beauty products.
What is next? You guys know, Jeffree Star Cosmetics will never be slowing down, and I'm so excited for everything that is coming for the rest of 2020.
So, like, are we supposed to focus on more important things, or are we supposed to focus on your newest beauty launch?
I will be back very soon with new videos, new makeup tutorials, and of course, new products.
And his background? Do I even need to say it? How disingenuous does it look to be sitting in your like $20 million mansion looking like a fucking fancy little dog on your golden couch in a pink bathrobe? Like, seriously, who the f let him do this? Most celebrities, when apologizing for something, at least attempt to look vaguely down to earth. An example of this is Mila Kunis and Ashton Kutcher filming in front of like a fucking barn. But get this, he also says,
I've never blackmailed anyone in my life, I've never committed a crime before, and I've never been to jail.
Feeling the need to say this is so funny. No one was even accusing you of committing a crime. Like, where is that coming coming from?
I've never committed a crime before. And
Now, 4 days after Jeff shit the dookie from his mouth, Shane would post an incredibly long and incriminating novella on Twitter, which condemned the beauty community and deflected any involvement he may have had with Dramageddon 2 by basically throwing every other beauty guru under the bus. And when reading this thing, it's extremely clear that he picked up on Jeffree Star's PR tactics. I'm gonna read it to you and let me know if you pick up on the Jeffree-isms. Also, like I said, this is a novella, so if you would like to skip it, it's gonna be in the timestamps below. However, it is hilarious, so I recommend. Welcome to the circus. My final thoughts on the beauty world. A few questions that I have been getting lately. Number 1, did I know that she was thinking about making a video? Yes. 2, did I tell her to make a video? No. Did I have any involvement with the video? No. 4, did I orchestrate it? No. Did I need that kind of drama to make a good series? No. 6, have I ever tried to ruin a career or make someone look bad in my 15 years on YouTube? No. 7, do I have a track record of getting into drama with people and having fights with other YouTubers? No. 8, am I innocent and don't have huge anxiety-provoking regrets about how I could have helped everyone handle everything better? No. I've had a pit in my stomach since it all happened. Love how in his number 8, he accidentally says he is guilty, by the way. But he goes on to say, now onto my final thoughts on the beauty world and my experience in it. The Conspiracy Palette was one of the best experiences of my life. The series with Jeffree changed my life and changed me as a person. It helped me be more confident and stand up for myself, which I've always been bad at. So to honor the series and what I learned from it, I'm gonna say this. The beauty gurus who are always involved in scandals are all the fucking same. They are all attention-seeking, game-playing, egocentric, narcissistic, vengeful, two-faced, time-ticking bombs ready to explode. And I'm over it. Yes, they are talented, creative, smart, and love makeup, but they are also joined on a side of the internet that is obsessed with looks, money, power, fame, screenshots, and subtweets, releasing private texts, voice memos, emails, and other receipts as a way to paint yourself in a particular light or someone else in a bad light is weird to me, and I will never engage in that. That is a game they know how to play well, and I would rather eat my hands off than play it. Yes, Jeffree is on that list of dramatic gurus, and he would admit that. And he will always be family to me, and I love him despite those characteristics. He's very aware of the fact that I don't agree with many of the ways he approaches situations, and I have been very honest with him about needing to make some changes. But as for being in the beauty world, I can't take the drama anymore, and it's not how I am wired, so I'm out. It's draining, exhausting, depressing, and sometimes amazing. But for me, the amazing is outweighed by the bad. I can't have a pit in my stomach every day waiting for the next scandal or the next exposed video. It's going to give me mental health issues, and I'm done caring about it anymore. I've never been involved in drama with another YouTuber ever, and the second I decided to plan a beauty series, boom, I'm in a hurricane. So did I plan Dramageddon? Are you serious? No. Do people in the YouTube world come to me like a grandma and tell me their problems and ask for advice? Yes. Is it easy for me to get wrapped up in something potentially toxic if I think someone I love is hurting or upset? Yes. It's an issue I need to work on and have been working on. When she, Tati, told me how upset she was in person, I had the same reaction the world did when they saw her video. I felt awful for her, and she seemed heartbroken. So I tried to be there for her and be someone she could talk to about it. So was I shocked when she decided to make a video? No. Was I shocked that Tati read his ass for fucking filth? Yes. I wasn't acting. I didn't know it was gonna be that intense. Looking back, I still believe her on a lot of what she said, and I believe she felt it was what she needed to do at the time. Does she regret it? Probably. Does it mean we should see James as some kind of poor, innocent, sweet angel? No. Don't get it twisted. Him and Jeffree have always been at the top of the dramatic guru list, and I mean that with love. Did I warn James about the video? No. Why? For reasons that I will never discuss. We've spoken privately on it, and that's that. Do I think James is the the devil? No. By the way, here comes my favorite part, you guys. Do I think James is the devil? No. Do I think he was a young, egocentric, power-hungry guru who needed to be served a slice of humble pie the size of the fucking Empire State Building? Yes. Has he grown as a person since then? It really seems like it. And that's amazing. I'm truly happy if he's realized how his ego was affecting others, which he did address in his No More Lies video. Do I think Tati is a villain? No. I think Tati was sick of being treated like shit by so many in the beauty world and finally snapped. And damn, did she fucking snap all the way off. Holy shit. She really said fuck it and beat her face for the gods and popped on that ring light and went full Game of Thrones on that shit. Say what you want about her or that video, but that shit will be in the history books. Fucking YouTube Rewind even gave it an acknowledgement. Damn, okay, sorry, back to my rant. Do I think Jeffrey orchestrated this whole situation? No. Tati is a strong woman who made a choice. Do I think Jeffrey was also upset by some issues with James and some of the things he heard behind the scenes? Yes. Was Jeffrey excited to see a competitor fall? Probably. He's Jeffrey fucking Star. What do you expect? I guess I missed the part where he got baptized and devoted his life to Christ. Did Jeffrey take it too far and fuck up big time by tweeting what he did? Yes. And it's one of the biggest regrets of his life. This all happened over a year ago, and I'm really sick of hearing about it and having people constantly using it as a way to keep my name and others tagged together in drama videos. Don't get it twisted. Drama will never end with a lot of these people. It's their game, their survival, their drug. They love it. This specific drama went too far, obviously, and hopefully something like that never happens again. Putting drama in the trailer, as in, his video trailer, was something I regret more than anything in the world, and I'm mad that I chose tea over my morals. Although I did speak to both of them privately about the trailer, I shouldn't have ever done it at all. Drama might be fun to watch, but it's not fun to get wrapped up in, and it's my fault for letting that happen, and I'm sick of being trapped in the middle of it. Do I think this will be the last drama involving these people? Ha 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 ha. No. No, I don't. Do I ever want to be involved ever again? Fuck no. Remember to not expect these gurus to maintain some kind of high moral code, and we shouldn't have some they must be perfect or they'll be canceled mentality. The reason you watch these people is because they are so extra. They are dramatic, and if you keep canceling them and wanting them to go away, then who will you talk about? You don't go to the circus to watch the hay on the ground. You go to watch the over-the-top performers who just want to be liked and want to do whatever they can to get your attention. If you don't want to feed into it, then don't. But before all the drama-free gurus pop off at me and say, well, I'm not involved in drama and I'm perfect. Girl, please. Your top viewed videos are probably top makeup fails and anti-hauls with vomit emojis all over the screen. And that's okay. I love those videos. But let's not pretend that the beauty world isn't negativity first, makeup second. It's just how it is, and I'm sick of people pretending to be so above it all. And with that said, I love watching beauty channels of all sizes, and I will continue to watch and support them. The dramatic ones, the non-dramatic ones, and the ones who genuinely just love to show their makeup skills. Sadly, those channels get way less views for the reasons I have stated above. So go, enjoy the gurus, enjoy the circus. Unsubscribe from me if you're mad that I'm no longer engaging in it. Unsubscribe to the gurus you don't like. Subscribe to the ones you do. Just don't take the beauty world as seriously as I did, or as many of us did in 2019. It's not worth it, and I feel like we all lost a bit of our soul during Dramageddon. As for my channels, I'm done with the beauty world. I love what I was able to create with Jeffrey, and I'm sure people are going to assume I only did it for money. But that's not true. I just am choosing to no longer be a part of that world. I will still watch beauty videos, buy and play with makeup, and be a part of it in my time offline. But as for being a part of it in that world on YouTube, I don't think it's for me. I need to get back to why I started YouTube back in 2005, and that was to make things that bring me joy, not drama. The racism? And to make make movies one day. Makeup will for now just be a fun hobby I have to help with my anxiety, like slime or emotional eating. And that all sounds really good to me right now. And then, you guys, he never wore makeup ever again. And there is so much that's insane about this. For one, if you suspect that James could be a predator at all, I mean, at least enough that you supported Jeffrey through Dramageddon, then how the hell is he not a bad person? And if you're that close to Jeffrey, who you, as you say yourself, was celebrating the fall of James Charles, then how could you possibly have been so removed from it? And after all these years, first with Jeffrey saying that he's not humble and that's why he didn't like him when he was 16, and then with Cameron Lester's allegation that Shane was screaming over the phone that James needed to be humbled, all leading up to this, to him saying he needed to be served a slice of humble pie the size of the Empire State Building, it just doesn't look good for him. Fans were just over it. And while Shane would take over a year to return to YouTube after this, Jeffrey would post a clickbait video titled "Addressing Rumors About Me" just 1 month after these scandals. And of course, with a title like that, people thought he would have something of substance to say. But after watching this video, I realized that he only addresses 2 rumors that are 100,000% irrelevant and just of zero importance. Firstly, the skepticism of his robbery that we discussed in J-Star episode 3.
There's someone that tried to say that there's a police report on Jeffree Star Cosmetics that our warehouse and our robbery that we only had $10,000 of things lost.
And secondly, Grandma Mary.
My grandma Mary, she's her real age is 103.
And I'm not even gonna explain what the hell he said about those 2 things, because you know his ass was lying. It's more so important to know that after this video, his views began plummeting, like a lot. Like after this, he only even got semi-close to his previous views when his video was either controversial or clickbait. And I cannot stress enough how relieving it was for me to see people finally over his bullshit, especially with this next part. We're gonna be getting into some seriously heavy topics, so trigger warning. I'll be marking this chapter accordingly down below. If you are not in the headspace to hear about things like SA and suicide, I highly recommend waiting to watch this until you feel ready, or just skipping right over it to the next section. Just know that it is not good, and we are talking about very, very serious allegations. So, in the Chris Hansen section, I mentioned Jeffrey having his own SA allegations, which, by the way, are shockingly very much not well known. In fact, I had written a decent amount of my research already before even finding this out. There are lists and lists of Jeffrey's controversies, many of which do talk about things like Davi and his racism and anti-Semitism, but rarely do we get to this. This is going to be a very tough amount of information to swallow, but my entire goal with this video series was to explore and unpack the entire history of Jeffrey's career, whether his scandals were petty, narcissistic, or even undoubtedly evil. And I sincerely hope that you choose to believe the victims as I do. On August 23rd, 2020, a man named Gage Arthur did an interview with Christopher Stone, the owner of the website Sticky Drama, which was the same website where 10 years prior, Damian Leonhardt's friend had exposed them for having a sexual relationship with Davi Vanity. And the title of it is Jeffree Star Tased, Drugged, and Raped Me. And in it, Gage recounts this very traumatic incident that allegedly happened. But in 2008, Gage was 17 years old, and he and his roommate had big dreams of being internet celebrities, just like Jeffree Star, because this was the peak of Jeffrey being popular on MySpace, and he had recently acquired his celebrity friends, such as Kat Von D. So he was up there, and so their mutual interests led Jeffrey to begin chatting with them over MySpace. And shortly after this, Gage and his roommate invited him to come visit their apartment in Texas. And during this visit, Jeffrey had immediately begun pursuing Gage, even though he was a teenager.
Germany attack. Well, isn't it just gross how like the USA and its allies can like bomb hundreds of people in Gaza every single day, massacring them in droves because of their race. However, there is like one attack in a Western country, and it is front page news forever for the rest of time. Like you would never see this sort of coverage, like wall-to-wall coverage for that sort of thing. If you even see it mentioned, honestly, the best you might get is like you know, a footnote mention that doesn't actually ascribe blame for it to anyone in particular. And if it ascribes blame to anyone, it would probably be like the victims for bringing it upon themselves. But this attack was apparently committed by like an ex-Muslim, like a Saudi ex-Muslim who moved to Germany in 2006, and he really liked Elon Musk, he really liked Donald Trump, he really liked Alternative to Germany, like the Nazi party basically in Germany these days. He really hated Muslim immigrants, and funnily enough, the reason why he carried out the attack, based on his social media, appears to be that he believed that Germany was Islamizing Europe by allowing too many Muslim refugees in, and his solution to that was to like ram his car into a crowd of people at a Christmas market. That's a pretty interesting decision to make. But I think what's more important about this, aside from, you know, the people dying and stuff, is what this is going to reveal about Western racism, because you're about to find out, if it hasn't already happened, which it might well have, that it's not actually about Islam at all. It's not actually about religion. It's about race. It's about colonial status. It's about proximity to whiteness. And there's this massive current among like ex-Muslims, like not all of them, but the ones who like make it their entire identity to be an ex-Muslim are pretty sus a lot of the time. They like these people most of the time, they are desperately trying to be white. The reason why they are ex-Muslims is not so much because, you know, they hate Islam. It's more because Islam is a religion that is mostly associated with, you know, the wretched of the earth, people who are actively victims of imperialism, colonized directly or indirectly. So by renouncing Islam, whether it's a conscious thing or not, they believe that they are bringing themselves closer to whiteness. And people like this, however, end up finding that as much as they try to bring themselves closer to whiteness, you know, he's a Saudi in the first place. He's not even like a colonized person, not even really one of the people that I'm talking about. But still, they still see Saudis as like allies, but also like allies to keep at an arm's length. You know, allies of convenience rather than allies of values. So you get guys like this who decide, you know, well, I want to be like a part of this superior Western society, and the best way that I can possibly get closest to being a part of the privileged majority in these sorts of societies is by renouncing this religion that is associated with the people who are kept down so that they can economically live comfortable lives. And then they do that, you know, they do everything they possibly can to integrate into these societies, spreading hate against those sorts of people. You know, this one was even like a supporter of like the German Nazi parties who themselves use Islam as like a cover for their racism against mostly Arabs, but also all third world people in general. Like, I mean, you can just think for 2 seconds. Would they be happy with refugees if they were black Christians from Africa? Would they be happy with the refugees then? I'm pretty sure they wouldn't. So let's just say that it's obvious what the real game is here. But, and you know, this guy goes there, he like supports like all the right wingers, he supports all the, you know, the AFD, Alternative to Germany, like their far right sort of Nazi, anti-non-white party. He brings himself as close to whiteness as possible. And you know what he's still going to end up finding is that it's not actually, and him and others are going to end up finding, is that it's not actually about Islam at all. It's about race, colonial status, proximity to the people who are supposed to be kept at arm's length. You know, these people, for Germans, for Westerners, colonized people are like villains in movies and series and video games. You're not supposed to see them out in the street. You're not supposed to see them walking among you. You're supposed to keep them as far away as possible, out of sight, out of mind, until it's time to look at like the footnote news story where they are being massacred by your country or its allies for your benefits. That's what it's all about. Doesn't matter whether they're Islam, whether they're Muslim, doesn't matter whether they're ex-Muslim, doesn't matter whether they're Christian, Doesn't matter whether they're atheists, doesn't matter, none of it matters. The crux of it is that. And it's funny
Nothing
because
matters.
this also, of course, comes with the contradiction in the fact that Western countries need migrants, because otherwise they would completely collapse, because obviously as your country becomes richer and richer, as that sort of thing spurs like more rights for women, as everyone's living standard rises, everyone gets more and more educated comparatively, birth rates go down, so you need immigrants. And you also paradoxically need to ensure that those countries where the immigrants are coming from are kept as poor as possible, so that those people keep immigrating. So the immigrants come and they need them, but they also hate that they need them, because it's either that or they start having kids, which, you know, what do you need, like two kids, 2.5 children per woman. Who the fuck wants to do that, honestly, unless it's like a matter of like poverty or lack of education. No one wants to shit out 2.5 children per woman, okay? So the solution to that is to import migrants so that when they get old, they're actually people to keep the economy running.
You know what Langley
and
Get it done.
they don't end up just dying in a nursing home
Taking
with no
over.
one to care for them. Not even in a nursing home, because there wouldn't be people to run the nursing home. And yet they still hate them. And yet they still hate that the immigrants come. They still hate that these immigrants who are created by them, by their country's actions, by their demand for imperial super profits. They still hate that they come for obvious reasons. So what you're going to see about this, and I'm pretty sure what you're already seeing in some cases, is that it's not about Islam. This guy is going to be like demonized as like an Arab immigrant. He's going to be used to show that you can't even trust the supposed good ones, and used to justify like excluding all of them either officially or like sort of like extra officially, you know, like when they want to exclude you but they don't want to like put it into writing, you know, like the separate but equal sort of thing in like US segregation, where like by the letter of the law people were supposedly equal, but everyone fucking knows that wasn't actually the case. Like to keep them out without making it like literally written into law. You know, not even the good ones are good enough. You know, not even like a Saudi doctor, like a Saudi doctor, ex-Muslim, who tried so desperately to become white that he like supported Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and like the neo-Nazi party. Even he can't be trusted. None of them can be trusted. And that is going to be the narrative going forward. Can't trust any of them. It's a mask-off moment, because as I said, it is all about the hatred of colonized third world immigrants first and foremost, nothing else. It's never been about Islam. That's why the same people who hate Muslim immigrants hate all immigrants all the time.
Near-on, requesting UAV.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
We're losing Alpha. Losing B.
UAV MTL 50%. Check.
Bravo lost.
I heard there was an appearance of Destiny on a podcast. Just look at that. So maybe I will watch it. I mean, it's 47 minutes long. I'm definitely not going to watch all of it. I want to hear about Palestine from the mouth of Destiny. Please welcome streamer and political commentator. By the way, just before we get started here, I want to emphasize that Destiny shared sexual videos of many people without their consent with like his fans. Something that Destiny does apparently often is like he looks for people from his community who are like already like prone to like him, and like targets them, and he like pays them to be flown out and have sex with him. And in one of those cases, he shared with one of those people images that he had taken of him having sex with other people, including apparently mid-20s, like images and videos with some of those people who he was like trying to court into flying out to fuck him. And he shared images, like pornographic images of those people without that consent. Pretty sure that's illegal, and he should be held to account for that as soon as possible. Anyway, with that out of the way, I just have to mention that just to make sure that we don't let him get away with it. We're going to mention it anytime that he's mentioned ever now. I want to see what he has to say about Palestine. Well, he apparently talked about Northern Finkelstein. Let's see this.
Finkelstein is one of the most quoted, like Western, you know, kind of pop historian types on Israel Palestine. Yeah. And I'm there to like add some flair. Like
historian types, he says. This guy talking about fucking history.
Cool. But after the first 2 hours, I don't remember if Lex had this on paper, not I could cut it, but like Benny and Lex are telling me, they're like, bro, you gotta go way harder. This guy's clowning on you. And I'm like, really? And like, yeah, you gotta open up on this guy.
But it's just like,
so then I start going a little bit.
so divorced from people dying in a war.
That was Norm's fault, though.
Securing Alpha.
No, this is very frustrating.
Can I just explain? No,
hold on.
shut the fuck up.
Yo, listen. I'm not gonna debate you on this. Roll the clip of Norm going on Rihanna Drag Race show, and then Norm is like, "What I went there."
Roll the clip. Because even if he's showing and he was telling him to roll the clip.
I was just gonna laugh at him the whole time. No, that was his whole plan.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't he say in this that he never read books in his life?
Like the month before October was the first time I'd ever had like a formal diagnosis for ADHD, and I started medication for it. So for the, I'm not joking.
You're gonna do this TikTok crap, your mental illness?
No, I'm saying that for the first time in my life, okay? Because there's been a lot of jokes on my stream about how I'm always playing games and I'm like debating people at the same time, and I'm like,
I mean, you do that because that's all, you don't know anything. You don't know anything. You don't care about anything either. That's why you do that. You're just stupid. You're intellectual, incurious. You're unqualified. You don't know what you're talking about. That's why you do that. Like, it's not because you had some undiagnosed mental illness. It's like, that's why I choose to never read anything. People with ADHD can read books. People with ADHD can do research. You don't do it because you don't fucking know about anything because you're really stupid.
Watching videos and I'm like, but I started medication and I noticed afterwards that I can actually sit and just read a book. And it's been very hard to like read like full books and read whole papers and stuff.
You started reading books?
Yeah.
What's your first book?
He started reading books for the first time a year ago, and he's like, okay, guys, I read a book for the first time ever. Time for me to fucking talk. Time for me to fucking talk about Israel, Palestine.
Securing Alpha. Locking down Charlie.
I think of a joke. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay, go.
Hilarious pop culture reference.
Hi, hold on. Okay, continue.
For Israel Palestine, it was.
What was the first? You said you learned how to read.
I think it was like Scars of War, Wounds of Peace by I think Shlomo Ben-Ami was his first book on the Camp David peace process.
Yeah.
But
that's the first book you chose to fucking read.
After I was able to like read stuff, history became a lot more interesting to me. Like a joke on my stream was always, "Fuck history, that's boring as fuck." But now I super enjoy reading about history.
Does anyone believe this for a second?
And then in reading and learning the conflict, like there's just like a lot of cool people, events, like places, like just like a lot of cool stuff.
Oh my god, he talks about history like a fucking child, like a history buff. Oh my god, it's so cool. There's so many cool people, so many cool places, so many cool genocides. Oh my god, history is so cool. He talks about it like it's a fucking superhero movie, which does not really surprise me at all. That seems to be his mentality. Like, God, history, Israel, Palestine, history, it's so cool. So many cool people, so many cool places, so many cool events. What the fuck are you talking about?
What led you to the conclusion that you've reached?
This is my sales pitch for Israel Palestine, okay? Yeah. This is my issue.
This is my sales pitch. Oh my fucking God. History is so cool, dude. This is my sales pitch for Israel Palestine. You have to be fucking kidding me.
ABC, always be closing.
Are very invested in telling an entirely alternative history to the other side. And because
you go with the winner.
What?
You go with the winners.
No, I think there's a shared mutual history between the two. But
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter anything that he's saying. The facts matter, and the facts are clearly on one side. Something which someone like this could never possibly discern. He's too stupid. Even if he wanted to be honest, he's too dumb to be honest.
That the people on the far sides of this don't like to acknowledge any of the shared stuff.
Shared stuff. There's nothing shared about it. One group was expelled from Palestine by the other group.
For instance, in 48, right? Correct. I understand why the Jews would want to leave Europe after the Holocaust and everything else, and after they got promised from the British in 1917 with the Balfour Declaration. All this. I understand that, but I also understand if you're a Palestinian or an Arab, why you want to fight these motherfuckers coming in.
They've made a bad bet.
Seems like.
So the people who left Europe after World War II were justified in going to Palestine, and but they don't really deserve blame for it, for victimizing these people who had nothing to do with what was done to them. They don't deserve blame for it, and these experiences are the same. No, they're not the same. Leaving Europe after World War II was already over, by the way. After it was over in most of these cases. To go and systematically massacre and expel an entire other people, how are those things the same? How is leaving Europe in that case the same as being systematically expelled by those people? It's not. Especially given the fact that the people who were systematically expelled had nothing to fucking do with it. You talk about shared history, shared trauma. There's nothing shared about that. One group did that to the other group. The other group didn't do shit to them. They weren't leaving Europe because of what Palestinians did to them.
We look today is a pretty good bet, no?
No, because the objective of Zionism is to keep Jews safe, and in that sense, it's been a failure because they're at war the whole time.
Yeah, the wars that they're winning, though, right?
I don't think that's the objective of Zionism at all.
What is winning wars?
As in the country still exists, and there's not millions of Jewish people being murdered. What do you mean?
I mean, there aren't millions of Jewish people being murdered in other places either. How does it make sense to be in a state of perpetual colonialism, perpetual conflict, and then argue that you're doing it in the name of the safety of your people? What is safe about joining the military and fucking murdering people who are then like forced to fight back against you. What's safe about that? Colonialism is violent. It's inherently violent. It breeds resistance. How is that safe when they're just living in fucking New York? Safety for this guy is like having the freedom to massacre other people on an ethnic basis, I guess. And being Jewish justifies it. That's how they are. That's what their beliefs are.
Being at war and people dying in wars is not like keeping people safe.
I think that if you were a Jew and you just come out of the Holocaust, and then you could go to a country that's
Not that there's anything wrong with being Jewish. That should just be. He's talking about rationale. Basically, that like it's impossible for Jewish people. This is from a Zionist perspective. That Jewish people have the right to genocide. Like, because of their past, they have a right to genocide another. That's basically Zionism. And a lot of Jewish people kind of like we recognize how horrifying the Holocaust was, but it doesn't justify the genocide. That's a non-Zionist Jewish perspective, or an anti-Zionist Jewish perspective. Me, I'm an atheist, so I definitely be an atheist. Too certain.
It's at war for.
Nothing is certain. The only thing that is certain is uncertainty, according to the Buddha.
Just come out of the Holocaust.
No one in Israel just came out of the Holocaust.
People made Aliyah before that.
Oh, you're trying to really trigger me. Okay.
What do you mean trigger?
Okay. The majority of the Jews that were there by 48 were probably from Europe. I agree with you, right? First, second, third, there was a ton of aliyahs for people. Yeah, for people coming over. After 48, in every successive war, there was a huge migration of Jews from surrounding Arab states because people get mad. Yeah. So today, the majority of the people living there are of Middle Eastern descent, right?
Is it worth having like a democracy?
How does any of that change? Even if we accept everything that he's saying here is true, how does that change anything? How does that change the equation? If you're of Middle Eastern descent, that makes massacre and expulsion and colonialism more acceptable.
Based on ethnicity, where in order to maintain it, you have to maintain a majority, naturally, right?
The sad thing is that probably most democracies are built this way.
No, they're not. He's just making shit up. Most democracies are like ethno states. No, they're fucking not.
Just aren't perceiving it because you don't have that same kind of
I'm American, bro.
Yeah, you don't have the same pressure.
At least they don't need to be.
You don't have the same pressure? Like what? Pressure from the people who you massacred, displaced, and...
I mean, it's hot take. Nationalism, straight up poison, no matter where it's coming from, left or right. And it's something the left needs to work on, and it's something that it's essentially a tactic of the right. So there's no trying to get rid of nationalism. The left wing should abandon nationalism, as Mark talked about way back. Nationalism.
And actively still colonizing genocide today?
So we don't take more than, and of all the immigrants legally we accept per year, no more than 7% come from each country.
That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is if you're going to establish a Jewish state, right, you have to establish a Jewish majority.
Sure, yeah.
It's going to be a democracy, right? Yeah. And so, like, there's a demographic issue if there's just as many Palestinians.
Yeah, there is. That's why traditionally they didn't capture the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, and after 67 they did, and it fucked shit up a lot more.
This is not like two sovereign groups of people.
Like, what is he even trying to say there? He's just like, yeah, what you're saying is true, and he's just like recounting it as if it's like a sort of a neutral thing. Like, yeah, they have a segregated ethno state where they keep millions and millions of people with assets and can terrorize and massacre them periodically, and also actively steal their land. You know, I just kind of logical, I guess.
That are at war with each other. There's a power imbalance, and if you ignore that power imbalance and you say that there are two sides to every story, then you ignore kind of the political reality there.
Okay. I understand your view. I think that your view is super wrong.
Why?
Because you're only accounting for one side, and you make it seem like it's so obvious.
Why am I counting?
It's just like an emotional argument, I guess.
I just had a weird realization that fascism really can't win, because for fascism to win would really necessitate international movement, and fascism is inherently nationalist and do not believe in international. So I mean, it's doomed to fail. Fascism will never win. It's like we either need to move to communism or go extinct. Because if fascism takes over, we're donezo. Because it's not sustainable. Nationalism is not sustainable. It's moronic. Nationalism as an ideology is the most moronic dog shit you could possibly come up with. Well, this people evolved under particular circumstances and speak a certain language, possibly have a certain religion. Therefore, and since we developed in this way on this very small part of one planet, the fucking whole universe, we're the best. We're the fucking best. Based on what? We say so. We are the best because we feel like we're the best. Thank you. Nationalism, that's it. Everyone should speak our language. All other languages are weird, hard to learn. Other people who don't look like us, they don't dress like us. Their art's not like ours. Weird shit, right? God, let's get rid of everyone else's culture and our particular form of nationalism, whatever the fuck it is better than all the others.
Bad guy front.
Fascism will never win. There's only two choices for humanity: communism or extinction. When I say communism, I'm talking about a moneyless economy where everyone gets what they need and there are no financial limitations for anyone.
Oi, enemy grenade!
People get what they need and they can do what they want.
Tally, mine.
Except for hurt other people or exploit other people, I guess would be the hurt/exploit. Would be under a communist system the only laws I would suspect, because everyone would get what they need. There would be no to do crime would just be an act of people. Under communism.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
Act of selfishness. Unless the system's not working, then we need to address the system. Of course. All right. Thank you.
It's based on the feelings of the Israelis. You have to take their feelings into account and just ignore the actual facts.
For one side, because you're saying that it's so simple for who the wrong side is here, when it's not. Both sides. I didn't say the wrong.
Yes, it fucking is. Oh my god, no fucking wonder this guy does not debate me. He's having trouble with a fucking comedian.
Oh, sorry. Generally, as soon as you utter the phrase power imbalance, it's like you're automatically assuming
they don't have this right to self-determination.
Okay,
that's just a fact.
What you're saying? Do the people around them with self-determination?
You know, when I say that people should be able to do what they want, I think the more accurate to put that people should be able to develop to their highest potential without any restrictions, particularly economic. Thank you.
They should have the right to vote.
Logical fallacy. Logical fallacy.
Actually, I want to logical fallacy. Actually,
I'm saying that they don't have political sovereignty.
That's true.
And they are occupied by people that do.
That's true. But then the question is, what is the resolution to that look like?
Anytime the fucking prime minister is about to go to jail, then he has.
If you're gonna say that it's true after just saying that, you need to, you're just ceding immediately. It's not even a strong argument. Just saying that's true. That's true. When 30 fucking seconds ago he was saying that it's not.
To fuck up some Palestinians. That's the resolution. I haven't
heard a resolution.
My grandma lives in Cape Town, bro.
Jeez.
She didn't have to move because black people got to vote.
What does that have to do with?
You can end an apartheid.
Yeah. Do you think that if Jews lived as a minority?
I do right now.
Do you think that you live in a minority state where the majority are Arabs?
I'm a minority in America.
Are the majority Arabs?
Oh, it's that Arabs, it changes. You see, Arabs have some sort of innate anti-Semitic essence that just forces them to massacre Jews. That's the fucking argument here. Incredible.
Do you think that you would face the same pressure here?
What's the difference? I'm saying it's a country where people vote.
Okay.
Right?
My top one.
Isn't it wonderful how Israeli genocide, Israeli colonialism, Israeli massacre of Palestinians is justified by this fucking made up reverse genocide always? Isn't that fucking wonderful? Well, they have to massacre them, they have to kill them because Jews are special and they have a right to do things that will normally be impermissible. What an incredible argument, right?
I actually feel like no foreigner should ever talk about Israel-Palestine.
They should Gaza, Germany.
Then why you do it?
We had beef with them, no?
I don't know how that would work, but maybe they should have. It's like people complaining about past wrongs. I can understand that. I'm sympathetic towards that, but that doesn't get you any
Past wrongs. What the fuck is happening right now, you fucking idiots?
closer to like
God, he's
how
so
does the resolution
dumb.
look like? And
He's so absurdly stupid.
if you just say, well, one
The
state.
resolution is that, like, talking fast. He's talking fast with like rapid fire idiocy is his entire game.
Everyone can vote in the country.
Okay, I don't think Jewish people are ever going for that.
He just straight up said, Israelis are, you know, they don't want to let other people vote. Israelis will never go for that, and we have to respect that. Apparently, he doesn't actually see that as like a bad thing that delegitimizes them and means that, well, that's unacceptable. We need to stop them from doing that. He just like, they think that, and I guess because that, what's the argument for that being okay? What's the argument for that being something that they have to accept? What's the argument for that being that their victims have to accept that? There's none. It's just by default. They are Jewish. They are Jewish, and they want to have like a Jewish ethno-state that just does genocide periodically, so we need to respect that, I guess. We have to respect it. The appeal to Jewishness fallacy, literally. They are Jewish. They want to have an ethno-state. Case closed. They should be allowed to have it. No need for any explanation, no need for any sort of elaboration. That's his entire argument. And you can see from this, he just moves on as if what he just said justifies what he's implying without even elaborating on to like another idiotic proposed solution.
I think understandably so.
Demographic study of what people lost, reparations for what they lost.
Do you think
the Reconciliation Commission
for the
and one man one vote?
Do you think that for the Jews that left all the surrounding Arab states, do you think they should all pay reparations as well?
You notice like the equivalence of this? I went over this in my video responding to Ethan Klein whitewashing the Nakba by mentioning this, but like blaming Palestinians for like supposed expulsions, which is, by the way, bullshit. Because Arab states have come together as a bloc multiple times to offer like the return of property to like any Jew in Israel who can prove that they or their ancestors were expelled and had property stolen from them in Arab countries. This has been a demand of the Palestinians multiple times. They have come together with the Arab states to say, okay, we want you to say to like Arab Jews in Israel that they can come back and we give them their property back and their citizenship back and all of this, blah, blah, blah. Because then they don't have that excuse to use against us when we ask for the same from them. And they did that. They invited them back. I went over this in my recent video on the topic. Let me show you. So this talking point is completely bunk because they have already said that. They have already offered that. And guess what? Israel refused to allow it. Do you know why they refused to allow it? Israel even refused to allow individual Jews to attempt to negotiate, individual Israeli Jews to attempt to negotiate individually with those Arab states. They made it a crime. Do you know why? Because once they do that, the precedent is set and then Palestinians and their supporters can point to that. So they want to prevent it from happening. The only people who are preventing that from happening is Israel and the Israelis. And it's also a bunk, it's not an equivalence at all because those people moved into fucking Palestinian houses. It's not the same thing. Being expelled to a ghetto and then lorded over by the people who have just expelled you is not the same thing as leaving or being expelled from an Arab country and immediately moving into those people's fucking houses and murdering them yourself. But even apart from that, as I said, I'm going to show you right now what I mean. So here is this part in the video where I talked about this idiotic talking point, which no one ever brings up, but you should, which is obviously self-evidently true. Another thing is that the Palestinian leadership has for a very long time been conscious of what these Arab Jews mean to the Israeli propaganda narrative. And in 1975, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, at the time the most important Palestinian organization, asked that the Arab nations from which these Jews were from issue a formal invitation to them to return and be given their assets back or at least to receive compensation. None of them took them up on this offer. In contrast, the Israeli state has never even once even acknowledged the ownership of a single Palestinian who had been expelled from their land or home, let alone offered to give it back to them. And this is because this entire narrative of Jewish expulsion, the false narrative of mass Jewish expulsion, because while there were expulsions, obviously it was not characterized solely by expulsions. There was a lot of forced migration induced by Israel, some expulsions and then some voluntary migration, is bullshit because the Israelis don't actually care about this. For them, it is a rhetorical tool that they solely bring up in response to the Palestinian right of return. The Israeli government itself is very careful of this because they know that if they start talking seriously and openly about this Jewish right to return to other Middle Eastern countries, that legitimizes the Palestinian one. And the Palestinian right of return is what they want to prevent because these people don't want to go back.
You know, they're living at large in Israel at the expense of Palestinians. Why would they want to go and be given like their grandparents or their great-grandparents' land back in Iraq or something? On the other hand, the Palestinians desperately need their land. They have no other land. They have no other assets. They have no other place to go. So for Israel, this is a rhetorical tool that they use. Though the government itself doesn't really use it, it's mostly Zionists not operating in an official capacity who like to bring it up. In the 1990s, when the Israelis started paying more attention to this rhetorical strategy, they investigated pushing these claims during the so-called peace process that was going on then, and decided against doing so, or even trying to do like any sort of serious investigation into how much Jewish property had been lost, how much it was worth, and pushing the countries that were involved for compensation for it, because they were worried about the precedent that would set, which would allow Palestinians to do the same regarding Israel. The Israeli state in 1999 even forcibly dismantled the agency that it had set up to represent Arab Jews in their claims for their land and compensation from other Middle Eastern countries, because the organization took on a life of its own and tried to secure equal representation among it for the 1 million Middle Eastern Jews who don't live in Israel. They simply didn't actually care. For them, they set up this organization as just sort of a know you. And once it became its own thing that no longer suited their interests, they got rid of it. So it is a dishonest narrative. So yeah, it's just it's as I said, for a Zionist like this, it is a thoughtless, idiotic know you. It is not an honest argument. Now, this guy is too fucking dumb for anything to laugh at. Like, arguing against his dumb Zionist talking points, it just like, it's so basic, so dumb that I've talked about it a million times before already. So where's the funny bit?
For the Holocaust.
Yeah, but not from all the surrounding Arab states.
You started reading a book in October. Now you think you're fucking William Shakespeare. That's about.
What else is there in this? I think someone said something about like Destiny got into politics because of Gamergate. Okay, here we go.
How did you parlay that?
How did you get from being a fucking video game streamer into politics?
How did you parlay that into debates or politics?
By the time 2016 rolls around, there's a historic, horrendous event called Gamergate.
They were mad that girls were trying to make video games?
It was just a whole, there was probably a legitimate complaint about some girl that had some bad relationship with like a reviewer or something. I think there's some like element of legitimate complaint there, but it blew up into like just the most ridiculous like.
Someone smashed a journalist?
Yeah, who reviewed a game, I think. I don't even want to say the names because I don't know like 100% of the details, so I don't like fuck it up, but the problem is whenever you get on a movement like that, there's a whole bunch of riffraff that can come in.
When you're playing a game and you're chatting shit at another guy,
yeah,
it becomes like a kind of embedded in a culture. Is that?
Oh, a little bit, yeah. Because you don't see each other face to face, so you have to ramp up the aggression as much as possible. Yeah.
He got into politics because fucking people started talking about like black people and women in video games, I guess. Is there anything in here that's like actually funny or like of any worth at all? But yeah, I mean, losing a debate with fucking Adam Friedland, a guy who got popular by being on a podcast literally called Cum Town, which its logo is like a bunch of cum. When you are like a professional politics debate bro, that might be a bit embarrassing, honestly. Hitler Art School part? No way. No way. Did he actually say
one talk on a stream for 10 minutes?
That's just fan behavior. They always do that.
That psychological processing of media is
it has to be really bad.
It's detrimental.
There's a lot of artwork from Hitler that I like, and people can't separate.
Okay, so let's have a debate right now. Let's have.
What artwork from Hitler do you like? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, nobody likes Hitler's art, dude. His perspective was dog shit.
Dude, what the fuck?
But I don't even feel like it because fuck Hitler.
That's enough of that. I've seen enough. I did my fucking community service for the day by treating that idiot's arguments as if they were at all serious for like 10 minutes. There's an open invite to have him hop on stream and like account for him sharing porn without permission of various people, and you know, obviously to destroy him on Israel-Palestine as well. But these people are fucking terrified of me, every single one of them, right down from like the animatronic slop YouTubes to like the Destinies and the loner boxes. Every single one of them is fucking terrified, man. Time to pop out and show him. we're going to have a new segment on the stream, which might never happen again, but I'm calling it a new segment. It's going to be called Slop Watch, where whenever a slop YouTuber steps out of their lane and talks about something serious, we fact check them. So we're going to fact check a slop YouTuber who usually talks about like Minecraft streamer drama, but decided to delve in to Israel-Palestine recently out of no reason aside from the fact that they hate Hassan. This is basically it. Like, these people used to make drama videos about gaming YouTubers, but then Hassan came onto the platform. You know, he's on the same platform as the gamers. So now, like, they hate him for getting more viewers than them while talking about things that actually matter. So now, like, in between the videos about like the latest like scandal of like I don't know, Pokimane having an affair with Asmongold's dog or some shit like that. You know, the gamer World of Warcraft, League of Legends, whatever the fuck. I'm just throwing out words that I don't know what they mean. You now have this guy who has the brain power of like an almond telling us what to think about geopolitics, what to think about genocide. So we're going to check out what Willie Mack Show has to tell us. Just to check out the direction of his content. The direction of his content is put someone with lots of followers in the title. There is not a single video on his channel that is not about another YouTuber. And by far the videos that get the most views are the ones about Hassan, so that's why he's making them. So let's check it out. Let's see what he's got to say and let's fact check him for as long as we reasonably can until it becomes so grating that we would prefer not to live anymore. Let's check it out.
Last year, I started documenting Hassan for his blatantly false reporting.
Why do you talk like that? Why do you talk like that? What is this voice, for one? This is not a real person's voice. I thought my video voice was bad. What's this?
I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock.
Israeli airstrike hit the Al-Ahli hospital.
They were so right. They added 7,000.
Like, he just puts that in. This is not something that these people like to do. Like, they don't actually have to provide proof or evidence for their claims. They just, like, point at someone else saying something and insist that it's wrong without being able to explain why. People who consider themselves political commentators do that. So obviously a slop YouTuber is going to do it way more.
1,000 new troops. So what's going to end up happening is that by April, this is going to be done. IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Change title. IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Yes, it did.
Does this guy provide any evidence that he didn't bomb the hospital? No, he doesn't. He just insists that it didn't. And because Hassan said that it did, it must be wrong.
Yes, it did!
I criticized him for being a propagandist, coming to conclusions on breaking news when the story hadn't even been fully reported on.
You are somehow coming to incorrect conclusions about something literally a year later. So you don't even have that excuse.
You always do. I'm just saying.
No,
you're doing it in real time. You're doing it in real time, bro.
Over the course of an 8-hour broadcast, if you look to literally 3 moments,
how come nobody else shut up as much as you, dude? That does 8-hour broadcast.
Because no one has the most psychopathic fandom like idiots like you who sit through every minutia.
Isn't it great? Like, you're just supposed to like look at this and assume that he's right or something. He doesn't actually need to make any arguments. Doesn't need to provide any proof of his claims. You just look at this and it's like, well, does he actually do that at some point? Let's find out. It's like, look at all these things that he just, I'm insisting is sort of self-evidently bad. Because I don't actually know why they're bad. I just sort of have a gut feeling that they're bad. So let me show them to you. Like you saw in the previous segment where I responded to like a clip of Ethan, like a Ethan Klein Zionist compilation. Rather than just showing you the clip and insisting, oh, this is wrong. I told you why it's wrong. This guy shows you a clip and you're just supposed to listen to it, and I guess it's wrong just because he's pointing at it, I guess.
To find a clippable moment. To find a clippable moment to be like, he sucks, he's bad. That's the reason, dickhead. All right.
Follow this up by interviewing a terrorist eating up propaganda about taking hostages.
Terrorists, right? You can just brand someone as a terrorist if you're this fucking white guy who sounds like he's struggling to speak. You're this guy here. You can just say that someone is a terrorist, providing zero evidence for it. Why is he a terrorist? He's an Arab in Yemen. Why else would he be a terrorist, right? Someone who, by the way, like what terrorist attack has he committed? What terrorist attack has he committed? I can point to you a terrorist attack that Hitler Klein has participated in. What terrorist attack did this guy participate in? Could you point to that for us? Which one? What did he do? I'd like to offer. I believe his name is Rashid Al-Khalidi. We will crowdfund a GoFundMe so you can sue whichever one of these people you choose. This guy could be the easy target. There's precedent for this working because, for example, Sacha Baron Cohen's video Bruno, he framed a random Palestinian grocer as like a terrorist, and he ended up having to pay that guy hundreds of millions of dollars in a defamation case, or at least tens of millions. Rashid, my friend from Yemen, you have a chance at a huge payout here, and we will gladly crowdfund you. Pick like the most egregious of them. calling you a terrorist, and let's get them in court trying to justify that label. I'd love to see that. That would be fantastic.
He's saying he hasn't spent much time with Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did talk with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing. So he.
This is funny, by the way, because not one of the captains in any of the ships that the Houthis seized in the anti-genocide blockade, by the way, literally a blockade against Western shipping that to put pressure on Western countries and Israel to stop doing genocide. That's what that is. Nonetheless, there was literally no Chinese captain, obviously. How did he talk to a Chinese captain when there is no Chinese captain? What he did is he saw an unrelated video, a TikTok from before this was even happening, of like a ship captain who had docked in Yemen, like doing drugs with Yemenis. A Bulgarian at that, not even a fucking Chinese, because there's no Chinese captains in Yemen. No, there's no Chinese captains involved in this at all. So he's talking about a TikTok video that he watched, and these guys say like, okay, that's like dispositive evidence that he's a terrorist. Also, even if he had talked to a captain, how would that make him a terrorist? Is terrorism when you speak to someone who was like a crew member of a ship that was seized in an anti-genocide blockade? Just speaking to them makes you a terrorist? Is that how this works? I would love to get this guy on stream to explain to us his logic, and also to get him to present to us his evidence.
He like sent me.
I mean, what? That's so crazy.
He's saying that they went over the crews on each.
Is the entire video just like him rehashing a video that he already made, where you're supposed to look at the clips and just assume that he's correct? That whatever he's implying about this is right, even though he provides zero evidence for you to believe that? Like, the reason why this guy is being called a terrorist by this guy is because he's Arab. That's literally, his criteria to be a terrorist is to be Arab. He could not explain to you what terrorist act he's engaged in. He couldn't even explain to you what terrorism the Houthis have supposedly engaged in. He could just point to like the anti-genocide blockade, and then if he has to deal with a counter-argument on that, he would flop in 2 minutes because he doesn't fucking know what he's talking about. Honestly, these people are embarrassing. Like, who watches this and is just like, yep, you know, he's clearly owning this guy here by just showing a video without being able to refute a thing.
Ships, and they like win them over with their charm, and they make them hate America and the U.S. government.
That's so funny. Okay, that doesn't probably take much.
Start incoming! Incoming frag!
Most of these videos are just like things that I'm actually saying that are objectively correct and oftentimes not even related to how they're trying to frame it. Hassan hates inferior cultures, he says.
Mentioning that like the Azov battalion exists at all. In a clip where Hassan didn't actually say that he thought that justified the Russian invasion. This does not make any sense at all.
Yeah, I've actually said the exact opposite numerous times, by the way. There are a million different instances, including in the clips that he clipped out of context. If we go back in time, now it's so fucking far back, but like if you go back in time, and if you look at the actual VODs of the clips that he clipped from, that he didn't even personally clip, he got it from fucking any number of different like pro-Ukrainian, pro-NATO guys who have been using these clips and like recycling them over and over again in bad faith, you will find out that probably right after the context that was cut short, I immediately talk about how it is completely unacceptable that Russia used that as a justification. It is not a correct justification. It is a false justification to invade a country.
Aguinaldo calling in UAV.
It's kind of crazy.
Beginning capture.
Check out the Google Doc I sent. They're using this in their campaign. They use a fucking Google Doc that is so insane, brother. Anti-Semitism and terrorist propaganda on Twitch.
Take it, see.
Statements. The statements made in this document are the author's opinions. It should not be taken as fact. I like that they put a little disclaimer in there because they're like, hey, we're going to be smearing this guy, so please don't sue us. What is this Google Doc, dude? Oh my god.
Get a UAV in the air.
Hold those SOBs
This is
back.
insane.
Losing A.
UAV commencing surveillance operation.
Lost Alpha.
I'm gonna give you your email. My email is
Charlie. Commence counter UAV operation.
That's wild.
Launch a UAV.
Twitter are worse in the woke games list. For context, we must go back to the formation of Hassan Abish's channel and discuss neo-fusionism. Yeah. Okay. Once again, time and time again, I've talked about how the Azov Battalion's existence is not a reasonable, it is not a just cause. Is not like a, you know, is not good reason to invade Ukraine. I'm sure that there are plenty of tweets that you can point to for that as well. Okay, I mean, I'm right here. I'm still talking about like Russia's, you know, invalid liberating claims. It's pretty obvious that I'm anti. Russian intervention in Ukraine, military intervention in Ukraine, I think, right?
Execution. The Pantheon's probably pissing themselves right now.
Matt C, you're watching?
Yeah,
Are you about to
fucking arrive at
own
that
something?
conclusion?
Matt C, my favorite.
If there's enough people that
my favorite person in my chat, aka my only person in my chat. Ooh. I mean, do you stream?
Where is the,
I would definitely.
Can you say it again? I was busy grifting. I mean, there's
I don't want to be like
that I've
this.
tweeted out. There's plenty of videos that I've covered on like the fact that like Azov Battalion or any other like neo-Nazi military groups that are a part of like the Ukrainian National Guard or part of the Ukrainian military does not justify Russia's invasion of Ukraine over and over again. I'm pretty sure that someone can key search it on my Twitter and find the many different instances where I've actually talked about that as well. So it'd be a shame if people contacted Willie Mac's sponsor, Rocket Money, and mentioned that they're sponsoring anti-Semitic, homophobic, slanderous grifter. I mean, why are you sending me that the libs want me to join fucking BlueSky? I'm asking for a very specific tweet, and everyone in the chat is just like on their own shit, on their own tip. They're like, "Hey man, have you thought about joining BlueSky?" It's crazy.
Like, it's just like, this is what I say all the time. These people's strategy is to either point at something and insist that it is by default wrong, or to compare something with something that is obviously different and insist that it's the same.
If we were getting ruthlessly slaughtered by an alien force, I wouldn't give a fuck if someone was homophobic or not. I'd be like, thank you for
Why are you zooming in on this? Like, it's not self-evidently correct. Why are you zooming in on him here? Like, you think that you just got him in like a fucking ownage moment. What's wrong about what he's saying? Can you explain that?
Fighting against the alien force. That seems awesome that you're doing that. I would actually arm up side by side with my fellow homophobic, Republican, rabid Christian fundamentalist sociopaths to try and protect my home. And that's the point.
That's the same thing as the Azov Battalion fighting in Ukraine. How does he have these conflicting?
That's not conflicting. That's what I'm saying, because I'm being critical of Russia, you fucking idiot. Wait. It's not. It's the point. It's the same point. That's why. That's one of many different reasons why I'm anti-Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Oh my God. That's insane. So this entire thing is just because they think I'm pro-Russia? That's it. It's because they think I'm pro-Russia. And then that's it. Like, even when I'm in the process of criticizing Russia, they're like, that's my fucking point, dumbass. What the fuck? I'm anti-Russia. I'm anti-Russia invading Ukraine. Part of that criticism also revolves around Russia's invasion beefing up nationalist movements, people that duked it out, Ukrainians that formerly would a fight against the Azov battalion style football hooligans and paramilitaries on the fucking streets like anarchists, socialists in Ukraine are now fighting side by side with the Azov battalion. Why are they doing that? Because a much graver threat to their existence is the fucking Russian invasion. That's the point. This is so dumb. What is going on? Willie cooked you again? Yes, if you are the dumbest person on the planet and would rather not try to understand what my position is on anything whatsoever and run on like Hassan is bad, then yeah, he did. Yeah, for the dumbest people on the planet, that was another cooking session, which is kind of funny because I'm in the process of explaining to you what my position is, but you don't clearly give a shit. Yes, if you have one singular brain cell, yes, I got fucking owned here, okay? Yeah, this shit goes hard as hell if you're dumb as hell. I get it. Yeah, another example of what I described is and I have used this example as well, Chinese nationalists and communists working together to fight the Japanese invasion, the fight against the Japanese fascists. Like, that's the whole point. Now I understand why so many people fucking think I'm, pro-Russia, because they're dumb as fuck. I genuinely thought that there was like at least some like real disagreements here. And I didn't realize that it was because people were just getting baited off of like clips that are not only devoid of context, but are once again claiming that I am in support of the exact thing that I'm against. I didn't realize it was just motherfuckers are stupid. Maybe I should have watched this video. Damn, now I feel bad. It can't be that every single person and their like supposedly valid criticisms and demands of accountability are coming from like personally them misunderstanding what my fucking position is on the matter. Oh my God. Vosh has the same take on Azov, but his community for some reason thinks you're pro-Russia. Yeah, because I'm anti-NATO and he's pro-NATO. That's why. That's why he couldn't bring any point while you were debating him, and he had to rewatch his video to try to find something because the video itself doesn't have any fucking valid points in it either.
Opinions. It makes no sense.
It's not though, because the Azov battalion in Ukraine is not the only Ukrainian armed group. There's no reason for them to exist. One, the state supports them existing, which is bad. Or two, they have too much power so that the state is too scared to get rid of them, which is also.
I think it's the second thing, but it's not even Azov battalion anymore. I mean, they took the Azov battalion and just like placed it firmly within the ranks of like the Ukrainian National Guard originally, and then and now they're just like a part of the regular armed forces. That's it. And inevitably that is going to be a major problem for Ukraine. But obviously that's neither here nor there. That's like completely inconsequential in this moment. Azov is now the 3rd Infantry Battalion. Yeah. Yeah, this is, what is this? This is the tweet. I mean, this is one of the instances. Denazifying Ukraine was Russia's ridiculous propaganda for invading Ukraine and occupying it. So why is it that when Israel makes this ridiculous claim, Westerners are so quick to believe it? You cannot eradicate Hamas by bombing Gaza. Oh, here it is. This is it. Oh, it's the same fucking take. Yeah. I said this day one of the invasion of Ukraine about the denazification narrative. Every time imperialist or irredentist power decides to encroach upon a smaller nation, the most right-wing nationalist elements are seen as emancipatory forces willing to do the violence necessary for liberation, a dangerous prospect for Ukraine stuck between the West and Russia. And it's true. Once again, being a leftist is about being right, but being too early. Okay, if you arrive at the correct position too early, people will yell at you over and over again. And even if they personally decide that, you know, your conclusions were correct and they finally arrive at that position, the hatred that they feel for you is so powerful that still remains. There's hella people right now out there who are like, damn, I actually do agree with, that maybe don't personally say they agree with my position on Palestine, but like they have arrived at that conclusion after a year of genocide. Okay. But because of how I made them feel early on, they still carry on that resentment. And the same thing always happens. The Gamba takes. I said early on, a crypto casino that created a fucking website with the explicit purpose of driving viewership and driving new audience members to their actual crypto casino was going to be devastating. Paired up with the reality that they are not going to hold on to any sort of like serious rigid guidelines, no terms of service whatsoever, that was going to be a Nazi pedophile shithole. I was right. And many people in XQC's community at the time despised me for it. XQC despised me for it. I'm sure that former fans of XQC now agree with that position. However, their resentment towards me still carries on because I made them feel bad, or their favorite content creator felt bad at the time. So now, even if they personally agree with that original position that I had, they don't go, you know what, maybe this guy was right, I'm going to be charitable to him, in the future. They just still continue fucking hating. It's weird, but I guess it's fine. You know, at the end of the day, as long as people are arriving at the correct conclusions, even if they're fucking late to the game, it's still fine, you know?
Bad. You don't need like a specific armed group for neo-Nazis. In Palestine, Hamas is the armed group. It's the only real armed resistance, aside from other armed groups that you also hate just as much. Ukraine is a country with a real military. Azov is but one unit. So what you do in that situation, if you really want to fight the Nazis, is you just forcibly disband that unit and you take the fighters from it and you distribute them through the rest of the military. Whereas, I don't know if you know this, but Palestine does not have a military. It's not allowed to have one. If Palestine had a military, we would not be having this discussion right now at all. Yeah, I mean, I've never seen anyone say that like Azov kills gays. They're probably homophobic, but has anyone ever said,
made the horrific decision to call Palestinians' culture inferior? Hassan rightfully called him out for this.
These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways.
It's terrifying. Like saying they're inferior, saying they're evil to justify the death and destruction that befalls them is so horrifying.
Because remember, Hassan would never call another culture inferior. He would never do that.
I don't agree in theocracy at all.
But like, wouldn't that mean that it would be inferior?
No, I wouldn't say that any culture is inferior to one another. All life must be cherished. Their lives are no different, even if they disagree fundamentally with you.
But if we just go back to last year, Hassan was justifying China's invasion of Tibet for the same reason. They're inferior culture. He says China's imperialism is good because they focus on taking over the
formerly enslaved Tibetan people working alongside the Maoist militias to liberate their own fucking non-autonomous region that has historically been on and off a part of the Chinese empire is not saying that the Tibetan culture is inferior. What the fuck are you talking about? What? Slavery and feudalism is not a fundamental part of Tibetan culture, okay? That is precisely the fucking reason why it was actually the formerly enslaved Tibetans that fought against their slave masters in the process. Dude, what the fuck?
their neighbors.
Chinese development and Chinese military action is either irredentist in nature, which is different than imperialist, where it's like it's more so expansive in its
This is
own.
him explaining concepts. Like, do you think Hassan thinks that irredentism is good? What? This guy sees an explanation, he takes it as an endorsement.
Limited area rather than global imperialism, which is
China's
done with the
always taken
express
what
effort
land?
with the
Tibet, Taiwan.
Tibet was literally a feudal slave.
Okay, for one, first thing, he was describing the difference between, say, for example, irredentism, which is
like China's actions in Tibet, the Chinese, the Chinese Maoist movement in Tibet is not an instance of irredentism. Okay, what China is currently doing in Tibet, not developing it evenly as opposed to the rest of the Chinese territories, is understandably consequential, and there's much to criticize there. Okay, the current Chinese rulership over Tibet is not exactly great, but none of this is talking about liberating Tibet from the treacherous nature of feudalism. Okay. And the example I used here was actually so fucking good. Not to, hype myself up, but it is directly the same as like the American government during the time of slavery engaging in the fucking Civil War. And besides that, it's like if the Southern formerly enslaved people also rose up and actively fought against their slave masters.
Is like, my country has a right to take this state, this smaller country that is on our border or whatever, versus like American-style globe-spanning imperialism, where it's like, we want to essentially control as much as we reasonably can every single country in the world and force them to pursue our own interests. That was what he was talking about in the first place there, explaining the difference between like China and the US as global powers. He takes an explanation first as like an endorsement. So now let's see what the supposed calling Tibetan culture in.
Just threaten to beat them up like they always do. Just show them your massive muscles. What are they going to do? Just threaten to beat him up. And that's what you do when you can't come up with an argument, says Hasanabi tough guy. Dude, how little care or consideration do you have for your own humanity and your own personhood that you are literally making a fucking fake fan account called Hasanabi tough guy, and then, creating the account, waiting for the appropriate amount of time so you can actually chat in the chat, and then saying, these guys are all ugly nerds. Don't waste your time. It's about how attractive you are, like making yourself come across like you're actually a fan, but also letting it slip a little bit. It's such a wild thing to do, bro. This is what I think of you, just so you know. It's giving this. It's giving this. Go jerk off, dude. You're too horny. Exactly my point. Exactly. Keep going. Okay, dude. I'm going to ban you so that you can be a happier and healthier person, I hope.
Inferior was.
Feudal slave mandate, autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. We talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in normal Tibetan existence before the Communist Party came in and
so China unilaterally took over Tibet, like their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
In the name of squashing an inferior culture, China killed over 87,000 Tibetans. That's 1.2 million, 1 out of every 6 Tibetans.
So let's talk about this comparison for a second here. I think it should be pretty self-evident. So as Mangold said, that Palestinians deserve to be genocided because they have an inferior culture, because genocide is literally baked into their laws. That's the quote that he said. For one, that's not true. And he explicitly said they have an inferior culture. Straight up. They deserve to be genocided because they have an inferior culture. And the justification that he came up with to justify this idea was that they have genocide baked into their laws. Now, if you can find the genocide law in Palestinian law, in the Palestinian, legal code, please bring it up for us. You're going to have trouble with that. Now, let us talk about Tibet.
I know Bad Empanada loves it when I step away from his videos.
What did Hassan say about Tibet? Tibet was a country that had slavery, serfdom. This was bad. when China invaded Tibet, it abolished slavery and serfdom. This was good. Do you think that slavery and serfdom are like protected cultural characteristics? Is that the argument that you're making here? Is that genuinely what you believe? So would you say that it was genocide when the North attacked the southern US and forced them to abolish slavery? Was that genocide, my friend? I would like to see your answer to that question. Now, perhaps slavery and serfdom was indeed the culture of someone in Tibet, you know, like a tiny, tiny economic and social elite. But it certainly was not Tibetan culture. Do you think that most people in Tibet owned slaves and had serfs? Obviously, such a system could not possibly exist. Such a system requires a minority to exercise control over a majority who are the slaves and the serfs themselves. So you compared there someone making up bullshit to justify genocide with someone invoking something that actually really did exist and that really was abolished as a result of the Chinese invasion, which was literal fucking slavery, like a socioeconomic system of oppression. Like the whole video is comparing things that aren't the same and insisting they're the same, apparently. I do not give a shit about preserving the culture of like a tiny slave-owning elite anywhere in the world. Do you? I would hope not. I would hope that you can see the difference in feudal lords in Tibet owning slaves and Asmongold saying that Palestinians believe that in genocide, so they deserve to be genocided. Something which is not true. Asmongold outright said that, you know, Palestinian culture, all Palestinians are inferior. I do not think that saying that slavery is bad and it's good that it was abolished is the same thing as that. This is, by the way, this is the first.
That's crazy, by the way. Like, slavery is not someone's culture, man. What the fuck? Like, what are we talking about? The Tibet take is unacceptable. You can't ignore the forced Hanification of the Tibetan people, same as Xinjiang. Hundreds of thousands of people were forcibly displaced. Tibetans have a right to self-determination. British also used the caste in India as a justification for the empire. No, you're misunderstanding my position. Okay, the original, you're not wrong about Hanification. I have never said that Hanification, just like Russification, was a major L for the USSR. Hanification is on principle a unacceptable thing that the Chinese government does. Okay, this is correct. Your take on that is correct. I agree with you. This is not my position. Okay. I don't agree with that at all. And I think that that is part of the ongoing issue. Also, it's hilarious that you said Tibetans have the right to self-determination. British also use the caste as India and as justification for the empire. The British literally utilized the caste system and kicked it into high gear. And I know you know this because you yourself are one of my anti-China Indian chatters. I know you know that. Okay? But yes, I don't agree with the Hanification of Tibet, nor do I agree with the Hanification of Xinjiang, okay? No, this is a very smart chatter, okay? He's just, you know, it's a healthy disagreement that we have in terms of, I guess, like maybe misunderstanding my position on China. British used the caste to also justify their empire. They are liberalizing us. They also used caste at the same time. Yeah, that they are liberalizing us. No, I understand. In terms of the initial movement in Tibet, how do you justify utilizing like actual existing Tibetan groups as armed militias that rose up against slavery? Like, that is not a embedded part of Tibetan culture. I disagree with that. The continued Hanification is unacceptable. These two things can be true at the same time. And they are true. If you are comparing the original abolition of the serfdom in Tibet to what, you know, the British Empire did in India, you're wrong. Would you apply this to slaveholding indigenous Americans vis-a-vis the colonization of America? No. Okay. I would, however, use a much better example, which is the one I used in that conversation with Ethan, which is that what China did in that circumstance was not dissimilar to the Civil War, I guess. Yeah, black soldiers in the Union during the Civil War. In what way does China do Hanification and China create autonomous zones that sustain the teaching of Tibetan language and culture aside from religious areas? Come on, dude. Like, this is a thing that China does all the time. It's a way to basically control what aspect of the culture is presented. It's the same thing in Xinjiang as well. It's the effectively neuter, and the justification they use for it is that they don't want any separatist movements to grow as a consequence of that. But I think it's still brutal.
The very first thing off Google.
I don't understand how you could be pro-Palestine and then support Russia and China, Israel's neighbors with Gaza. Does that make what they're doing okay? No, of course not.
Do you think it's okay? Have you ever made a video denouncing it? It seems like instead of actually denouncing it, you just attack people who are against it. I wonder why that is. I wonder why you are so extremely laser focused on that. It's almost like you support the genocide and you're too fucking cowardly to say so.
Oh, of course not. His politics makes no sense. It's constant.
Let's be fair to you. I don't think anything will make sense to you. You're too fucking dumb to understand anything. Let's just be real about that point first. Like, of course it doesn't make sense to you. You think that, like, abolishing slavery.
Yeah, I mean, look, just because something is wrong doesn't mean all wrong things are the same. If Palestine looked anything like Xinjiang, the person responsible for it would get Nobel Peace Prizes for 100 years is a correct take, but that still doesn't mean that I agree with what China did in
Sorry,
Xinjiang.
I've been on my phone for a second. This video's got so much more.
China did not civilize Tibet. I'm not using this as a civilizing of Tibet as an argument or a narrative. In 1829, the British passed the Sati Regulation Act in India, which banned the Hindu practice of a widow burning herself alive after her husband died. They utilized this act alongside other legislation passed to justify that they were civilizing India and subjugating all of it until 1947. How is that different than China coming in to civilize Tibet? What's different is that England, the British Empire, and India have a very different dynamic than China and Tibet. The former Chinese empires, China coming in to civilize Tibet. What's different is that England, the British Empire, and India have a very different dynamic than China and Tibet. The former Chinese empires have always considered Tibet and Tibetan leadership that engaged in the act of slavery and serfdom to be perfectly valid as long as they were autonomously a part of China, of the broader Chinese empire. If you make this comparison to what the British Empire's interests were in India, I don't know how to retort that. It is entirely separate. Slavery is not a part of a group's culture, okay? This is precisely the reason why. The continued Chinese-Tibetan existence is very different than, I think, like what we were talking about originally. Unless you personally think that China invaded Tibet and, and basically decided, like, we're going to use slavery as a justification to kill a bunch of Tibetans, even though the army was directly fighting alongside the Tibetans. And it was an early movement that was initially comprised of Tibetans. I don't know if you know this, but people don't like being enslaved and being relegated to not even a caste system, but just like straight up brutal fucking practices enforced by the Dalai Lama. Yes, this whole debate, funnily enough, always neglects the existence of Tibetan communist revolutionaries who also fought tooth and nail against feudalism and slavery. Phuntsok Wangyal is a major figure in the progressive Tibetan history. The issue was joined in 1956 to 57 when armed Tibetan bands ambushed convoys of the Chinese People's Liberation Army. The uprising received extensive assistance from the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, including military training, support camps in Nepal, and numerous airlifts. It's kind of funny that people talk about the Tibet thing, by the way, because America gave up on it. Like, America initially was like, oh, we can use Tibet as a way to hit China. Like, this is pretty common. It's textbook CIA shit. They were like, oh, we'll get the Dalai Lama, we'll pay him, which they did, right, regularly, and hang that over the head of like have that as a means of creating popular resistance. And there are always going to be plenty of people for real justifiable reasons that are against Chinese governance. Okay? And then outside of that, there are always going to be people that are directly being funded by the CIA because they want to reinstate the former the former way of business in Tibet. But even America was like, yeah, we should give up on this. So we are now talking about a right-wing movement that the CIA tried to beef up, that even they gave up on.
Is an attack on culture. You think that abolishing slavery is genocide. So yeah, I'd say you're quite confused here. And I think basically anything would confuse you.
Contradicting himself. But
what? Like, it's easy for us to say Tibet slavery wasn't a part of their culture, but then you have slave-owning states literally saying slavery is part of their culture in their effort to justify it. Yeah, it doesn't matter, okay? It's like saying that the Israeli culture revolves around the maintenance of an apartheid. That doesn't mean that, like, you can nuke Israel, okay? I don't agree with that, and I think that would be fucking insanely cruel and inhumane. I don't even agree with, like, the forcible displacement of 750,000 people. Like, what are we talking about? I'm too much of a pussy on that front, even. They literally kidnapped the Panchen Lama so that there will not be another Dalai Lama in Tibet. They also have appointed their own Panchen Lama.
Matt, see, I don't know if you're watching, but I just want you to know.
Lama, who I believe is Han Chinese, the Hanification of Tibet is real, yes.
Eliminate the enemy.
Wait, no, I thought he was Mongolian.
We got the lead. Now hold it.
But then you realize that he's America bad all the time. That's it.
Let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you. Coming from...
It's not even true. He's like kind of an American boo, self-admittedly. American culture is fuck. It's the foreign policy and the international capitalism that fucked. American music, American movies, American just general humor. Best in the world, but I'm biased.
From a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation...
But I think we're going to see China. If China can conquer comedy, if China can make us laugh harder than America can make us laugh, it's done so. I think China is already capable of making better movies. Not saying they have yet, because like they haven't broken into the American market yet, and as far as whatever they're producing, if anything. Sorry, I'm kind of closed off from the Chinese entertainment industry. But if they can make us laugh harder than America, that's hegemonic rule. China will become #1. We're about to get it on, my buddy. Just here. We're going silly. Cans falling around. I don't know if the mic picked that up or not. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you good. How you doing?
All right.
Happy
Good.
Saturday.
Pretty good.
It is Saturday, right?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
I almost
still
forgot.
is.
I was like, oh wait. Hope it's not Sunday. That would suck.
No,
What's happening?
no.
How you doing? You have a good night?
Oh, yeah. Nothing exciting. I didn't even leave the house today because it's so fucking cold.
Oh god. Yeah, I went out a couple times. Actually, no, I only went out one time. Walked out to Dunkin'. I was gonna go to other stores to pick other shit up, but then I was like, you know what? I can just get Amazon same day delivery on this shit. Oh yeah, did not go out after that.
There you go.
Man.
Yeah.
But
but
no, yeah, it was way too cold. Is tomorrow supposed to be warmer? Do you know? Looked at the weather yet?
I think it's similar. I think it's similar to today. Like this whole weekend is supposed to be cold, and then I think it gets a little warmer next week. Like it's gonna be in the 40s, I think.
Man, like I know if I get a treadmill, like I'll never fucking use it, even though like I want to get my steps in. But like I know that if I had a treadmill, I wouldn't use it. Like just standing in one spot walking. I love to walk and I get tons of steps in, but I've got to be like actually walking. I mean, I gotta be getting some fresh air. I've got to be seeing.
I lost you.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, you're back. You're back.
I'm babbling about walking.
Yeah, the treadmill thing. Yeah, I know the treadmill is tricky. Like Rachel bought one a while back, and it didn't she didn't stick with it, and it just ended up being like a lot of people. It's something you hang your clothes on.
Yeah, dude.
We sold it actually to Kathy Killian. She was looking to buy one. I'm like,
yeah,
hey, we
'cause she's
got one. We actually sold it to her.
She was the big marathon runner, right?
Yeah, right. Oh god, she was a little insufferable at that period of time.
That was
with
getting a
her
little
running
weird.
Crap. I'm like,
It's kind of like, I mean,
it was like, I'm glad, it's like, hey, great, you're getting in shape, but yeah, I don't like people who like proselytize about exercise.
I mean, it's not.
Like,
I mean,
great,
she
good
was
for
just
you.
being kind of like,
Whatever.
like I'm awesome for doing this. It's kind of like, I mean, I don't want to be rude, so I'm not gonna say anything. It's kind of like you're not convincing anyone that you're a dedicated marathon runner.
Right.
Like.
Right. Exactly.
It's like none of us believe you, and until we do, just kind of shut up about it.
Yeah.
If you know what, if you smell what I'm cooking,
phase.
if you smell what I'm cooking, baby.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure we got rid of the Albatross treadmill, and then she, probably or sold it to somebody else or something.
Yeah, or she's probably hating. Assuming that's what most.
Not to discourage you. I mean, there are people who buy those things and they use them.
But I'm not gonna. Unless if I can like comfortably play Call of Duty and walk on at the same time, then there's a possibility.
Nice. We'll pull it ahead.
If I can play Call of Duty at the same time, I can probably do bird surgery.
Whoa.
We're losing Alpha.
Jesus.
You're mine.
hell already. I'm gonna get creamed in this game.
We're already capturing all three phones. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. It's kind of on a murder spree. I've been having a pretty good day/night. I've been playing. You know what? I discovered something today. You know how I was talking last night about how like I feel like I smoke too much weed and I'll pass out.
Enemy with Semtex.
I stopped smoking in the morning and I still passed out.
Losing Bravo.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. So it's not the weed. Yeah, I'm just getting old. I'm just getting old.
Not the, just. Yeah. Well, that happens.
Eyes on Semtex.
So
I mean, I get tired every day around 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and I have to. I don't have to, but I really try to take a nap because I just am no good at that time of day.
I don't feel like the naps really help me. It's like I feel like I'm just tired and I want to sleep, but then but it doesn't really like refreshen me or make me feel more awake.
Doesn't rejuvenate, yeah.
It's just kind of like my body wanted to sleep. And if I even want to get out of bed, I gotta slam a monster or something.
Oh, can you pick up some assault? So I gotta fuel people with assault stuff.
Oh yeah.
I got a challenge at 10. It's right here. It's right here. It's right by the car. Thanks.
Let me know every time until you're done with it.
Oh, they destroyed my assault pack already? Damn it. Of course, I put it in a very highly
That's a contentious spot.
I mean, there's no point in. Yeah, I mean, but if you put a assault pack where you spawn, people, it's no point in picking it up there, right? Because you're already fully equipped, right?
Logically correct, but I think some people might just grab it out of habit. I think it might still be the throw down and spawn. It might still work for you. As far as my personal experience with it.
Keep an eye out.
Because there's been plenty of times where I'm not even thinking about it. I see someone's box and I just grab it.
Oi, enemy grenade.
Even if I don't need it,
Yeah, I do too. But I just don't know if it's like. Maybe other people don't do it. I don't know.
And
but I guess you're right.
There's not really a bad spot to throw it down. I wouldn't really worry too much. Just as long as you remember. My problem with doing those kind of missions is just forgetting use them. And it's I'm running around playing.
Right.
Well, sitting on it. That's usually why I screw it. But as long as you're throwing it down somewhere, you'll grab it. That will definitely grab it.
Alright, well I'm throwing one down right on A.
On A? Alright. Oh shit.
Yeah,
I just
if you get back there.
I just
You don't have to, don't go backwards.
No, I'm running to A. I'm right behind you. 6.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said A. I guess it was.
Oh, what's? Oh no! C. Oh, well, I just
C.
C.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry.
back. Here you go.
Thanks.
Oh,
there it is.
You said A, so I went right into A.
Yeah, I know. I was like, wait, what am I doing here?
I was like, oh man, that spawn flipped on you. I was like, that sucks. I hope no one destroys it. But then.
Yeah, A. The other C.
The other C. You know, A. The other C. Yeah, I haven't. Today, a lot of chilling, a lot of playing, just grinding. I'm watching some YouTube videos. Let me see what topic I've been on tonight. I'll pull up my history. What we're talking about. Oh, you see, did you hear anything about that horrible, thing that happened in Germany and they had that Christmas,
Oh yeah, I did hear about it. I didn't read into it, but
the guy was complete psycho.
Fucking 200 people fucking got
killed. It wasn't. I think the numbers. The first numbers were pretty high, but I think they were eventually lowered. I think a couple killed and at most maybe 50 were injured. I think. I might be wrong. I haven't gotten an update in 4 hours, so I am. I hope I'm not wrong. But it was definitely at first.
What was the story about this guy?
This guy was like a psycho. He was it's really hard to explain, but he was like, he was from Saudi Arabia, but he was not a Muslim. He was an ex-Muslim. And he thought that Germany was basically giving way to Sharia law. He was a psychopath.
Okay,
But he's also like a doctor, and it's very strange. Very bizarre, but like it's like he was a right winger. Everyone's gonna put like you probably might hear some narratives that like this was like a Muslim. This is like he was not a Muslim. He was anti-Muslim.
Good to see you.
Like super seriously. And he was trying to get like people like I don't know. He was pretty big on social media too. Apparently he had like a few tens of thousands of followers on X and shit. And this dude was also on like talk shows and stuff. Like I'm not talk shows, but like podcasts.
Losing A.
You know, so like this guy was like active. Like this is not some like guy sitting in the basement and then jumping out doing something crazy. You know what I mean?
That's fucked up.
Yeah, super fucked up.
Jesus.
And like, honestly, like,
Hope you enjoy
it while it lasts. Do you ever go on Reddit, the website?
Once in a while, yeah.
You can,
not too often.
You can see the worst shit on earth on there. Like there is you can like I saw the footage of the incident on Reddit on that day.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, I saw. It was horrifying. Bro.
Tally, mine.
Oh my god!
And that he was going so fast. Just through like, if you can just imagine like a sidewalk full of people, and then a car just boom as fast as you can think, just going through it and bodies flying. That's what it was.
Oh,
horrifying.
gross.
Spring mine spotted.
We used to go to that Kris Kringle market every year, Rachel and I.
Down at Yellow Plaza?
Sometimes a few friends would come along. Yeah, and then COVID came and we that kind of I think we just stopped doing it for a year. And then it was just like also like I don't know, that guy shooting up the streets in Vegas, and then the fucking kid who shot up the 4th of July parade. It's just like shit like that's now like I'm like I'm weary of going to it.
Yeah, I have a philosophy about this kind of stuff, and it also applies to like crime and like walking around in dangerous areas and stuff like that. Cold weather, less crime happens in cold weather. And so Kris Kringle Mart, I just feel like, especially if you go on a particularly cold day, I don't think anything's gonna happen. And I feel the same way about
all the psychos stay away.
Yeah. Oh, I mean everyone does, except for like those who are in extreme Christmas spirit.
Yeah. Hey, you're number 3. Good job.
Hey, oh shit! Oh shit! Emo. Yeah.
It's actually pretty well protected too. I think they got like barriers all around it. There's no like chance of a car going flying into that one.
For sure. And like American police are way more hardcore than any country in Europe. So it's like they're, I mean,
yeah.
You know that honestly that doesn't shit out. You were always at risk, literally at all times. So there's really no point worrying about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if I actually like sat and thought about it, like I'm sitting here in Chicago, I could be vaporized by a nuke and just not even know it. You know, like I can see downtown from the lakeshore where I'm right next to. I know if a nuclear weapon went off in the middle of downtown, I wouldn't even know it.
Ghost.
Yeah, I'd be.
I live near O'Hare, so you know that would be a huge target too.
Yeah, everyone outside Chicago is going to have it worse than people in Chicago, and the people in Chicago will die instantly. Which is the better option than living in the post-apocalyptic radioactive hellscape that will remain.
Yeah, getting sick for 2 or 3 days before you croak or whatever.
Yeah.
While your face is half melted off would not be the
Good
way
stuff,
I
yeah,
go.
and seeing the suffering of humanity around you. Good stuff.
Yeah.
No, I'll just check out. I'm good. I'm out. Thank you.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's like, but I'm not going to sit around worrying about it.
Yeah.
I can't enjoy life. So it's like,
yeah.
But it's always best to be like, just, you know, use common sense. Stay out of bad areas. You know, keep your money in safe places. You know, just the basic stuff. Like worst case scenario is like a mugging. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I lived in Chicago for 17 years, and I never, well, I shouldn't say never. I did have one guy one time. He was a homeless guy who I think was quite obviously schizophrenic. While I was walking to work, he kind of like was calling me the N-word of all things.
I think
and then pushed me.
Was I working? I think I remember you talking to me.
Yeah, I don't know if I told you at the time, but I told you at some point later, if not that day, because I wasn't sure what I should do. I was really kind of conflicted about, like, you know, part of me says I should have fucking reported the guy because he was obviously a threat to anybody kind of walking down the block if he was after me, you know what I mean? But at the same time, it was, you know, we were in the whole, like, diversity training thing, and it just.
But also, like, did he like do? I mean, if he didn't actually do anything to hurt you, like, did he like attack you or like physically touch you?
I mean, he pushed. He
you know, pushed you.
I started to steer clear. He pushed me into the wall.
Oh,
yeah, like not
whoa.
super hard.
Okay, yeah, that's
I mean,
different.
You know, I scraped my elbow a little bit.
If somebody, like, that's assault.
And then I just walked away.
That's assault.
Yeah, it is.
He just committed a crime on you. You could call the fucking police if you wanted to. Yeah, I'm 100%. Fuck other people. He just assaulted you.
Yeah. So, but I didn't. I didn't do anything.
I mean,
and
did he just seem like? I mean, I don't know. Honestly, if someone
he was just out of his mind.
If someone like, if that happened, that's never happened to me. I'm gonna knock on some wood. Nothing like that has ever happened to me because I think if it did, I would like punch them, like I would fight them, like out of self-defense. Like, what the hell is this dude trying to do? I'm gonna knock him out.
You never know. Like, I mean.
Well, I mean, shit.
Yeah,
if they got a weapon or something.
You do that, and well, you don't know.
That's
you know
always
what I mean?
that's always an option. But if I've got a shot
Yeah.
though, I'm taking them out. If like I've got an open shot, fist to face, I'm knocking them out right there. No question. I will punch them in the chin and set them to the ground.
The guy was terrifying. Yeah, the guy was.
Was he big?
Like out of his mind. He was not small. You know, he's probably about my size, but maybe a little heavier. Not. You know, he just. Yeah, he wasn't like some kind of weak, starving guy.
You know what? That shit doesn't. He could have been the smallest person on earth. No one has the right to touch you like that. In the civilization, in a civilized world, no one has the right to touch you like that.
No, I know, but he was absolutely crazy. Like, you could just tell from his eyes. He was calling you the N-word, for God's sake.
I mean, I don't know. I probably would have ended up calling somebody just because. Like, I mean, that would be kind of worrisome as far as, like, is he going to do that to someone else? If he just, why the hell did he do it to you? Literally zero reason, so he doesn't need a reason to do it to someone else either.
Right. And that's why, I don't know. I also, like, people were walking by, and they think, I thought they saw what happened. You know, like, this is just the loop. You know, people going to work.
Where in
and,
the loop
like,
was this?
In the morning. I'm.
Was it
right
crowded?
by the train station. Not that block isn't that crowded. I go through the, or I used to go through the what do you call it? The food court, the downstairs area. What do they call that?
In Thompson Center?
You may not even know because you don't. No. At Ogilvy, the French Market. I used to go through the French Market area, and that area is not as busy. And then I'd walk down, I think it was Washington, it was the street I was on, and there was not that much, there was some foot traffic and cars, obviously. Anyway, there was like a few people walking towards me, and I thought they saw what happened, but no one, like, you know, no one even batted an eye. You know, like, I was like, okay.
That sucks.
So I felt
Because they don't want to get
about it.
involved.
I'm like, fuck it.
You know, they're like, I don't want to get pushed by a crazy person either. So I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see that.
Right. They're ignoring it.
Yeah. So I mean, that sucks.
So anyway, long story short, that was the only time I ever had anything like that ever happen in all the years I lived in Chicago. So I mean, that's not even.
I mean, that's a pretty extreme
bad.
case.
You know, that's not even a mugging.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna like,
It's
I'm gonna
extreme,
like,
but it could be way
I'm
worse.
not gonna out wood right now. Like I've had friends who got mugged. You know, I've got friends who just got randomly like hit on the street. You know, like just crazy shit like that. I've never experienced anything like that. I'm not gonna wood for the third time. Three's a charm.
Yeah, yeah. Remember Henry? He was going to work, and some lady threw a cell phone at his face.
A lady threw a cell phone at his face? Where was he?
Yeah. Oh, he was just going to work too. I think he was walking from Ogilvy too. That was before the thing that happened to me happened to me. He had to go get stitches.
Wow, no shit. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think it was another, you know, it was a person who was mentally ill.
If someone's mentally ill, like, that's, I mean, I don't want to get some kind of social rant about how we need healthcare in this country more than anything. But if someone's got like mental health issues, they're unpredictable and can hurt people, and
yeah.
But it's not their fault at the end of the day. It's society's fault for not helping them.
Right. Right.
Because they can't help themselves. Why? Because they're fucking out of their goddamn minds. And they need help. But we're just kind of like, fuck you. And like, it's just gonna get worse. Especially with like Elon Musk running the country right now. I think he's
President Musk is the internet today, guys.
Yeah, that's what everyone's calling him. Oh, did you see today's episode?
I watched a little bit, yeah, while I was stretching.
Yeah, they've been talking a lot about Luigi. Showed a lot of today's episode is about his perk walk in New York.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that was weird.
A little bit.
That was definitely like, what the hell? Like, it definitely looked like the Joker.
Yeah. Like he was like Luthor or some shit.
I get the last word.
Hostile RCXD in your AO.
Like, this is the most dangerous badass on earth. But it's also funny just because, like, what the hell did, like, New York City do to catch him? Besides, like, release a photo.
Right, exactly. And Eric Adams is walking behind him, too.
Yeah, basically what they're like is, like, we met him at the airport. We're badasses. Cops are so fucking stupid. Makes sense, though. They're, like, barely have GEDs. I mean, I bet you, honestly, Luigi's probably the smart guy. Like, if he really put his, like, head to it, he could probably do something in that situation to fool all the cops, to, like, escape, to let him escape. Like, he can be like, what's that over there? And, like, literally every cop would look and he'd, like, run the other way.
One of my favorite prison escape stories was, I don't know, maybe a year or two ago. This guy, like, he would work out in the gym a lot, and he got his abs in really good shape, and then he, like, basically Spider-Man crawled up a wall, like, by putting his feet, he put his feet, like, imagine like a kind of a narrow,
yeah, like a wall crawl.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you got two walls, like, pretty close, and you kind of like
put his palms on one wall, his feet on the other, and he.
Oh man, that's gotta be like the hardest thing on earth.
Yeah.
You know how far I would make it up? Literally 0 centimeters.
Yeah, that would. Like, nice try. Yeah, no, I can't imagine how he was able to do it.
If you're in that kind of shape, out of respect. You know, honestly, it's like if I was in jail, like, and I had all the time I needed, I would probably try to get into that kind of shape. It's like, well, I can escape if I can wall crawl.
Right.
And what am I going to do all day?
Well, right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd be in the weight room all the time too. What the hell else are you gonna read books and work out?
Yeah, that's pretty much your only options. Or like, all your other options are pretty bad, actually.
Make prison liquor and.
Eesh. You can be someone.
Make friends with the KKK.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. Join the Aryan Nation. Good times.
Dominate. Another day.
Capping the objective. Stay sharp.
I think so nuts. Actually, like mid. I mean, I enjoy it, and there's like a lot of poor people who live there. But like, I had a friend almost got in a fight with a guy who had joined the Aryan Nation while in prison, and I was like, I'm not ready for this. Like, he was like, my friend was like Mexican. He was kind of like, yo, fuck that shit. And I was kind of like, bro, he was in prison. This probably isn't worth the fight.
5 down.
But luckily, nothing really happened. It did not escalate.
Maintain current posture. We're losing Charlie.
Aguinaldo calling in UAV.
UAV in the territory.
You didn't think I'd let that go, did ya?
We're losing Alpha. Off day.
UAV flight time 50%. Mark.
I'm a fan of the Grekova pistol, fully automatic. It is.
Thanks for the work.
It's
UAV
great.
overflight terminated.
It's almost as good as the automatic
Losing Charlie.
Modern Warfare.
Grenade coming in. Getting captured.
Jesus, come on, dude. What the fuck? Yeah, I haven't had a chance to get there yet. Control the time.
That's the one thing I like about prestiging, and it kind of like blocking stuff up on you. Kind of like makes you work on certain things. I think you kind of have to like pick whatever is open to grind on. You start over. You know?
UAV in the air.
Say that again. I was just.
No, I was just saying.
You like something about the prestiging.
Prestiging, yeah, because like when you prestige, it locks a bunch of your weapons, even ones that you might be like grinding on at the moment. But the good thing about prestiging is that like, because there's like a amount of weapons that will remain unlocked even if you prestige, and so like you'll still have basically if you have prestige you'll still have something to grind on.
Taking Bravo underway.
And it's probably going to be something you haven't touched yet.
Enemy UAV inbound. Bravo is on.
I got to admit, I am mystified by this prestiging, and I don't really get it. I know your weapons get locked up again. You have to.
Yeah, you have to basically like start like you know when you first bought the game, and then you have to do this whole leveling to unlock everything. It's basically just doing that. And when you do it though, you get to unlock one thing. Like there's like a, you know what I mean? Like there's
and that's
good. What's up? Good.
Well, yeah, no, I was like, I think the last I prestiged not that long ago. I think I'm just on the second one or something now. But I couldn't figure out where the unlock thing was.
I will tell you.
I will show it to you. But I have no idea.
Remind me after this game. I'll get you through it.
I totally forgot to ask you about that.
Oh, please. I will. Because I don't know. I think I'm on like 5th or 6th prestige at the moment. I prestige a lot. And I have unlocked all the stuff I use. So even if I prestige, I can just have my normal setup. Yeah, nothing that I need is locked. Like all the things that I use have been unlocked.
Oh, good.
There are still things that get locked, but it's shit I don't use. So who the hell cares? And guns, like, you'll have a gun unlocked if you own a blueprint of it, I think. Like, it's not even like, just, weapons are basically like, but I did unlock the one web, the AS Val, because that's only unlocked at like level 55, like you have to like top out to get it, so I was like, the only chance, like if I wanted to grind a gun, like, you kind of have to unlock it, unless, because it's never going to be unlocked for you until you get to Master Prestige. Once you get to Master Prestige, you go up to level 1000, but nothing relocks or anything after that. You just kind of grind and unlock stuff. But it's after I think there's 10 prestiges. But once you get to Master Prestige and level 1000, that's it. That's as far as you go. I'll show you how to unlock.
Alright,
Don't let me
yeah,
forget.
appreciate it.
Oh yeah, no, it's easy. Easy peasy. Yeah, I mean, well, it's not intuitive, but it's.
Losing A.
Once I show you.
Bravo lost.
You'll be a prestige grinder unlocker.
Alright, sounds good.
Taking Bravo.
Cover me. Taking the objective.
Yeah, I totally forgot about it. I was like, at the time I prestige, I was like, where is this? I can't find it, fuck it, and then I just totally forgot.
Okay, so what do you want to unlock? Like, do you have crutches? Do you have something that
like,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Like trophy system or something like that?
Do you use, yeah, or like, is that like kind of a crutch for you? Like what?
Yeah, I use.
Is there
Semtex and trophies?
Okay. Anything else, or what about perks? Is there any perks that you like to use?
I use Gung Ho. What else? One that comes to mind, I don't know.
Because I have me in particular, I have very particular like, tastes in like I need to have Gung Ho, I need to have Tracker, and I need to have Scavenger. But basically, I need to have Tracker and Scavenger. Those are my two main ones. But in order to get the specialty perk from having all reds, like I add Gung Ho and Double Time, which keeps me running. You know, so I can. It's very good for running and gunning.
I'm on the objective. Heads up, frag.
But like, I will like kind of like list the shit that like I like to use, and then whichever one is at the highest level, whichever one takes longest to get to, like unlock that one first. You know what I mean? So it's like if you have like if you have two things that you want to unlock, but one's at like 50 and one's at 75, unlock the one at 75.
Yeah.
Because at least like when you grind again, you'll get to the one that you need like faster. Still, you know.
Yeah. Oh.
We're losing Alpha.
I've had the same setup since Cold War.
Hostile RCXD in your AO.
Tracker is a must. Scavenger's actually been a must for me since like the very beginning. Since I first started playing.
Losing B.
Sorry. Like, I hate running out of ammo more than anything. And the Scavenger in this game is better than any other because this one refills your tactical vehicles. Usually the Scavenger just gives you ammo.
Enemy impact.
Oh.
Losing Bravo.
Impact grenade.
Oh.
Enemy flashbang.
Arcade was kind of fun, but a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
Back off. Get me a hellstorm.
Fire missile. Die.
Launch a UAV.
Charlie.
Where is this coming from?
Commencing surveillance operation.
Securing B. Secure.
By the radar, not the big satellite, you know, the spin-in radar.
UAV fuel check 50%.
Securing Charlie.
Spotted flashbang.
Control zone C.
TACOM, we're flying on cue. UAV
Shit.
thanks.
Enemy flashbang.
Honestly, like,
Losing B.
I would really, I mean,
No
they
battle
tell
for
you,
second place.
like,
Crush those dirtbags.
it'll tell you the name of the area you're in while you're there, and at some spot on the screen. I don't know if you ever noticed that. I've got mine set so it's right above the radar, but like right now I'm in Nest,
Zone secure.
and then when I move over by this big satellite, it's called Checkpoint. Do you see this? I'm under the satellite right now. It says Controls. Now I'm by the trucks. You see this shit? It'll give you kind of like a name of the area
That's
you're
right,
at.
dickheads. Piss off.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure. There's these different.
What's the? Yeah. So what about the names of the areas? What about it?
I wish those were bigger and more apparent, so it would be more useful. You know what I mean? So you could be like, hey, someone's over by command or something, and like everyone would know what it is because it'd be like really easy to see. Hey, oh yeah, let's go, bro.
Look at that synchronicity.
same emote, same skin. My God,
Isn't that funny?
that was epic,
Same time.
dude. That was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. All right, let me get you prestige. Let me get you something on.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
All right, so go over to the barracks. Using the
Right.
go to progression, and then you go to level unlocks. That's the first one on the left. You just go ahead and click that, and then using the left stick, you can move to different levels. Are you following me? Are you with me here?
Yeah. I'm following you.
Okay, and if you have one of these levels that have more than one thing, you're going to want to push the D-pad down to select individual one, because if you don't, it'll just pick the top one. I made that mistake before.
Okay.
So if you have anything that you want to unlock, I would definitely like go to like at the end, whatever's the latest thing that you unlock, you like to use.
So, whatever I'm seeing on this, bottom row with all these things, I'm seeing stuff I can unlock, I guess.
Yes.
But that's definitely all stuff I don't have, right?
You will not. All these things will relock when you prestige. You will be back to level 1.
Okay.
And everything after level 1 is locked. You have to re-level up to get it back. So, but if there's certain things on here that you don't want to have to level up again to unlock it.
Gotcha. And you're saying I should go all the way to the right. Those things are the more like harder to.
Well, it takes longer to get there.
Not necessarily. It
like
takes longer to get there.
And you
It may
also
not be
have,
something
and if
I
you're
want
doing the
necessarily,
prestige
but-
grind, these are things you're going to have less time, because like if like you unlock something at 55, but then you prestige at level 55, you don't have time to work out whatever you're unlocking. It's just basically like perpetually locked, until you reach master prestige. But if there's something that you like to use, like mine was the my big one was the greed perk, which you unlock at level 54. That was like I accidentally, the first thing I unlocked was the dreadnought, because it's right above the greed perk, and I accidentally unlocked that. I didn't want to unlock the dreadnought. I actually unlocked it because I did not hit the D-pad down to get to greed perk. The greed perk was the second thing I unlocked. That's at level 54. So like I would find whatever out of all these. If you switching stuff up all the time, I mean just unlock what you like to use. You know what I mean? And even if it's not a high level, you know what I mean? Just I definitely go through the like had like a very particular plan in mind here of like, this is my setup, this is what I need to unlock, and this is the order I need to do it in. You know what I mean? So like I've got a particular set. I've the grade perks, the one, tracker, scavenger, and the other red ones to give me the whole red specialist. Once I had that done, then I unlocked level 55 gun, which is the AS Val, and I'm currently grinding that one right now. And so when I'm done with that, I'm not sure what I'm going to unlock next. I might unlock Sleeper. Honestly, I haven't been using Sleeper Agent that much. But there's a baseball bat at level 50.
How do I know how many things I can unlock? Do I just gotta try until it stops me, essentially?
You should have, if you haven't unlocked anything, you get one every time you prestige. So how often have you prestiged once?
I'm on level 2.
You're on level 2, so
Prestige 2.
So you should have 2. If you look around anywhere on the screen under these unlocks, does it say anywhere that you have unlocks available? Like when you go on top of any of these things. I don't know if it's on the bottom of the screen.
I mean, at the very top, it says permanent unlock available.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I must have one more.
Yeah, you probably have
more,
2.
So
There's no number on there? Actually, well, go ahead and unlock something, and then if it still says that, then
yeah, right. That's how you'll find out. Yeah.
But like, what's your
one thing?
What's like if you had to unlock just anything that you didn't want to have to grind again to get to?
Yeah.
Just unlock that. Oh yes, Steam Shot. That was definitely one of the unlocks I had to do too. That's at level 30. Yeah, I like to use Stim Shot and all those perks I mentioned. Or if there's like a gun that you like to use, or a kill streak, or whatever, or a field upgrade.
I must be done because I'm hitting stuff and nothing's not.
Wait, no. Wait. What are you trying to do?
I picked one thing.
What did you pick?
I picked Danger Close, so I could spawn with an extra lethal.
Okay, what level is that?
What level is that?
It's on top.
I'm not sure. Oh, okay. Let's see. I have to back. It was probably pretty high.
You should see it right away. It's right up there. It's right there.
Right away.
It's right above it.
Yeah, I have to go back to where it was at because I moved away from there. So I'm going back. Right. Okay, here it is. So that was at 38, level 38.
Level 38. Okay, so and you want to get Danger Close. So you want to hit the D button down twice. The D-pad.
Right.
And it says Danger Close. Does it say unlock available?
No. So, I mean, the Danger Close I already unlocked. So I already did that.
Well, okay.
I just did it 2 minutes ago. But what I'm saying is I thought I had another one, but I may have unlocked something previously. Who knows what I did.
Okay.
So I don't know. How can you tell what your permanent unlocks are after you?
I'm pretty sure it says somewhere on the screen, or it'll at least tell you if you're floating above another one of these things. It should tell you like unlock available. If they're like,
yeah,
and then like if it doesn't say it, you probably don't.
Yeah, I'm done. All right. So anyway, yeah.
Right,
okay.
So is that making sense then?
Danger Close and a mystery item. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, no worries. I mean, this is definitely like. I think about this way more because like I've got like what I like to use like down, and I get annoyed when I can't use them, and the unlock system is, I gotta be pretty strategic. Yeah. But if you don't have anything that you like really use and you're just kind of switching around and stuff and just kind of like whatever you want to feel, it's like, I don't know. I would just.
I mean, I would
start from the top and go to the bottom. If I didn't have anything particular that I wanted to unlock, I would just. Start grinding the stuff that you unlock later. And then by the time you get to Prestige Master, everything will be unlocked.
Yeah, I think I'll have to find out what I unlocked before, but yeah, I do like to use Semtex and the trophy system a lot,
Like
and Danger Close is pretty cool.
Yeah, what's your what are your weapons? What's the main loadout you're using right now, if any?
I mean, I'm just I'm kind of flipping around depending on what the daily challenges are. I just go with that gun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
When you're done with the challenges, do you those on, or do you switch them out with stuff that you?
It depends on, I mean, depends on how I was doing with the weapon, I guess. I usually stick with one weapon a day, you know what I mean? Like if the challenge had to be a marksman and I was doing well with it, I'd probably just keep on leveling that up until I just stop for the day or night or whatever.
Okay.
Tomorrow's another day, so I'm kind of making progress all over the place, not necessarily linearly, though I was initially just leveling up assault rifles. I know you do it a completely different way. I'm more loosey-goosey with it. I don't I'll get there eventually. I just, you know what I mean? I kind of just.
Oh no, yeah, for sure.
I don't necessarily do it in a regimented way like you do, where you go snipers and handguns and.
Oh yeah, well that's all. Actually,
that makes sense.
I've been
That makes
jumping
sense.
around a little bit on that, to be honest. Like I've already got my ARs done. I am working on my snipers. I've about almost got to diamond. I'm almost to diamond on my snipers. But I think you only need gold on 3 snipers to unlock diamond for that. So I'm on my second sniper at the moment. But like my main ones, like I've already said, like I need stim shot, I need tracker, I need scavenger, and I need the greed perk so I can have both tracker and scavenger, because scavenger is under the perk 2 slot. So I can't have both tracker and scavenger unless I use the greed perk. But that also, since I use gung ho and double time, that combined with the scavenger I get through the greed perk, it gives me the enforcer specialty, which is pretty nice. What does that do for me? That's killing enemies grants a temporary buff to movement, speed, and health regen. And so I've got double time, which is like, what is that? I think that like extends your tactical sprint. Greatly increased duration of tactical sprint. And I've got gung ho, which improves the sprint and tactical speeds while reloading and equipment. So like you can basically you can reload while sprinting. And I think
run and gun.
I think I thought it was supposed to give you a faster sprint to fire time too. But improves sprint and tactical sprint speeds. So that and then scavenger is scavenger that just gives you lets you reload all your shit when you go over killed enemies. So those two together, give me the enforcer. But then I got tracker, which is a blue one, and I like to use tracker because I don't like to wear headphones, and it gives me the visual indication of enemies running around
where they went.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I need those. So I went through whatever I unlocked all those in whatever order I need to, as well as stim shot. And so I'm done with that. So now I'm gonna just basically start from the top and unlock all the highest stuff until I don't have to unlock anything anymore.
Cool. Yeah, I'll be paying more attention to this going forward.
This is obviously not important stuff.
No, it's very helpful.
But it's fun.
I do have preferences. I don't think about them too often, and now that I know, kind of how to get there and do it, I'm going to be paying more attention to it.
And this kind of forces you
for sure.
to do that.
Yeah, and I was just, as you were talking, I was looking at my marksman setup, and I have most of the same ones that you were talking about. I have gung ho, double time, and enforcer. I don't have scavenger. I have assassin. I think
you have assassin in perk 2.
Yeah, because that's the only one that's
available. What wild card are you using?
Reds. Wild card music. I just put on danger close,
and that gives you the extra lethal. Have you looked at the different wild cards and what they do?
A little bit.
Okay, because you can have like there's a wild card that gives you like 2 primaries.
Or put all the attachments you want on one gun.
Or it gives you there's one. I think that was a gunfighter. I think it gives you like extra attachments on your primary. But honestly, like greed, it gives you a whole extra perk. It kind of tops it out for me. There's two tacticals or 2 frags versus a whole extra perk. To me, it just seems more valuable. But that's my opinion.
Makes sense. All right, man. Well, I think I got to run. It's already 8:30.
Sorry. I'm sorry for holding you, but thank you for playing.
No. All good. All good. Yep.
If you're on tomorrow, you know what to do.
I will be. All right, man. Awesome. Have a good night.
You too. Later.
Let's watch this video. North Star Radio, also known as Comrade Casey, recently put out a video titled Ethan Klein's Crash Out Explained. And I haven't got a chance to watch it because it came out right before I went live. I was about to go live and then it showed up in my YouTube recommended and it said it was posted 30 minutes ago. So let's watch it. Let's go. Crash Out of the Year. Yeah, so we need to have like a Crash Out of the Year award.
Last week on NSR's coverage of the continuing and ever hilarious crash out of Ethan Klein. The CEO of Teddy Fresh was justifying apartheid.
When I grew up, I couldn't really take a bus. I was afraid of blowing up.
Right.
And now it doesn't really happen. So the wall did help. So should we not have a wall?
And her husband was being racist.
There, frankly, are a lot of Palestinians, right, in the area. And once the Palestinians outnumber the Jews, anything is fair game for the Jews.
Not the great replacement theory showing up on screen. Not that.
This is vegan pizza.
Oh, no.
From Demo, Chicago. Delicious.
Sorry, this is the funniest. Try and like clap back just to go back 2 seconds. This mobile user is here to defend his juicer.
Says the one who earns money from OnlyFans.
You think taking photos, you think taking safe for work photos is worse than gambling and pushing gambling? Okay, good to know. Good to know. Thank you. Okay, all right. Makes sense to me.
Anything.
His moldy basement began to affect his cognitive state.
He's a liar, dude. He's a weaselly little liar.
Ethan reacted to clips of part 1, but didn't actually address my points against him. Quite literally doing the thing he accused Hassan Piker of doing.
Hassan can't watch him a single point I made. He just needs to call me crazy and say I'm hallucinating. Zero accountability. That's so cowardly, man. At least watch it.
Instead, opting to provide vulgar sexualized insults.
And over time, he played victim.
Let me DM Love my picture of my cock. Love, I sent you a picture of my cock. Can you send one back?
And he somehow thought he owned me with facts and logic.
Do you not know that they're not Arabs, bro? That's so
cringe, bro. You literally made a video saying I'm Islamophobic and you're just calling anybody of color Arab? This is like commie racism, bro.
Yes, Somalia and Kazakhstan are not Arab countries, but I never claimed they were. A more appropriate title for that section of the video would have been anti-Islam propaganda. Yet the stereotypes against Arab people in the United States are nearly identical to the stereotypes against Muslim people, making Ethan's critique of that section absolutely idiotic. And yeah, Borat's not an Arab caricature. He's a Muslim caricature, but his character in The Dictator is. And I showed that right here. But before part 2 begins, I'd like to take this time to apologize to some of the great socialist leaders, like Stalin, Lenin, Osama bin Laden. I'm sorry for ruining socialism.
Thanks a lot, honestly, buddy. Yeah, basically, you're right.
An asshole.
It is people like him that has ruined socialism for everybody. I'm more of a Bin Laden socialist.
This is part 2 of Ethan's ongoing crash out explained. Today's broadcast is brought to you by viewers like you. Become a member today and unlock exclusive content at patreon.com/NorthstarRadio. On October 15th, Ethan Klein discovered a nearly year-old interview between Hassan Piker and a famous Yemeni TikToker known as Tim Houthi Chalamet.
It made me think of this tweet from our wonderful Houthi pirate, the cute Houthi pirate that Hassan interviewed. And I remembered this tweet he put out, just a cute tweet from our favorite Houthi. Same people telling me to kill myself love this guy. And that's true. They do. They love him. Hassan interviewed him. He hypes him up even as recent as like this week, okay? This is a tweet he put out. The execution that we will carry out on all Zionists. People go, Hassan talked to him and he said he's not a Houthi and he says he doesn't hate Jews. Why is it you understand how this works with every other minority group? Like, do you really think that if I asked this guy, like, tell me what do you think a Zionist is, that he would have some nuanced answer about the difference? I mean, as you'll see, this kid is a rampant anti-Semite and a violent Houthi terrorist. Here he is with the AK and combat fatigues. Now, in poverty-stricken Yemen, do you think
And you know that Ethan Klein's definition of anti-Semite is definitely accurate because I'm an anti-Semite in his book for Check's notes not liking Sabra hummus. So we can trust this guy on who is and who is not an anti-Semite.
it's likely to get an AK or an automatic assault rifle in Yemen, poverty-stricken, if you're not affiliated with the Houthis? I mean, Houthis, guns are expensive as dude, and I just continue, dude, there's so much evidence this dude is Jew-hating terrorist. Just say you support the Houthis, stand on your shit. Again, I respect that. Just say you support the Houthis, which his son does. Here he is with a rifle, and again, okay, maybe he found that. I don't know how you get a high-powered rifle in Yemen without being affiliated with the Houthis. Hassan did not ask him one critical question. In fact,
just like totally showing that you know nothing about Yemen. Just nothing about Yemen. That a country that has been dealing with war for decades. How can you believe that there are easily accessible guns? Also, high-powered rifle. Whether it's an AK. It's literally an AK.
The opposite. It was a complete puff piece where he sucked him off, elevated him, was uncritical, and even in the moments of absolutely insane statements like this, he essentially covers for him and acts like ignorant.
Chinese people, but one of the captain was Chinese, and he did caught with them, and he danced some music with them, and he was vibing.
And also, as many people have pointed out, Arab with a gun equals terrorist. Correct. I mean, that's what people like Ethan Klein think. They see Arab person with gun must be terrorist. Granddaddy Marty, thank you for the 8 months. Shy Thembo, thank you for the tier 1. Lufius, thank you for the 2 months.
So he likes him, yeah.
So I mean, what?
Yes, he just admitted to being a terrorist who's hanging out with hostages. That's literally just what happened. And Hassan knows it.
I don't think I need to explain the obvious issue with assuming this kid is a terrorist just for owning a gun in Yemen, a country second in gun ownership behind the United States, and has been victim to a genocide for the past decade. But because he's Arab and anti-Israel, I guess he's automatically an anti-Semitic terrorist. Oh, but Hila, definitely not a terrorist. When she was the secretary at an Israeli base in the occupied West Bank and even participated in a raid where young boys were taken prisoner for no reason whatsoever, that's simply not terrorism.
My officers and like the soldiers in that brigade, they would go every night on a raid in Ramallah to arrest terrorists. And so I always saw them preparing for it and leaving, and then I would stay in the base. So one time I wanted to go with them just to experience it.
Why, you just were all of a sudden had an urge to go with them?
I just wanted to see what it's like.
Right.
I wanted to see it.
Okay.
So they took me with them one night, even though they weren't supposed to.
Did they armor your ass up?
You're driving in this like Jeep that's bulletproof.
Right.
So I was in the Jeep, and then as soon as we entered Ramallah, the people in the city started shooting us.
Wow.
And I heard like a bullet hit the Jeep like right next to my head.
Did they arrest anyone that night?
They did.
Did they bring it in the same car with you?
No.
Oh, different car.
There's a few cars going.
Damn, that's crazy.
Was
it like, how did you feel? Was it horrifying?
It was strange. You see people in their house, and then it's like the soldiers just walk into the house and look through their shit and find guns, and the whole thing is really surreal.
And the following day, on October 16th, Ethan decided to dedicate an entire H3 podcast episode to criticizing Hassan and accusing him of fostering anti-Semitism in his community. Fortunately, Hassan had a few hilarious distractions on stream that day.
Dude, did you want me? There was a big fruit basket from Hamas outside. Did you want me to bring it in? They were really happy for all you. They were like, thank you for all your hard work.
Dude, don't fucking help me, dude.
But this was only the beginning of Ethan's public is.
Never ask a woman her age, never ask a man his salary, and never invite your Greek friend onto a live stream because they will make Hamas jokes. Okay?
Islamophobic tirades. And on October 19th, Ethan Klein posted on his personal channel a video calling out a group of pro-Palestine Twitch streamers who included him in a Habibi tier list, placing him on a tier titled after a shitty brand of hummus. A quite silly, goofy, completely tame TwitchCon panel was seen by #1 victim Ethan Klein as anti-Semitic. And boy did he make his feelings heard.
Hello everybody, it's Ethan Klein from my basement. Beautiful Friday evening. My kids just went to sleep.
I like how it's literally the SpongeBob meme right now. Like, look, I made it. Where's the... Oh, I guess I can't really find it easily. What the hell? All right, you guys get the idea, though.
And boy, did he make his feelings heard.
Hello, everybody. It's Ethan Klein from my basement. Beautiful Friday evening. My kids just went to sleep, and I opened Reddit to browse my community, who I love so well. And at the top of the subreddit is this very lovely clip entitled "Just a Casual Panel Provided by Twitch at their con."
Working for it at the same time was kind of...
What is it? Well, it's a panel hosted by Frogan and four of her friends, in which they have a tier list where they rate people where good is Arab and bottom is loves Sabra. Sabra is a very popular hummus brand. I know in Israel, it's pretty much in everybody's refrigerator, and it's kosher. They're an American company, but they've been the subject.
I love that he threw that in there. Like he gives a fuck if anything's kosher. Give me a fucking break. You don't give a fuck if something's kosher, bro. Like you're not gonna eat something because it's not kosher. Bullshit. Fuck off.
Of the pro-Palestine boycott. I mean, it's kind of just Arab.
Is it halal? Are you gonna mention that?
Good, Jew, bad. I mean, I'm having a hard time seeing this any other way. And what's crazy is that I've been suspecting that Twitch has an anti-Semitism problem. It started with Hassan platforming Houthi terrorists and showing unfettered terrorist propaganda on his channel. Now, take this one in account. Here's an officially sanctioned event at TwitchCon. Let's take a look at it. And see what exactly is Twitch endorsing here.
Okay. It's the perfect transition to our first person, Hassan.
Yeah. Gee, I wonder where they're gonna put Hassan. I'm gonna guess.
Jealous bitch.
Hassan is Turkish. He's a brother.
Yeah.
You know. So.
Yeah, I think he'd be on Arab coded.
I mean, I would put him in Arab to be honest.
I would put him also in Arab.
Which is great. That's the good one. That's the one you want.
Austin. Let's go down the line.
He's Arab.
Arab.
He's Arab. He's Arab.
Lebanese. Like, yeah.
Good job. Good job, Austin.
The next person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys to clap.
This is a good reaction.
That was a good one.
I think this is where he stopped watching. He was the third.
Jewish.
Where's the? You guys are missing a category.
Yeah, it's because you're Jewish, not because you're a fucking horrible genocidal piece of shit.
Joke in my.
We're very proud of you, Denims, for bringing anti-Semitism right on stage, and you guys are killing it.
He even talked about it 2 days after the fact on the H3 podcast, dedicating another 30 minutes to calling out the entire panel, and another tight 15 emphasizing his hatred for Frozen.
Beep. That was fun. Okay. So now let's talk about Friday night. On the topic of Twitch being a haven for anti-Semitism, this clip started circulating Friday night. And I frankly was outraged by it. Watch this. Tell me if you think this is cool. Frogan, for some reason, has a 45-minute panel at TwitchCon. And she averages, I think our highlights fucking channel has a higher average viewer count than she does. They're doing a tier list where Arab is at the top. Arab coded, asks permission, thinks it's a slur, and then this one says eats sabra, which is an Israeli hummus brand. So essentially you have Arabs at the top, an Israeli hummus brand that is essentially, I'll get into.
You're making false connections, bro. You're like, well, if they say you're basically saying they're saying that you like sabra. Like, that means you're Jewish. No, it just means you like shitty hummus. You are making connections that aren't there.
Why, for all the reasons. But just imagine on Twitch TV in this year of 2024, making a tier list based on race.
You know, you can like sabra and not be Jewish. Well, that's possible. Like, I don't hate sabra. I just don't need it because it supports the idea. Unlike people like you who love the idea, want to eat their assholes and suck their dicks. And that can go wrong. Eat an asshole. Dude, sabra sucks. It doesn't. I mean, it does. It's not terrible, but like compared to like you'll do a Holyfield, what you get at the restaurant, it's dog shit. Compared to shit you can make by yourself. Hummus is not hard to make. Yourself one of them ninjas. Chickpeas, some garlic, some tahini, salt, olive oil. Baby, you got some hummus going. Yeah, it'll be better than sabra. If you put it in a bowl, smash it with it would still be better than sabra. So whatever the fucking this moron asshole, fucking Ethan Klein, is saying that like if you don't like sabra, you're anti-Semitic. Literally, like I don't even think the most psychotic Linus would even try to make that argument. You're so stupid. You think you're a genius, and it's just like illogical. It's fucking, it's outer space dog shit. You're an idiot. Fuck you.
Peace. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. People make all kinds of excuses to say, oh, it was about this or it was about that, and it doesn't matter, and you're blowing it out of proportion. Okay, we have tier lists based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? And here's Hassan basically running defense.
There are Jewish people on that panel. Fuck.
This criticism is so insane. I've never seen this clip. Because no one asked for one? Does he know how TwitchCon panels work? You petition Twitch for a panel.
What's going on out there? Tighten up and show some spine.
Do you want a bunch of Arab people to petition for a Jewish panel? That feels weird. That feels very. This freeze frame is crazy, by the way.
He's basically asking, where's the Zionist panel? Where's the defense of the idea?
That would be really bizarre. It also wasn't a panel for Arabs. It was, there's someone on the stage, Vito, who was not Arab. It was a panel
from the start.
for a podcast that has Arab people in it.
It's really funny because I bet you Dems and everyone involved with this was like, be like, wouldn't it be funny if he saw this, not expecting he would even see it, but then this happening? It's wow. You know what? Honestly, thank you, Ethan. You are putting a lot of people a couple people I haven't been or watching. You definitely put them in my subscription feed. So thanks for that. Denim's included. Like I don't think I was subscribed to Denim's Daily before you started this whole shit. So I guess I should thank you. Because Denim's is like an angel. Straight up.
We were jokingly asking who could say the Habibi word. Huh?
For obvious, unmitigated, disgusting bigotry.
Yeah, Sabra hummus.
Yeah, and literally one of the 3 Arabs is Jewish. I mean, the guy who says, Dad, I'm dead, I'm dead.
Why?
Raffle's literally Jewish.
I think this hand is anti-Semitic.
He's like looking at, oh my God. It's funny as shit. Lufius, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. I don't know if I said thank you or not already, but thank you.
Yeah.
Which is literally the shittiest hummus you can get and has been on BDS lists regardless for...
That's what I'm saying. He immediately associates it with Israel. They are admitting it right there. It's been on the divestment list.
He associates it with Israel. What, for anti-Semitism, not because they're committing genocide? What's wrong with you, dude?
Go time. Capture the objective.
The way you pointed to, I hope your fucking channel just dies. I hope all the crew leaves. They should. The fact that they're still on there is kind of like shame on them at this point. Because that right there, holy fuck. The fact that like, oh look, he connected Sabra Summers with the crimes of the IDF and the Israeli government. What an anti-Semite. Fuck you. Fuck you.
We're losing Charlie.
For many, many years. Immediately associates it with Israel. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's trash hummus. It implies that you're white, as in you don't eat good hummus.
Again, this is Hassan's MO. He won't actually watch it. He will draw an immediate conclusion that supports his dogmatic theory on the world and then move on while poisoning the well in his fan base. Anyway, this guy made this video. I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as fucking... I generally don't like watching videos like this because it's usually depressing. And it seems to have like a neutral title, but I think everybody noticed as they were watching through it, even Hassan, I think, commented on it, that this video is a little weird. I haven't watched the whole thing. It's long as Frogan gets in trouble for saying one of the most heinous, ridiculous things I've ever seen. And immediately, her and her cohorts start blaming me for it, saying, oh, it's my fault. Look what you did. Look at this shit. So she went in the midst of all this stuff, and she's trying to be an edgy leftist. She learned it from Daddy. And here it is.
I have no pity at all for any
He
soldiers.
is so jealous of Hassan.
Take a beat.
He is so salty that Hassan is popular, despite the fact that he doesn't support genocide.
Taking this objective.
Fucking freak. You fucking psycho. For real, fuck you. You are. I mean, I wouldn't run to give you for the dark for so long. You're a fascist asshole. Like you're mindless, fucking dog shit brained. That's the #1 characteristic of fascism is being dumb as fuck. Fuck you.
Distress, thank you so much. I will never have any pity for any soldiers. The U.S. military.
Choosing to call Hassan daddy is a crazy choice by Ethan Klein.
Who fucking who? I hope you get
weird.
PTSD.
Genuinely, I'm not like a simp for the army by any means. I recoiled when I heard that. I was like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy to say.
I'm not like a military simp. I don't get the whole thank you for your service thing. This isn't like World War II. You weren't drafted. You signed up to do a fucking job. You're being paid. You weren't forced into a war with Nazis.
It's like
you're bombing villages from a drone. And
Like,
I mean, God bless you for that.
I-
Oh my God, that's fucking crazy to say.
But in the end, Ethan received the amazing news that he got all of the streamers on this panel banned for 30 days. These streamers, being some of the biggest pro-Palestine voices on the platform, were forced to miss the incredibly important general election that went to Trump. So with minimal evidence, we can conclusively blame Ethan Klein for Trump's victory.
They may be sweeping up everybody from that video, Ethan.
What does that mean?
Denims and the others. Let me confirm.
Denims also should be fucking. At least she should be 2 weeks.
You're like death noting these people right now.
Normal behavior.
Bro, she literally.
I mean, she says in the video, Ethan was put there derogatorily.
And then she goes, "Where's the Zionist category?" Like,
I don't understand how you can spend so much time defending Israel, and then when someone says, hey, you defend Israel, you get offended. I'm so confused. I don't understand. If you don't want people to say that you spend your time defending Israel, don't do it. Huh?
That's the thing.
I mean,
you
they're
can
saying
use that
it.
word however you want. It's anti-Semitic.
They're literally saying
You
what
can
it is.
say anything you want as long as you call a Jew a Zionist. And that's just anti-Semitic.
All right,
she's doing it.
Here we are. We have Denims.
Bye.
Has been banned.
Bye.
Why can't we talk about the
Zionists. Just say that and that song's fucking.
Dude, it's really funny how mad I make him. I'm not gonna lie. I think a big part of it is I have a hard time shutting the fuck up when I feel very strongly about someone else, just in general being a shitty person. So someone like Ethan Klein, I think, is a shitty person to his friends.
For like 5 hours.
He's a shitty person to his employees. And he's just a shitty person to other people online. And when I see that shit, I have like, I feel like nobody else. I feel like everyone else is too scared to talk about it, and I have to. Because it's like, dude, no, I don't think it's fair that you get to just treat everyone around you like garbage and nobody calls you out because everyone's afraid of you. Actually, you should be held accountable for the things that you say. And I think it's, on all my years of being in the internet, I haven't really seen a lot of other people take on this role of just being insufferable about their sense of justice and being like, actually, no, you do these shitty things. People should say that you do these shitty things. And there's very few people who will take up that mantle because it will lead to people harassing you because people want to protect their favorite content creators, so they'll come and bother you about it, right? And I think there's also even less women online that do it. So when someone like Ethan Klein or like a lot of other men I've noticed see me make fun of them, I think it makes them really mad. It's really funny. It's really funny, and they're making me want to double or triple down and do it even more. Because, whew, how can you give such a good, entertaining result? Be like, I think she needs to be banned. She called me a Zionist. She needs to be banned. It's like, I need to make fun of you more. Oh my God, you're so easy to make fun of. You're such an asshole to everyone around you.
Let him have
You're
it,
just like
Black Ops.
such a huge asshole, and nobody calls you out on it. I get to do it and make you this mad. I need to keep doing it. Oh my God.
Gonna hit on Twitch.
Capri Sun Poppy has been banned.
Pull it ahead.
Who?
Bye, bitch.
Capri Sun Poppy.
All these guys running.
Meanwhile, Neon, I'm done.
Can't win them all.
Only a few days before this episode, Asmongold, a very popular streamer, was banned for only 14 days for calling Palestine an inferior culture, defending the ongoing genocide.
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their law.
Yeah, and these creators got 30-day ban for saying Ethan liked Sabra.
Are getting genocided. I don't give a They're terrible people. It's not even a question. It's crazy that people don't see it that way. They'd be doing the same thing. They're not able to kill as many people as Israel because they don't have as many bombs and as many weapons. But if they did, they'd be doing the same thing.
Now, a lot of additional events transpired after this Habibi Sabra controversy, including, but not limited to, Ethan Klein going after other people in Hassan's order, like the Deprogram podcast for being too radical.
You came across the Deprogram subreddit.
Well, I've seen them a lot of times, but here's something that is important to say about Deprogram. One of the hosts, Second Thought, is the biggest socialist YouTuber, 2 million subs. Deprogram's probably the biggest socialist podcast, and their show is frequented by Hassan, who co-signs them by the biggest socialist streamer.
Just
So, like,
the
people
amount
trying
of
to-
hyperbole and exaggeration, it's just like constant. It's so annoying. It's like he's always trying to like maximize every little itty bitty thing he's saying. Even like, oh, it's Hassan's like he's going on that show every day. It's like, dude, he's been on it yet. Come on, bro.
Hostile UAV established overhead.
You're gonna be mad because people think that like if you're living on occupied and that you shouldn't expect to be safe from the people you stole from.
Like I saw comments, obviously some people were angry about this, and they're saying, oh, these are just fringe people. And I just don't know how you can possibly say that. The problem, I think, is
fine, they're not
something
fringe.
wrong
You're
within
the
this
fucking psychos.
And like, it's not my fault for calling it
If
like
they're
I
fringe
see.
because
What
they have a
feels
small
anti-Semitism?
following.
Okay, what is it? Actually, what
Unfortunate
feels
asshole.
anti-Semitism is murdering children by the thousands under the banner of the Star of David, while adamantly insisting that your actions are inseparable from all Jews and the totality of Judaism.
Notice he doesn't bring up the dead children. Yeah, it's
Actually,
disgusting.
Anti-Semitism is the Jews' fault.
It's not the killing of children that's disgusting. Like, fuck those kids. The fact that you would dare say that, like, Israelis can do anything wrong, you anti-Semite scumbag. Disgusting. You unself-aware cunt. You did.
Oh, this is left-wing anti-Semitism. It's disgusting, dude. 2,000
Disgusting.
Everybody's down with this one.
And he's not talking about the. He's just to reiterate. when he says disgusting, he is not talking about the dead children. How does he feel about those dead kids? Not as strongly as what he's talking about now, which is these poor people who are being accused of the fact that they are killing children. Disgusting. What the fuck is on? Disgusting. He's not talking about dead kids, which is in fact disgusting. No, he's talking about something made up. He's a piece of shit for it. Fuck you. God, I used to be a fan of him. Asshole.
Telling you, these people do not like Jews, while adamantly insisting that you're.
This is insane. This is just crazy to me. Missing the point entirely is insane.
Activating scout pulse.
It's willful, though. I think he's doing this shit on purpose at this point because there's no logic. There's no real, like, rational way to defend this at this point. Is committed into the bit that he's on this, and just he doesn't realize that, like, I'm sorry, bro, you can't have an ethno state without slaughtering the Palestinians. You can't have an ethno state and not slaughter. You're too dumb to realize that. You're the dumbest person. You should have never gotten to politics. You had the faith of the whole left. It's come like, might even go fucking caveman. It's one hit you. I was almost there. I'm gonna lose all nuance, probably because, like, my wife, the state is really active, who thinks that, like, they're not capable of doing anything wrong, despite the fact that, like, all they do is horrible shit and children. It's not possible to be an organization that drops bombs on kids and still be good or automatically bad. Period. It shouldn't exist. If you're an organization that drops bombs on kids, you should be evaporated. You shouldn't exist. You shouldn't be on this planet. You should get no air to breathe. Whatever form you have taken, you should be pushed into the ocean. Have your head held until you stop struggling.
Heads up, Archangel.
Because dropping bombs on kids, I can't for like 100% state this as factual, but probably one of the worst possible things you can do is take something that's fragile, like a human baby. It's like, fragile any. You don't even want to drop this motherfucker. You are blowing them up with bombs. And these are just big. I mean, adults can't even. A bomb would kill an adult. We all know that.
Fight back, damn it.
I think to say that a bomb kills a baby is interesting. I think it's more appropriate to say it obliterates. It's like there needs to be a new word for killing a baby with a bomb. Dropping a bomb. This is nasty.
Stay down. I'm pulling the cord.
You're dead.
He has no reading comprehension skills? Yeah. None.
Like a mother, huh?
Whatever comprehension dog shit. It pisses me off that, like, the part he's mad about is actually what fuels anti-Semitism is murdering children. You could have just, like, right there. But this person continued with murdering children under the banner of the Star of David. And while equating what you're doing to all the Jews. It's not the part about murdering kids. It's the part about saying that you're doing, it's the fact that you're acknowledging that you are murdering children. That's the disgusting part. It's insane. Like, to read this and that's your takeaway, it's like, this bitch. How dare her? And, or to condemn, I'm sorry, the murdering of children against my ethno-state. Disgusting. It's kind of just dog shittery, bullshittery, and ignorance, dumbassery is just, it's too much to handle. It makes me want to just go, I don't know, unbelievable, beyond comprehension. I think it's like the reason why we're not colonizing the fucking solar system yet, because there's too many people dumb as Ethan Klein. You're never gonna see this, but guess what, bro? You're stupid. All the money in the world, you have like 10 times, thousands of times more money than I do.
Work your frag list.
But for some reason, I know more than you, so I guess money doesn't mean dog shit because you're still stupid.
We're winning.
Stupid.
Keep it that way.
Your actions are inseparable from Jews. That's them doing that. Like, what is she saying?
Israeli government.
Taking Bravo
They're saying the
underway.
Israeli government represents themselves as being the Jewish state and therefore, like, sanctioned by the religion.
I don't think they say that.
And advised judges were motivated by...
I don't think they say that. Well, your thinking is wrong and stupid. You are wrong for thinking that.
Securing
Semitic sentiments against the one and only Jewish state.
Or popular streamer Ludwig for not being hard enough on Hassan.
Today's video is about Ludwig,
Zone C secure.
who made a video called What is Happening to Which, in which he explains what is going on with the adpocalypse.
This video makes him look like insane. He Joker-fied him. Oh my god.
Taking place on Twitch right now. In this video, he somehow didn't mention me, Hassan, Israel IP block,
We're losing Charlie.
or anything. It's like he's so afraid of
Losing
Why won't he talk about the fact that Palestinians were blocked too?
C.
It's like, I feel like whenever that is brought up, they're like, blah, 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 blah. I'm just gonna pretend you didn't say that.
Requesting recon overhead.
Because it completely annihilates.
Crimson is taking the objective.
This is also anti-Semitic. And to block Palestinians from joining. It was a glitch. It was an accident.
Securing zone
Psycho. Fucking grasping at fucking
Zone Charlie locked
Ethan.
down.
Fucking just desperate fucking psychotic.
They're taking C. Securing Alpha.
pissing off the cool kids that are not going to let him sit at their table anymore.
See, dude, you're just a hater, bro. You're just mad that you're not a cool kid. You're not. You're a lamer. I don't want to say lame. Say an atheist term, so I'm just gonna say an uncool. Sir. And in the words of Rice Gum, you're irrelevant. Thank you.
Zone A.
The stakes are a little higher, in my opinion, because by misrepresenting what happened,
Taking
he doesn't help anyone. I mean, he helps Hassan. That's the only person he does. But he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue right under the rug to the point where it's like, wow, you really don't care. You really do not care about this at all.
But I do imagine a video in the near future diving deep, point by point, into the past few months of the H3 podcast. But this is not that video. Fast forward about a month to November 13th, and after Ethan spent the entire episode rightfully criticizing the normalization of anti-Semitism in online spaces, he decides to demonstrate the normalization of Islamophobia by unironically playing a game titled Twitch or Terrorist.
Today, my friends, we are going to play the exciting game here. You at home, play along. We're gonna play. Is it Twitch or is it a terrorist? Let's take a look here, guys.
I don't know who made this, but yeah.
Every
I'm not a
time I
fan
see
of the,
that, pisses me off.
Hassan and Osama on the front page. They need to
At least, if they're gonna compare them, I mean, I'll guess.
Yeah, that's insane. Here's what Hassan had to say.
It is fucking insane to just like put actual anti-Semites alongside people who are not anti-Semitic but pro-Palestinian in an effort to be like, see, they're all terrorists. Look at all these guys.
Included one post each from Hassan and Frogan, who's another creator Ethan's called out and feuded with in the past. But again, most ended up being from creators Sneeko and Myron, so he ended up closing the game by saying,
You're right, though, that game sucks.
It was just not enough variety. They didn't prove anything because all the anti-Semites was just like Myron and Sneeko.
And so all that happened, but then once the footage...
Damn, I can't believe that they couldn't find anti-Semitic quotes of me. Perhaps because I'm not an anti-Semite.
But again, there was also a fair share of people echoing what Hassan said, with some also noting that this came after Ethan went on his Instagram stories to call out Hassan and accuse him of only pretending to care about anti-Semitism. And Ethan ended up responding...
Which is crazy, by the way. Like, that was also crazy. Only pretending to care about anti-Semitism is wild. I've stood by this man, side by side, and we've dunked on fucking anti-Semites together. You know what I mean? And anti-Semitism together. Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's quite obvious that Ethan Klein and Islamophobia know each other quite well, and the past couple months have made it crystal clear. But what if I told you Ethan Klein is ironically spreading anti-Semitism as well, while actively accusing pro-Palestinian streamers of doing the same? Ethan Klein has long lacked an understanding of the term Zionism, a far-right political movement to establish a Jewish state where the right to exercise self-determination is unique to Jewish people and Jewish people only.
Imagine for a moment, if you will, the United States in the present day. Imagine a bill reaches the U.S. House of Representatives called America, the nation-state of white people. In its basic principles, it states, the right to exercise national self-determination in the United States is unique to white people. Further down, a clause for white settlement. The state views the development of white settlement as a national value and will act to encourage and promote its establishment and consolidation. Outraged, a coalition led by the Congressional Black Caucus initiates a challenge to the bill and proposes a bill of their own, where it calls the United States a country for all its citizens. But the Speaker of the House unilaterally disqualifies the bill before it's allowed to even be debated. Why? The House General Counsel explains in a statement, the bill includes several articles that are meant to alter the character of the United States from the nation-state of white people to a state in which there is equal status from the point of view of nationality for whites and people of color. The bill is dead. America, the nation-state of white people, passes through both chambers of Congress unchallenged. It's then signed into law. U.S. President Joe Biden will invoke the law in a tweet a year later, saying, America is not a state of all its citizens. According to the nation-state law we passed, America is the nation-state of white people, and not anyone else. As one rights group put it, there is no democratic constitution in the world that designates the constitutional identity of the state on racial grounds as serving one ethnic group. There is now. This disconcerting scenario is anything but. It's completely real and happened just a few years ago to little coverage and little condemnation.
However, Ethan simplifies the definition to something along the lines.
As I've talked about before, Israel as it currently exists is an ethno-state, and ethno-states are bad. Period. I don't believe there is such a thing as a good ethno-state. I don't believe that exists. I think if Israel wanted to be a home for the Jewish people, there are other ways to do that that don't explicitly deny constitutional privileges to other groups of people. One such example would be attempting to fund more Israeli goods or fund more like Israeli businesses. If you have a store that sells, like a restaurant that predominantly sells Israeli food, you can apply for some subsidies. Or If you would like to open some Jewish heritage museum, it would be subsidized by the state because we want to promote and create a safe place for Jewish people where there isn't maybe one somewhere else. That you can provide government funding and sort of encourage
Enemy RCXD detected.
I mean, I said Jewish food for a reason. Wait, I didn't say Israeli food, I meant Jewish food. Because I said Jewish culture earlier, but anyways.
Security C.
I think that would be fine. I don't think that that's inherently bad or inherently wrong, right?
Losing B.
In the same way that America, after many years of slavery, attempts to subsidize and attempts to encourage more black business owners, or maybe more black farmers, or more black museums, cultural centers, etc. Hey, this group has been marginalized and has not had its own space. The least we can do is help provide some more funding to this group and to their culture and to everything about them, right? And in the same way, I think if Israel did that and they tried to pour more money into things that prioritize Jewish culture, yeah, I don't think that that's wrong. I don't think that that's inherently bad. Yeah, sure. I think that that's honestly good. I think especially where there are not really any Jewish majority states, I don't think that that's a bad thing.
Yes, that is how you execute.
But when you're at the point where you're saying, no, not all citizens in our country are equal, this group is more, and this group is less. Now you've just created an ethno-state. Now you're creating an ethno-state. Also, one of the more insidious issues with an ethno-state is how it shapes the ideology of a population and promotes supremacy. Yeah. Kang, thank you for the tier 1. Thanks.